Section 1 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. The Pleasures of the Country. O Rouge, quando ego te auspiciam, Horace. You've no doubt come to wait for the Paris mail, monsieur, said the host of an inn where he had stopped to breakfast. Today or tomorrow, it matters little, said Julien. The mail arrived while he was still posing as indifferent. There were 2 free places. "Why, it's you, my poor Falcoz," said the traveller who was coming from the Geneva side to the one who was getting in at the same time as Julien. "I thought you were settled in the outskirts of Lyons," said Falcoz, "in a delicious valley near the Rhone." "Nicely settled. I'm running away." "What? You are running away? You Saint-Giraud! Have you, who look so virtuous, committed some crime?" said Falcoz with a smile. "On my faith it comes to the same thing. I'm running away from the abominable life which one leads in the provinces. I like the freshness of the woods and the country tranquillity, as you know. You have often accused me of being romantic. I don't want to hear politics talked as long as I live, and politics are hounding me out." "But what party do you belong to?" "To none, and that's what ruins me. That's all there is to be said about my political life. I like music and painting. A good book is an event for me. I'm going to be 44. How much longer have I got to live? 15, 20, 30 years at the outside? Well, I want the ministers in 30 years' time to be a little cleverer than those of today, but quite as honest. The history of England serves as a mirror for our own future. There will always be a king who will try to increase his prerogative. The ambition of becoming a deputy, the fame of Mirabeau, and the hundreds of thousand francs which he won for himself will always prevent the rich people in the province from going to sleep. They will call that being liberal and loving the people. The desire of becoming a peer or a gentleman of the chamber will always win over the ultras. On the ship of state, everyone is anxious to take over the steering because it is well paid. Will there be never a poor little place for the simple passenger? Is it the last elections which are forcing you out of the province? My misfortune goes further back. 4 years ago I was 40 and possessed 500,000 francs. I'm 4 years older today, and probably 50,000 francs to the bad, as I shall lose that sum on the sale of my chateau of Montfleury in a superb position near the Rhone. At Paris I was tired of that perpetual comedy which is rendered obligatory by what you call 19th-century civilization. I thirsted for good nature and simplicity. I bought an estate in the mountains near the Rhine. There is no more beautiful place under the heavens. The village clergyman and the gentry of the locality pay me court for 6 months. I invite them to dinner. I have left Paris, I tell them, so as to avoid talking politics or hearing politics talked for the rest of my life. As you know, I do not subscribe to any paper. The less letters the postman brought me, the happier I was. That did not suit the vicar's book. I was soon the victim of 1,000 unreasonable requests, annoyances, etc. I wished to give 200 or 300 francs a year to the poor. I was asked to give it to the parish associations, that of St. Joseph, that of the Virgin, etc. I refused. I was then insulted in 100 ways. I was foolish enough to be upset by it. I could not go out in the morning to enjoy the beauty of our mountain without finding some annoyance which distracted me from my reveries and recalled unpleasantly both men and their wickedness. On the rogation processions, for instance, whose chanting I enjoy, it is probably a Greek melody, they will not bless my fields because, says the clergyman, they belong to an infidel. A cow dies belonging to a devout old peasant woman. She says the reason is the neighborhood of a pond which belongs to my infidel self, a philosopher coming from Paris, and 8 days afterwards I find my fish in agonies, poisoned by lime. Intrigue in all its forms envelops me. The justice of the peace, who is an honest man, but frightened of losing his place, always decides against me. The peace of the country proved a hell for me. Once they saw that I was abandoned by the vicar, the head of the village congregation, and that I was not supported by the retired captain, who was the head of the Liberals, they all fell upon me, down to the mason whom I had supported for a year, down to the very wheelwright who wanted to cheat me with impunity over the repairing of my ploughs. In order to find some support, and to win at any rate some of my lawsuits, I became a Liberal. But, as you say, those damned elections come along. They asked for my vote. For an unknown man? Not at all. For a man whom I knew only too well. I refused. It was terribly imprudent. From that moment I had the Liberals on my hands as well, and my position became intolerable. I believe that if the vicar had got it into his head to accuse me of assassinating my servant, there would be 20 witnesses of the 2 parties who would swear that they had seen me committing the crime. You mean to say you want to live in the country without pandering to the passions of your neighbors, without even listening to their gossip? What a mistake! It is rectified at last. Montfleury is for sale. I will lose 50,000 francs if necessary, but I am overjoyed I am leaving that hell of hypocrisy and annoyance. I'm going to look for solitude and rustic peace in the only place where those things are to be found in France, on a 4th story looking on to the Champs-Élysées. And moreover, I'm actually deliberating if I shall not commence my political career by giving consecrated bread to the parish in the Rue Quartier. All this would not have happened under Bonaparte, said Falcoz, with eyes shining with rage and sorrow. Very good, but why didn't your Bonaparte manage to keep his position? Everything which I suffer today is his work. At this point Julien's attention was redoubled. He had realized from the first word that the Bonapartiste Falcoz was the old boyhood friend of M. de Rênal, who had been repudiated by him in 1816, and that the philosopher Saint-Giraud must be the brother of that chief of the prefecture of, who managed to get the houses of the municipality knocked down to him at a cheap price. And all this is the work of your Bonaparte, an honest man, aged 40, and possessed of 500,000 francs, however inoffensive he is, cannot settle in the province and find peace there. Those priests and nobles of his will turn him out. Oh, don't talk evil of him, exclaimed Falcoz. France was never so high in the esteem of the nations as during the 13 years of his reign. Then every single act was great. Your emperor, devil take him, replied the man of 44, was only great on his battlefields and when he reorganized the finances about 1802. What is the meaning of all his conduct since then? What with his chamberlains, his pomp, and his receptions in the Tuileries, he has simply provided a new edition of all the monarchical tomfoolery. It was a revised edition, and might possibly have lasted for a century or two. The nobles and the priests wished to go back to the old one, but they did not have the iron hand necessary to impose it on the public. Yes, that's just how an old printer would talk. "Who has turned me out of my estate?" continued the printer angrily. "The priests, whom Napoleon called back by his Concordat, instead of treating them like the state treats doctors, barristers, and astronomers, simply seeing in them ordinary citizens, and not bothering about the particular calling by which they are trying to earn their livelihood. Should we be saddled with these insolent gentlemen today, if your Bonaparte had not created barons and counts? No, they were out of fashion. Next to the priests, it's the little country nobility who have annoyed me the most, and compelled me to become a liberal." The conversation was endless. The theme will occupy France for another half-century. As Saint-Giraud kept always repeating that it was impossible to live in the provinces, Julien timidly suggested the case of Monsieur de Rênal. "Zounds, young man, you're a nice one," exclaimed Falcoz. "He turned spider so as not to be fly, and a terrible spider into the bargain. But I see that he is beaten by that man Valenod. Do you know that scoundrel? He's the villain of the piece. What will your Monsieur de Rênal say if he sees himself turned out one of those fine days, and Valenod put in his place?" "He will be left to brood over his crimes," said Saint-Giraud. "Do you know Verrières, young man? Well, Bonaparte, heaven confound him, Bonaparte and his monarchical tomfoolery rendered possible the reign of the Rênal and the Chalons, which brought about the reign of the Valenod and the Maslon." This conversation, with its gloomy politics, astonished Julien and distracted him from his delicious reveries. He appreciated but little the first sight of Paris as perceived in the distance. The castles in the air he had built about his future had to struggle with the still present memory of the 24 hours that he had just passed in Verrières. He vowed that he would never abandon his mistress's children, and that he would leave everything in order to protect them, if the impertinence of the priests brought about a republic and the persecution of the nobles. What would have happened on the night of his arrival in Verrières if, at the moment when he had leant his ladder against the casement of Madame de Rênal's bedroom, he had found that room occupied by a stranger, or by Monsieur de Rênal? But how delicious, too, had been those first 2 hours when his sweetheart had been sincerely anxious to send him away, and he had pleaded his cause, sitting down by her in the darkness. A soul like Julien's is haunted by such memories for a lifetime. The rest of the interview was already becoming merged in the first period of their love, 14 months previous. Julien was awakened from his deep meditation by the stopping of the coach. They had just entered the courtyard of the post in the Rue Rousseau. "I want to go to La Malmaison," he said to a cabriolet which approached. "At this time, monsieur? What for?" "What's that got to do with you? Get on." Every real passion only thinks about itself. That is why, in my view, passions are ridiculous at Paris, where one's neighbour always insists on one's considering him a good deal. I shall refrain from recounting Julien's ecstasy at La Malmaison. He wept. What? In spite of those wretched white walls, built this very year, which cut the path up into bits? Yes, monsieur, for Julien, as for posterity, there was nothing to choose between Arcole, Sainte-Helena, and La Malmaison. In the evening, Julien hesitated a great deal before going to the theatre. He had strange ideas about that place of perdition. A deep distrust prevented him from admiring actual Paris. He was only affected by the monuments left behind by his hero. So here I am, in the centre of intrigue and hypocrisy. Here reign the protectors of the Abbé de Frilair. On the evening of the third day, his curiosity got the better of his plan of seeing everything before presenting himself to the Abbé Pirard. The abbé explained to him coldly the kind of life which he was to expect at Monsieur de la Mole's. If you do not prove useful to him at the end of some months, you will go back to the seminary, but not in disgrace. You will live in the house of the Marquis, who is one of the greatest seigneurs of France. You will wear black, but like a man who is in mourning, and not like an ecclesiastic. I insist on your following your theological studies 3 days a week in a seminary where I will introduce you. Every day at 12 o'clock you will establish yourself in the Marquis's library. He counts on making use of you in drafting letters concerning his lawsuits and other matters. The Marquis will scribble on the margin of each letter he gets the kind of answer which is required. I have assured him that at the end of 3 months you will be so competent to draft the answers that out of every dozen you hand to the Marquis for signature, he will be able to sign 8 or 9. In the evening, at 8 o'clock, you will tidy up his bureau, and at 10 you will be free. It may be, continued the Abbé Pirard, that some old lady or some smooth-voiced man will hint at immense advantages, or will crudely offer you gold to show him the letters which the Marquis has received. Ah, monsieur, exclaimed Julien, blushing. It is singular, said the Abbé with a bitter smile, that poor as you are, and after a year at a seminary, you still have any of this virtuous indignation left. You must have been very blind. Can it be that blood will tell? Muttered the Abbé in a whisper, as though speaking to himself. The singular thing is, he added, looking at Julien, that the Marquis knows you. I don't know how. He will give you a salary of 100 louis to commence with. He is a man who only acts by his whim. This is his weakness. He will quarrel with you about the most childish matters. If he is satisfied, your wages may rise in consequence up to 8,000 francs. But you realize, went on the Abbé sourly, that he is not giving you all this money simply on account of your personal charm. The thing is to prove yourself useful. If I were in your place, I would talk very little, and I would never talk about what I know nothing about. Oh, yes, said the Abbé, I have made some inquiries for you. I was forgetting Monsieur de la Mole's family. He has 2 children, a daughter and a son of 18, eminently elegant, the kind of madman who never knows today what he will do tomorrow. He has spirit and valor. He has been through the Spanish War. The Marquis hopes, I don't know why, that you will become a friend of this young Count Norbert. I told him that you were a great classic, and possibly he reckons on your teaching his son some ready-made phrases about Cicero and Virgil. If I were you, I should never allow that handsome young man to make fun of me, and before I accepted his advances, which you will find perfectly polite but a little ironical, I would make him repeat them more than once. I will not hide from you the fact that the young Count de la Mole is bound to despise you at first, because you are nothing more than a little bourgeois. His grandfather belonged to the court, and had the honor of having his head cut off in the Place de Grève on the 26th April, 1574, on account of a political intrigue. As for you, you are the son of a carpenter of Verrières, and what is more, in receipt of his father's wages. Ponder well over these differences, and look up the family history in Marguerite. All the flatterers who dine at their home make from time to time what they call delicate allusions to it. Be careful of how you answer the pleasantries of Monsieur le Count de la Mole, chief of a squadron of hussars and a future peer of France, and don't come and complain to me later on." "It seems to me," said Julien, blushing violently, "that I ought not even to answer a man who despises me." "You have no idea of his contempt. It will only manifest itself by inflated compliments. If you were a fool, you might be taken in by it. If you want to make your fortune, you ought to let yourself be taken in by it." "Shall I be looked upon as ungrateful," said Julien, "if I return to my little cell number 108 when I find that all this no longer suits me?" "All the toadies of the house will no doubt calumniate you," said the abbé, "but I myself will come to the rescue. Ad sum qui feci. I will say that I am responsible for that resolution." Julien was overwhelmed by the bitter and almost vindictive tone which he noticed in Monsieur Pirard. That tone completely infected his last answer. The fact is that the abbé had a conscientious scruple about loving Julien, and it was with a kind of religious fear that he took so direct a part in another's life. "You will also see," he added with the same bad grace, as though accomplishing a painful duty, "you will also see Madame the Marquise de la Mole. She is a big blonde woman, about 40, devout, perfectly polite, and even more insignificant. She is the daughter of the old Duc de Chaulnes, so well known for his aristocratic prejudices. This great lady is a kind of synopsis in high relief of all the fundamental characteristics of women of her rank. She does not conceal for her own part that the possession of ancestors who went through the Crusades is the sole advantage which she respects. Money only comes a long way afterwards. Does that astonish you? We are no longer in the provinces, my friend. You will see many great lords in her salon talk about our princes in a tone of singular flippancy. As for Madame de la Mole, she lowers her voice out of respect every time she mentions the name of a prince, and above all the names of a princess. I would not advise you to say in her hearing that Philip II or Henri VII were monsters. They were kings, a fact which gives them indisputable rights to the respect of creatures without birth like you and me. Nevertheless, added Monsieur Pirard, we are priests, for she will take you for one. That being our capacity, she considers us as spiritual valets necessary for her salvation. Monsieur, said Julien, I do not think I shall be long at Paris. Good, but remember that no man of our class can make his fortune except through the great lords. With that indefinable element in your character, at any rate, I think it is you will be persecuted if you do not make your fortune. There is no middle course for you. Make no mistake about it. People see that they do not give you pleasure when they speak to you. In a social country like this, you are condemned to unhappiness if you do not succeed in winning respect. What would have become of you at Besançon without this whim of the Marquis de la Mole? One day you will realize the extraordinary extent of what he has done for you, and if you are not a monster, you will be eternally grateful to him and his family. How many poor abbés more learned than you have lived years at Paris on the 15 sous they got for their Mass and their 10 sous they got for their dissertations in the Sorbonne? Remember what I told you last winter about the first years of that bad man, Cardinal Dubois. Are you proud enough by chance to think yourself more talented than he was? Take, for instance, a quiet and average man like myself. I reckon on dying in my seminary. I was childish enough to get attached to it. Well, I was on the point of being turned out when I handed in my resignation. You know what my fortune consisted of. I had 520 francs capital, neither more nor less, not a friend, scarcely 2 or 3 acquaintances. Monsieur de la Mole, whom I had never seen, extricated me from that quandary. He only had to say the word, and I was given a living where the parishioners are well-to-do people above all crude vices, and where the income puts me to shame, it is so disproportionate to my work. I refrained from talking to you all this time simply to enable you to find your level a bit. One word more. I have the misfortune to be irritable. It is possible that you and I will cease to be on speaking terms. If the airs of the Marquise or the spiteful pleasantries of her son make the house absolutely intolerable for you, I advise you to finish your studies in some seminary 30 leagues from Paris, and rather north than south. There's more civilization in the north, and, he added, lowering his voice, I must admit that the nearness of the Paris papers puts fear into our petty tyrants. If we continue to find pleasure in each other's society, and if the Marquise's house does not suit you, I will offer you the post of my curate, and will go equal shares with you in what I get from the living. I owe you that, and even more, he added, interrupting Julien's thanks for the extraordinary offer which you made me at Besançon. If, instead of having 520 francs, I had had nothing, you would have saved me. The abbé's voice had lost its tone of cruelty. Julien was ashamed to feel tears in his eyes. He was desperately anxious to throw himself into his friend's arms. He could not help saying to him, in the most manly manner he could assume, I was hated by my father from the cradle. It was one of my great misfortunes, but I shall no longer complain of my luck. I have found another father in you, monsieur. That is good, said the embarrassed abbé, then suddenly remembering quite appropriately a seminary platitude. You must never say luck, my child, always say providence. The fiacre stopped. The coachman lifted up the bronze knocker of an immense door. It was the Hôtel de la Mole, and to prevent the passers-by having any doubt on the subject, these words could be read in black marble over the door. This affectation displeased Julien. They are so frightened of the Jacobins. They see a Robespierre and his tumbril behind every head. Their panic is often gloriously grotesque, and they advertise their house like this so that in the event of a rising the rabble can recognize it and loot it. He communicated his thoughts to the Abbé Pirard. Yes, poor child, you will soon be my curate. What a dreadful idea you have got into your head. Nothing could be simpler, said Julien. The gravity of the porter, and above all the cleanness of the court, struck him with admiration. It was fine sunshine. What magnificent architecture, he said to his friend. The hotel in question was one of those buildings of the Faubourg Saint-Germain with a flat façade built about the time of Voltaire's death. At no other period had fashion and beauty been so far from one another. End of section 1. Reading by Malone.
Section 2 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal. Translated by Horace V. Samuel. Chapter 32. Entry into Society. Ludicrous and pathetic memory. The first drawing-room where one appeared alone and without support at the age of 18. The look of a woman sufficed to intimidate me. The more I wished to please, the more clumsy I became. I evolved the most unfounded ideas about everything. I would either abandon myself without any reason, or I would regard a man as an enemy simply because he had looked at me with a serious air. But all the same, in the middle of the unhappiness of my timidity, how beautiful did I find a beautiful day. Kant. Julien stopped in amazement in the middle of the courtyard. "Pull yourself together," said the Abbé Pirard. "You get horrible ideas into your head. Besides, you are only a child. What has happened to the nil mirari of Horace? No enthusiasm. Remember that when they see you established here, this crowd of lackeys will make fun of you. They will see in you an equal who has been unjustly placed above them. And under a masquerade of good advice and a desire to help you, they will try to make you fall into some gross blunder." "Let them do their worst," said Julien, biting his lip, and he became as distrustful as ever. The salons on the first story, which our gentlemen went through before reaching the Marquis's study, would have seemed to you, my reader, as gloomy as they were magnificent. If they had been given to you just as they were, you would have refused to live in them. This was the domain of yawning and melancholy reasoning. They redoubled Julien's rapture. "How can any one be unhappy," he thought, "who lives in so splendid an abode?" Finally, our gentlemen arrived at the ugliest rooms in this superb suite. There was scarcely any light. They found there a little keen man with a lively eye and a blonde wig. The abbé turned round to Julien and presented him. It was the Marquis. Julien had much difficulty in recognizing him. He found his manner was so polite. It was no longer the grand seigneur with that haughty manner of the Abbey of Bray-les-Hauts. Julien thought that his wig had much too many hairs. As the result of this opinion, he was not at all intimidated. The descendant of the friend of Henry III seemed to him at first of a rather insignificant appearance. He was extremely thin and very restless, but he soon noticed that the Marquis had a politeness which was even more pleasant to his listener than that of the Bishop of Besançon himself. The audience only lasted 3 minutes. As they went out, the abbé said to Julien, "You looked at the Marquis just as you would have looked at a picture. I am not a great expert in what these people here call politeness. You will soon know more about it than I do, but really the boldness of your looks seemed scarcely polite." They had got back into the fiacre. The driver stopped near the boulevard. The abbé ushered Julien into a suite of large rooms. Julien noticed that there was no furniture. He was looking at the magnificent gilded clock representing a subject which he thought very indecent, when a very elegant gentleman approached him with a smiling air. Julien bowed slightly. The gentleman smiled and put his hand on his shoulder. Julien shuddered and leapt back. He reddened with rage. The Abbé Pirard, in spite of his gravity, laughed till the tears came into his eyes. The gentleman was a tailor. "I give you your liberty for 2 days," said the abbé as they went out. "You cannot be introduced before then to Madame de la Mole. Anyone else would watch over you as if you were a young girl during these first few moments of your life in this new Babylon. Get ruined at once, if you have got to be ruined, and I will be rid of my own weakness of being fond of you. The day after tomorrow this tailor will bring you 2 suits. You will give the man who tries them on 5 francs. Apart from that, don't let these Parisians hear the sound of your voice. If you say a word, they will manage somehow to make fun of you. They have a talent for it. Come and see me the day after tomorrow at noon. Go and ruin yourself. I was forgetting. Go and order boots and a hat at these addresses." Julien scrutinized the handwriting of the addresses. "It's the Marquis's hand," said the abbé. "He is an energetic man who foresees everything and prefers doing to ordering. He is taking you into his house so that you may spare him that kind of trouble. Will you have enough brains to execute efficiently all the instructions which he will give you, with scarcely a word of explanation? The future will show. Look after yourself." Julien entered the shops indicated by the addresses without saying a single word. He observed that he was received with respect, and that the bootmaker, as he wrote his name down in the ledger, put Monsieur de Sorel. When he was in the cemetery of Père-Lachaise, a very obliging gentleman, and what is more, one who was liberal in his views, suggested that he should show Julien the tomb of Marshal Ney, which a sagacious statecraft had deprived of the honour of an epitaph. But when he left this liberal, who with tears in his eyes almost clasped him in his arms, Julien was without his watch. Enriched by this experience, 2 days afterwards he presented himself to the Abbé Pirard, who looked at him for a long time. "Perhaps you are going to become a fop," said the abbé to him severely. Julien looked like a very young man in full mourning. As a matter of fact, he looked very well, but the good abbé was too provincial himself to see that Julien still carried his shoulders in that particular way which signifies in the provinces both elegance and importance. When the Marquis saw Julien, his opinion of his graces differed so radically from that of the good abbé, as he said, "Would you have any objection to Monsieur le Sorel taking some dancing lessons?" The abbé was thunderstruck. "No," he answered at last. "Julien is not a priest." The Marquis went up the steps of a little secret staircase, 2 at a time, and installed our hero in a pretty attic which looked out on the big garden of the hotel. He asked him how many shirts he had got at the linen draper's. 2, answered Julien, intimidated at seeing so great a lord condescend to such details. "Very good," replied the Marquis quite seriously, and with a certain curt imperiousness which gave Julien food for thought. "Very good. Get 22 more shirts. Here are your first quarter's wages." As he went down from the attic, the Marquis called an old man. "Arsène," he said to him, "you will serve Monsieur Sorel." A few minutes afterwards Julien found himself alone in a magnificent library. It was a delicious moment. To prevent his emotion being discovered, he went and hid in a little dark corner. From there he contemplated with rapture the brilliant backs of the books. "I shall be able to read all these," he said to himself. "How can I fail to like it here? Monsieur de Rênal would have thought himself dishonoured for ever by doing 1/100th part of what the Marquis de la Mole has just done for me. But let me have a look at the copies I have to make." Having finished his work, Julien ventured to approach the books. He almost went mad with joy as he opened an edition of Voltaire. He ran and opened the door of the library to avoid being surprised. He then indulged in the luxury of opening each of the 80 volumes. They were magnificently bound, and were the masterpiece of the best binder in London. It was even more than was required to raise Julien's admiration to the maximum. An hour afterwards, the Marquis came in and was surprised to notice that Julien spelled quella with 2 L, quella. Is all that the Abbé told me of his knowledge simply a fairy tale? The Marquis was greatly discouraged, and gently said to him, "You are not sure of your spelling?" "That is true," said Julien, without thinking in the least of the injustice that he was doing to himself. He was overcome by the kindness of the Marquis, which recalled to him, through sheer force of contrast, the superciliousness of M. de Rênal. "This trial of the little Franc-Comtois Abbé is waste of time," thought the Marquis, "but I had such great need of a reliable man." "You spell quella with 1 L," said the Marquis to him, "and when you have finished your copies, look the words whose spelling you are not sure of up in the dictionary." The Marquis sent for him at 6 o'clock. He looked at Julien's boots with manifest pain. "I am sorry for a mistake I made. I did not tell you that you must dress every day at 5:30. Julien looked at him, but did not understand. "I mean to say, put on stockings. Arsène will remind you. To-day I will make your apologies." As he finished the sentence, M. de la Mole escorted Julien into a salon, resplendent with gilding. On similar occasions, M. de Rênal always made a point of doubling his pace, so as to have the privilege of being the first to pass the threshold. His former employer's petty vanity caused Julien to tread on the Marquis's feet and hurt him a great deal because of his gout. "So he's clumsy to the bargain," he said to himself. He presented him to a woman of high stature and of imposing appearance. It was the Marquise. Julien thought that her manner was impertinent, and that she was a little like Madame de Maugiron, the wife of the sub-prefect of the arrondissement of Verrières, when she was present at the Saint-Charles dinner. Rendered somewhat nervous by the extreme magnificence of the salon, Julien did not hear what M. de la Mole was saying. The Marquise scarcely deigned to look at him. There were several men there, among whom Julien recognized with an inexpressible pleasure the young Bishop of Agde, who had deigned to speak to him some months before at the ceremony of Prélé-Haut. This young prelate was doubtless frightened by the tender look which the timidity of Julien fixed on him, and did not bother to recognize the provincial. The men assembled in the salon seemed to Julien to have a certain element of gloom and constraint. Conversation takes place in a low voice in Paris, and little details are not exaggerated. A handsome young man with moustaches came in about 6:30. He was very pale, and had a very small head. "You always keep us waiting," said the Marquise, as he kissed her hand. Julien realized that it was the Count de la Mole. From the very first he thought he was charming. "Is it possible," he said to himself, "that this is the man whose offensive jests are going to drive me out of the house?" As the result of scrutinizing Count Norbert, Julien noticed that he was in boots and spurs. "And I have got to be in shoes just like an inferior, apparently." They sat down at table. Julien heard the Marquise raising her voice a little and saying something severe. Almost simultaneously he noticed an extremely blonde and very well-developed young person who had just sat down opposite him. Nevertheless, she made no appeal to him. Looking at her attentively, he thought that he had never seen such beautiful eyes, although they betokened a great coldness of soul. Subsequently, Julien thought that, though they looked bored and sceptical, they were conscious of the duty of being impressive. "Madame de Rênal, of course, had very fine eyes," he said to himself. "She used to be universally complimented on them, but they had nothing in common with these." Julien did not know enough of society to appreciate that it was the fire of repartee which from time to time gave their brilliancy to the eyes of Mademoiselle Mathilde, for that was the name he heard her called by. When Madame de Rênal's eyes became animated, it was with the fire of passion, or as the result of a generous indignation on hearing of some evil deed. Toward the end of the meal, Julien found a word to express Mademoiselle de la Mole's type of beauty. "Her eyes are scintillating," he said to himself. Apart from her eyes, she was cruelly like her mother, whom he liked less and less, and he ceased looking at her. By way of compensation, he thought Count Norbert admirable in every respect. Julien was so fascinated that the idea never occurred to him of being jealous and hating him because he was richer and of nobler birth than he was himself. Julien thought that the Marquis looked bored. About the second course he said to his son, "Norbert, I ask all your good offices for Monsieur Julien Sorel, whom I have just taken into my staff, and of whom I hope to make a man, si cela se peut." "He is my secretary," said the Marquis to his neighbour, "and he spells Kella with 2 L's." Everybody looked at Julien, who bowed to Norbert in a manner that was slightly too marked, but speaking generally, they were satisfied with his expression. The Marquis must have spoken about the kind of education which Julien had received, for one of the guests tackled him on Horace. "It was just by talking about Horace that I succeeded with the Bishop of Besançon," said Julien to himself. "Apparently that is the only author they know." From that instant he was master of himself. This transition was rendered easy, because he had just decided that he would never look upon Mademoiselle de la Mole as a woman after his own taste. Since the seminary he had the lowest opinion of men, and was not to be easily intimidated by them. He would have enjoyed all his self-possession if the dining-room had been furnished with less magnificence. It was, as a matter of fact, 2 mirrors each 8 feet high, in which he would look from time to time at the man who was speaking to him about Horace, which continued to impress him. His phrases were not too long for a provincial. He had fine eyes, whose brilliancy was doubled by his quavering timidity, or by his happy bashfulness when he had given a good answer. They found him pleasant. This kind of examination gave a little interest to a solemn dinner. The Marquis signed to Julien's questioner to press him sharply. "Can he possibly know something?" he thought. Julien answered and thought out new ideas. He lost sufficient of his nervousness, not indeed to exhibit any wit, for that is impossible for any one ignorant of the special language which is used in Paris, but to show himself possessed of ideas which, though presented out of place and ungracefully, were yet original. They saw that he knew Latin perfectly. Julien's adversary was a member of the Academy Inscriptions, who chanced to know Latin. He found Julien a very good humanist, was not frightened of making him feel uncomfortable, and really tried to embarrass him. In the heat of the controversy, Julien eventually forgot the magnificent furniture of the dining-room. He managed to expound theories concerning the Latin poets, which his questioner had never read of anywhere. Like an honest man, he gave the young secretary all due credit for them. As luck would have it, they started a discussion on the question of whether Horace was poor or rich, a good-humoured and careless voluptuary who made verses to amuse himself, like Chapelle, the friend of Molière and La Fontaine, or a poor devil of a poet laureate who wrote odes for the king's birthday, like Southey, the accuser of Lord Byron. They talked about the state of society under Augustus and under George IV. At both periods the aristocracy was all-powerful, but while at Rome it was despoiled of its power by Maecenas, who was only a simple knight, it had in England reduced George IV practically to the position of a Venetian doge. This discussion seemed to lift the Marquis out of that state of bored torpor in which he had been plunged at the beginning of the dinner. Julien found meaningless such modern names as Southey, Lord Byron, and George IV, which he now heard pronounced for the first time. But everyone noticed that whenever the conversation dealt with events that had taken place in Rome, and about which knowledge could be obtained by a perusal of the works of Horace, Martial, or Tacitus, etc., he showed an indisputable superiority. Julien coolly appropriated several ideas which he had learned from the Bishop of Besançon in the historic conversation which he had had with that prelate. These ideas were not the least appreciated. When every one was tired of talking about poets, the Marquise, who always made it a rule to admire whatever amused her husband, deigned to look at Julien. Perhaps an educated man lies hid beneath the clumsy manners of these young abbés, said the academician who happened to be near the Marquise. Julien caught a few words of what he said. Ready-made phrases suited the intellect of the mistress of the house quite well. She adopted this one about Julien, and was very pleased with herself for having invited the academician to dinner. He has amused Monsieur de la Mole, she thought. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal, translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 33. The First Steps. This immense valley, filled with brilliant lights and so many thousands of men, dazzles my sight. No one knows me. All are superior to me. I lose my head. Poème de l'Ave, Reina. Julien was copying letters in the library very early the next day, when Mademoiselle Mathilde came in by a little dummy door very well masked by the backs of the books. While Julien was admiring the device, Mademoiselle Mathilde seemed astonished and somewhat annoyed at finding him there. Julien saw that she was in curl papers and had a hard, haughty, and masculine expression. Mademoiselle de la Mole had the habit of surreptitiously stealing books from her father's library. Julien's presence rendered this morning's journey abortive, a fact which annoyed her all the more as she had come to fetch the second volume of Voltaire's Princes of Babylon, a worthy climax to one of the most eminently monarchical and religious educations which the convent of the Sacred Heart had ever provided. This poor girl of 19 already required some element of spiciness in order to get up an interest in a novel. Count Norbert put in an appearance in the library about 3 o'clock. He had come to study a paper so as to be able to talk politics in the evening, and was very glad to meet Julien, whose existence he had forgotten. He was charming and offered him a ride on horseback. "My father will excuse us until dinner." Julien appreciated the us and thought it charming. "Great heavens, Monsieur le Comte," said Julien, "if it were a question of feeling an 80-foot tree or hewing it out and making it into planks, I would acquit myself all right, I dare say, but as for riding a horse, I haven't done such a thing 6 times in my life." "Well, this will be the 7th," said Norbert. As a matter of fact, Julien remembered the King of Dash's entry into Verrières, and thought he rode extremely well. But as they were returning from the Bois de Boulogne, he fell right in the middle of the Rue du Bac, as he suddenly tried to get out of the way of a cabriolet, and was spattered all over with mud. It was lucky that he had 2 suits. The Marquis, wishing to favour him with a few words at dinner, asked him for news of his excursion. Norbert began immediately to answer him in general terms. "Monsieur le Comte is extremely kind to me," answered Julien. "I thank him for it, and I fully appreciate it. He was good enough to have the quietest and prettiest horse given to me. But after all, he could not tie me on to it, and owing to the lack of that precaution, I had a fall right in the middle of that long street near the bridge." Madame Mathilde made a futile effort to hide a burst of laughter, and subsequently was indiscreet enough to ask for details. Julien acquitted himself with much simplicity. He had grace without knowing it. "I prophesy favourably about that little priest. said the Marquis to the academician. "Think of a provincial being simple over a matter like that. Such a thing has never been witnessed before, and will never be witnessed again. And what is more, he describes his misfortune before ladies." Julien put his listeners so thoroughly at their ease over his misfortune that at the end of the dinner, when the general conversation had gone off on to another subject, Mademoiselle Mathilde asked her brother some questions over the details of the unfortunate occurrence. As she put numerous questions, and as Julien met her eyes several times, he ventured to answer himself, although the questions had not been addressed to him, and all three of them finished up by laughing just as though they had all been inhabitants of some village in the depths of a forest. On the following day Julien attended 2 theology lectures, and then came back to copy out about 20 letters. He found a young man, who, though very carefully dressed, had a mean appearance and an envious expression, established near him in the library. The Marquis entered. "What are you doing here, Monsieur Tanbeau?" he said severely to the newcomer. "I thought," answered the young man with a base smile. "No, monsieur, you thought nothing of the kind. This is a try-on, but it is an unfortunate one." Young Tanbeau got up in a rage and disappeared. He was a nephew of the academician, who was a friend of Madame de la Mole, and intended to take up the profession of letters. The academician had induced the Marquis to take him as a secretary. Tanbeau used to work in a separate room, but having heard of the favour that was vouchsafed to Julien, he wished to share it, and he had gone this morning and established his desk in the library. At 4 o'clock, Julien ventured, after a little hesitation, to present himself to Count Norbert. The latter was on the point of going riding, and being a man of perfect politeness, felt embarrassed. "I think," he said to Julien, "that you had better go to the riding school, and after a few weeks I shall be charmed to ride with you." "I should like to have the honour of thanking you for the kindness which you have shown me. Believe me, monsieur," added Julien very seriously, "that I appreciate all I owe you. If your horse has not been hurt by the reason of my clumsiness of yesterday, and if it is free, I should like to ride it this afternoon." "Well, upon my word, my dear Sorel, you do so at your own risk and peril. Kindly assume that I have put forth all the objections required by prudence. As a matter of fact, it is 4 o'clock. We have no time to lose." As soon as Julien was on horseback, he said to the young count, "What must one do not to fall off?" "Lots of things," answered Norbert, bursting into laughter. "Keep your body back, for instance." Julien put his horse to the trot. They were at the Place Louis XIV. "Oh, you foolhardy youngster," said Norbert. "There are too many carriages here, and they are driven by careless drivers into the bargain. Once you are on the ground, their tilburys will run over your body. They will not risk spoiling their horses' mouths by pulling up short." Norbert saw Julien 20 times on the point of tumbling, but in the end the excursion finished without misadventure. As they came back, the young count said to his sister, "Allow me to introduce a dashing daredevil." When he talked to his father over the dinner from one end of the table to the other, he did justice to Julien's courage. It was the only thing one could possibly praise about his style of riding. The young count had heard in the morning the men who groomed the horses in the courtyard making Julien's fall an opportunity for the most outrageous jokes at his expense. In spite of so much kindness, Julien soon felt himself completely isolated in this family. All their customs seemed strange to him, and he was cognizant of none of them. His blunders were the delight of the valets. The Abbé Pirard had left for his living. If Julien is a weak reed, let him perish. If he is a man of spirit, let him get out of his difficulties all alone, he thought. End of chapter 33.
Section 4 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal, translated by Horace B. Samuel. The Hôtel de la Mole. If everything in the aristocratic salon of the Hôtel de la Mole seemed strange to Julien, that pale young man in his black suit seemed in his turn very strange to those persons who deigned to notice him. Madame de la Mole suggested to her husband that he should send him off on some business on those days when they had certain persons to dinner. "I wish to carry the experiment to its logical conclusion," answered the Marquis. "The Abbé Pirard contends that we are wrong in crushing the self-respect of the people whom we allow around us. One can only lean on what resists. The only thing against this man is his unknown face, apart from that he is a deaf-mute." "If I am to know my way about," said Julien to himself, "I must write down the names of the persons whom I see come to the salon, together with a few words on their character." He put at the head of the list 5 or 6 friends of the house who took every opportunity of paying court to him, believing that he was protected by a whim of the Marquis. They were poor, dull devils, but it must be said in praise of this class of men, such as they are found today in the salon of the aristocracy, that everyone did not find them equally tame. One of them was now allowing himself to be bullied by the Marquis, who was venting his irritation at a harsh remark which had been addressed to him by the Marquise. The masters of the house were too proud or too prone to boredom. They were too much used to finding their only distraction in the addressing of insults to enable them to expect true friends. But, except on rainy days, and in rare moments of savage boredom, they always showed themselves perfectly polite. If the 5 or 6 toadies who manifested so paternal an affection towards Julien had deserted the Hôtel de la Mole, the Marquise would have been exposed to long spells of solitude, and in the eyes of women of that class, solitude is awful. It is the symbol of disgrâce. The Marquis was charming to his wife. He saw that her salon was sufficiently furnished, though not with peers, for he did not think his new colleagues were sufficiently noble to come to his house as friends, or sufficiently amusing to be admitted as inferiors. It was only later that Julien fathomed these secrets. The governing policy of a household, though it forms the staple of conversation in bourgeois families, is only alluded to in families of the class of that of the Marquis in moments of distress. So paramount, even in this bored century, is the necessity of amusing oneself, that even on the days of dinner parties the Marquis had scarcely left the salon before all the guests ran away. Provided that one did not make any jests about either God or the priests or the king or the persons in office or the artists who enjoyed the favor of the court or of anything that was established, provided that one did not praise either Béranger or the opposition papers or Voltaire or Rousseau or anything which involved any element of free speech, provided that above all that one never talked politics, one could discuss everything with freedom. There is no income of 100,000 crowns a year, and no blue ribbon which could sustain a contest against such a code of salon etiquette. The slightest live idea appeared a crudity. In spite of the prevailing good form, perfect politeness, and desire to please, ennui was visible in every face. The young people who came to pay their calls were frightened of speaking of anything which might make them suspected of thinking or of betraying that they had read something prohibited, and relapsed into silence after a few elegant phrases about Rossini and the weather. Julien noticed that the conversation was usually kept alive by 2 vice-counts, and that 5 barons whom Monsieur de la Mole had known at the time of their emigration. These gentlemen enjoyed an income of from 600,000 to 800,000 francs. 4 swore by the Quotidienne, and 3 by the Gazette de France. One of them had every day some anecdote to tell about the chateau, in which he made lavish use of the word admirable. Julien noticed that he had 5 crosses. The others, as a rule, only had 3. By way of compensation, 6 footmen in livery were to be seen in the anteroom, and during the whole evening ices or tea were served every quarter of an hour, while about midnight there was a kind of supper with champagne. This was the reason that sometimes induced Julien to stay till the end. Apart from this, he could scarcely understand why anyone could bring himself to take seriously the ordinary conversation in this magnificently gilded salon. Sometimes he would look at the talkers to see if they themselves were not making fun of what they were saying. "My Monsieur de Maistre, whom I know by heart," he thought, "has put it 100 times better, and all the same he is pretty boring." Julien was not the only one to appreciate this stifling moral atmosphere. Some consoled themselves by taking a great quantity of ices, others by the pleasure of saying all the rest of the evening, "I have just come from the Hôtel de la Mole, where I learnt that Russia," etc. Julien learnt from one of the toadies that scarcely 6 months ago Madame de la Mole had rewarded more than 20 years of assiduous attention by promoting the poor Baron le Bourguignon, who had been a sub-prefect since the Restoration, to the rank of a prefect. This great event had whetted the zeal of all these gentlemen. Previously there were few things to which they would have objected. Now they objected to nothing. There was rarely any overt lack of conversation, but Julien had already caught at meals 2 or 3 little short dialogues between the Marquis and his wife, which were cruel to those who were seated near them. These noble personages did not conceal their sincere contempt for everyone who was not sprung from people who were entitled to ride in the carriages of the king. Julien noticed that the word crusade was the only word which gave their face an expression of deep seriousness akin to respect. Their ordinary respect had always a touch of condescension. In the middle of this magnificence and this boredom, Julien was interested in nothing except Monsieur de la Mole. He was delighted to hear him protest one day that he had had nothing to do with the promotion of that poor Le Bourguignon. It was an attention to the Marquise. Julien knew the truth from the Abbé Pirard. The Abbé was working in the Marquise's library with Julien one morning at the eternal de Frilair lawsuit. "Monsieur," said Julien suddenly, "is dining every day with Madame la Marquise one of my duties, or a special favour that they show to me?" "It's a special honour," replied the scandalized Abbé. "Monsieur the Académicien who has been cultivating the family for 15 years, has never been able to obtain so much for his Monsieur Tombeau. I find it, sir, the most painful part of my employment. I was less bored at the seminary. Sometimes I see even Mademoiselle de la Mole yawn, and yet she ought to be accustomed to the social charms of the friends of the house. I'm frightened of falling asleep. As a favor, obtain permission for me to go and get a 40-sou dinner in some obscure inn. The abbé, who was a true snob, was very appreciative of the honor of dining with a great lord. While he was endeavoring to get Julien to understand this point of view, a slight noise made them turn round. Julien saw Mademoiselle de la Mole listening. He reddened. She had come to fetch a book, and had heard everything. She began to entertain some respect for Julien. He has not been born servile, she thought, like that old abbé. Heavens, how ugly he is. At dinner, Julien did not venture to look at Mademoiselle de la Mole, but she was kind enough to speak to him. They were expecting a lot of visitors that day, and she asked him to stay. The young girls of Paris are not at all fond of persons of a certain age, especially when they are slovenly. Julien did not need much penetration to realize that the colleagues of Monsieur le Bourguignon, who remained in the salon, had the privilege of being the ordinary butt of Mademoiselle de la Mole's jokes. On this particular day, whether or not by reason of some affectation on her part, she proved cruel to bores. Mademoiselle de la Mole was the centre of a little knot which used to form nearly every evening behind the Marquise's immense armchair. There were to be found there the Marquis de Croisenois, the Comte de Caylus, the Vicomte de Lux, and 2 or 3 other young officers, the friends of Norbert or his sister. These gentlemen used to sit down on a large blue sofa. At the end of the sofa, opposite the part where the brilliant Mathilde was sitting, Julien sat in silence on a little, rather low straw chair. This modest position was envied by all the toadies. Norbert kept his father's young secretary in countenance by speaking to him, or mentioning him by name once or twice in the evening. On this particular occasion, Mademoiselle de la Mole asked him what was the height of the mountain on which the citadel of Besançon is planted. Julien had never any idea this mountain was higher or lower than Montmartre. He often laughed heartily at what was said in this little knot, but he felt himself incapable of inventing anything analogous. It was like a strange language which he understood but could not speak. On this particular day, Mathilde's friends manifested continuous hostility to the visitors who came into the vast salon. The friends of the house were the favored victims at first, inasmuch as they were better known. You can form your opinion as to whether Julien paid attention. Everything interested him, both the substance of things and the manner of making fun of them. "And there is Monsieur Descoulis," said Mathilde. "He doesn't wear a wig any more. Does he want to get a prefectship through sheer force of genius? He is displaying that bald forehead which, he says, is filled with lofty thoughts." "He is a man who knows the whole world," said the Marquis de Croisenois. "He also goes to my uncle, the cardinal's. He's capable of cultivating a falsehood with each of his friends for years on end, and he has 200 or 300 friends. He knows how to nurse friendship. That is his talent. He will go out, just as you see him, in the worst winter weather, and be at the door of one of his friends by 7 o'clock in the morning. He quarrels from time to time, and he writes 7 or 8 letters for each quarrel. Then he has a reconciliation, and he writes 7 or 8 letters to express his bursts of friendship. But he shines most brilliantly in the frank and sincere expansiveness of the honest man who keeps nothing up his sleeve. This maneuver is brought into play when he has some favor to ask. One of my uncle's grand vicars is very good at telling the life of Monsieur d'Escoulis since the Restoration. I will bring him to you. Bah! I don't believe all that. It's professional jealousy among the lower classes, said the Comte de Caylus. Monsieur d'Escoulis will live in history, replied the Marquis. He brought about the Restoration, together with the Abbé de Prat and the Messieurs de Talleyrand and Pozzo di Borgo. That man has handled millions, said Norbert, and I can't conceive why he should come here to swallow my father's epigrams, which are frequently atrocious. How many times have you betrayed your friends, my dear d'Escoulis? He shouted at him one day from one end of the table to the other. But is it true that he has played the traitor? Asked Mademoiselle de la Mole. Who has not played the traitor? Why, said the Comte de Caylus de Norbert, do you have that celebrated liberal Monsieur Saint-Clair in your house? What the devil's he come here for? I must go up to him and speak to him and make him speak. He is said to be so clever. But how will your mother receive him? Said Monsieur de Croisenois. He has such extravagant, generous, and independent ideas. Look, said Mademoiselle de la Mole, look at the independent man who bows down to the ground to Monsieur d'Escoulis while he grabs hold of his hand. I almost thought he was going to put it to his lips. D'Escoulis must stand better with the powers that be than we thought, answered Monsieur de Croisenois. Saint-Clair comes here in order to get into the academy, said Norbert. See how he bows to the Baron L. Croisenois. It would be less base to kneel down, replied Monsieur de Luz. My dear Sorel, said Norbert, you are extremely smart, but you come from the mountains. Mind you never bow like that great poet is doing, even to God the Father. And there's a really witty man, Monsieur the Baron Baton, said Mademoiselle de la Mole, imitating a little the voice of the flunkey who had just announced him. I think that even your servants make fun of him. What a name, Baron Baton, said Monsieur de Caylus. What's in a name? He said to us the other day, went on Mathilde. Imagine the Duc de Bouillon announced for the first time. So far as I am concerned, the public only need to get used to me. Julien left the vicinity of the sofa. Still insufficiently appreciative of the charming subtleties of a delicate raillery to the laugh at a joke, he considered that a jest ought to have some logical foundation. He saw nothing in these young people's conversation except a vein of universal scandal-mongering, and was shocked by it. His provincial or English prudery went so far as to detect envy in it, though in this he was certainly mistaken. Comte de Norbert, he said to himself, who has had to make 3 drafts for a 20-line letter to his colonel, would be only too glad to have written once in his whole life 1 page as good as Monsieur Saint-Clair. Julien approached successively the several groups and attracted no attention by reason of his lack of importance. He followed the Baron Baton from a distance and tried to hear him. This witty man appeared nervous, and Julien did not see him recover his equanimity before he had hit upon 3 or 4 stinging phrases. Julien thought that this kind of wit had great need of space. The Baron could not make epigrams. He needed at least 4 sentences of 6 lines each in order to be brilliant. "That man argues, he does not talk," said someone behind Julien. He turned round and reddened with pleasure when he heard the name of the Comte de Chalvet. He was the subtlest man of the century. Julien had often found his name in the Memorial of Sainte Helena, and in the portions of history dictated by Napoleon. The diction of Comte de Chalvet was laconic. His phrases were flashes of lightning, just, vivid, deep. If he talked about any matter, the conversation immediately made a step forward. He imported facts into it. It was a pleasure to hear him. In politics, however, he was a brazen cynic. "I am independent, I am," he was saying to a gentleman with 3 stars, of whom apparently he was making fun. "Why insist on my having today the same opinions I had 6 weeks ago? In that case my opinion would be my master." 4 grave young men who were standing round scowled. These gentlemen did not like flippancy. The Comte saw that he had gone too far. Luckily, he perceived the honest Monsieur Balon, a veritable hypocrite of honesty. The Count began to talk to him. People closed up, for they realized that poor Balon was going to be the next victim. Monsieur Balon, although he was horribly ugly, and his first steps in the world were almost unmentionable, had by dint of his morals and his morality married a very rich wife who had died. He subsequently married a second very rich one who was never seen in society. He enjoyed, in all humility, an income of 60,000 francs, and had his own flatterers. Comte de Chalvet talked to him pitilessly about all of this. There was soon a circle of 30 persons round them. Everybody was smiling, including the solemn young men who were the hope of the century. "Why does he come to Monsieur de la Mole, where he is obviously only a laughing-stock?" thought Julien. He approached the Abbé Pirard to ask him. Monsieur Balon made his escape. "Good," said Norbert. "There is one of the spies of my father gone. There is only the little limping Napier left." "Can that be the key of the riddle?" thought Julien. "But if so, why does the Marquis receive Monsieur Balon?" The stern Abbé Pirard was scowling in a corner of the salon, listening to the lackeys announcing the names. "This is nothing more than a den," he was saying, like another Basil. "I see none but shady people come in." As a matter of fact, the severe abbé did not know what constitutes high society, but his friends the Jansenites had given him some very precise notions about those men who only get into society by reason of their extreme subtlety in the service of all parties, or of their monstrous wealth. For some minutes that evening he answered Julien's eager questions fully and freely, and then suddenly stopped short, grieved at having always to say ill of everyone, and thinking he was guilty of a sin. Bilious Jansenist as he was, and believing, as he did, in the duty of Christian charity, his life was a perpetual conflict. "How strange that Abbé Pirard looks," said Mademoiselle de la Mole, as Julien came near the sofa. Julien felt irritated, but she was right all the same. Monsieur Pieux was unquestionably the most honest man in the salon, but his pimply face, which was suffering from the stings of conscience, made him look hideous at this particular moment. Trust physiognomy after this, thought Julien. It is only when the delicate conscience of the Abbé Pirard is reproaching him for some trifling lapse that he looks so awful, while the expression of that notorious spy Napier shows a pure and tranquil happiness. The Abbé Pirard, however, had made great concessions to his party. He had taken a servant, and was very well dressed. Julien noticed something strange in the salon. It was that all eyes were being turned towards the door, and there was a semi-silence. The flunkey was announcing the famous Baron Tolly, who had just become publicly conspicuous by reason of the elections. Julien came forward and had a very good view of him. The Baron had been the president of an electoral college. He had the brilliant idea of spiriting away the little squares of paper which contained the votes of one of the parties, but to make up for it he replaced them by an equal number of other little pieces of paper containing a name agreeable to himself. This drastic maneuver had been noticed by some of the voters, who had made an immediate point of congratulating the Baron de Tolly. The good fellow was still pale from this great business. Malicious persons had pronounced the word galleys. Monsieur La Mole received him coldly. The poor Baron made his escape. "If he leaves us so quickly, it's to go to Monsieur Comte," said Comte de Chalvet, and everyone laughed. Little Tombeau was trying to win his spurs by talking to some silent nobleman and some intriguers, who, though shady, were all men of wit, and were on this particular night in great force in Monsieur La Mole's salon, for he was mentioned for a place in the ministry. If he had not yet any subtlety of perception, he made up for it as one who will see by the energy of his words. "Why not sentence that man to 10 years' imprisonment?" he was saying at the moment when Julien approached his knot. "Those reptiles should be confined to the bottom of a dungeon. They are to languish to death in jail. Otherwise their venom will grow and become more dangerous. What is the good of sentencing him to a fine of 1,000 crowns? He is poor, so be it, all the better, but his party will pay for him." What the case required was a 500 francs fine and 10 years in a dungeon. Well, to be sure, who is the monster they are speaking about, thought Julien, who was viewing with amazement the vehement tone and hysterical gestures of his colleague. At this moment the thin, drawn little face of the academician's nephew was hideous. Julien soon learnt that they were talking of the greatest poet of the century. "You monster!" Julien exclaimed half aloud, while tears of generosity moistened his eyes. "You little rascal," he thought, "I will pay you out for this." Yet, he thought, those are the unborn hopes of the party of which the Marquis is one of the chiefs. How many crosses and how many sinecures would that celebrated man whom he is now defaming have accumulated if he had sold himself, I won't say to the mediocre ministry of Monsieur de Nerval, but to one of those reasonably honest ministries which we have seen follow each other in succession. The Abbé Pirard motioned to Julien from some distance off. Monsieur La Mole had just said something to him, but when Julien, who was listening at the moment with downcast eyes to the lamentations of the bishop, had at length got free and was able to get near his friend, he found him monopolized by the abominable little Tombeau. The little beast hated him as the cause of Julien's favor with the Marquis, and was now making up to him. When will death deliver us from that aged rottenness? It was in these words of a biblical energy that the little man of letters was now talking of the venerable Lord Holland. His merit consisted in an excellent knowledge of the biography of living men, and he had just made a rapid review of all the men who could aspire to some influence under the reign of the new King of England. The Abbé Pirard passed into an adjacent salon. Julien followed him. "I warn you, the Marquis does not like scribblers. It is his only prejudice. No Latin and Greek, if you can manage it. The history of the Egyptians, Persians, etc. He will honor and protect you as a learned man. But don't write a page of French, especially on serious matters which are above your position in society, or he will call you a scribbler and take you for a scoundrel. How is it that, living as you do in the hotel of a great lord, you don't know the Duc de Castries' epigram on D'Alembert and Rousseau? The fellow wants to reason about everything. Everything leaks out of here, thought Julien, just like the seminary. He had written 8 or 6 fairly drastic pages. It was a kind of historical eulogy of the old surgeon major, who had, he said, made a man of him. The little notebook, said Julien to himself, has always been locked. He went up to his room, burnt his manuscript, and returned to the salon. The brilliant scoundrels had left it. Only the men with the stars were left. 7 or 8 very aristocratic ladies, very devout, very affected, and of from 30 to 35 years of age, were grouped round the table that the servants had just brought in ready served. The brilliant Maréchal de Fervaques came in apologizing for the lateness of the hour. It was more than midnight. She went and sat down near the Marquise. Julien was deeply touched. She had the eyes and the expression of Madame de Rênal. Mademoiselle de la Mole's circle was still full of people. She was engaged with her friends in making fun of the unfortunate Comte de Thaler. He was the only son of that celebrated Jew who was famous for the riches that he had won by lending money to kings to make war on the peoples. The Jew had just died, leaving his son an income of 100,000 crowns a month, and a name that was only too well known. This strange position required either a simple character or force of willpower. Unfortunately, the Comte was simply a fellow who was inflated by all kinds of pretensions, which had been suggested to him by all his toadies. Monsieur de Caylus asserted that they had induced him to make up his mind to ask for the hand of Mademoiselle de la Mole, to whom the Marquis de Croisenois, who would be a duke with 100,000 francs a year, was paying his attentions. "Oh, do not accuse him of having a mind," said Norbert pitifully. Willpower was what the poor Comte de Thaler lacked most of all. So far as this side of his character went, he was worthy of being a king. He would take counsel from everybody, but he never had the courage to follow any advice to the better end. His physiognomy would be sufficient in itself, Mademoiselle de la Mole was fond of saying, to have inspired her with a holy joy. It was a singular mixture of anxiety and disappointment, but from time to time one could distinguish gusts of self-importance, and above all, that trenchant tone suited to the richest man in France, especially when he had nothing to be ashamed of in his personal appearance, and was not yet 36. He is timidly insolent, Monsieur de Croisenois would say. The Comte de Caylus, Norbert, and 2 or 3 mustachioed young people made fun of him to their heart's content, without him suspecting it, and finally packed him off as 1 o'clock struck. "Are those your famous Arab horses waiting for you at the door in this awful weather?" said Norbert to him. "No, it is a new pair, which are much cheaper," said Monsieur de Thaler. "The horse on the left cost me 5,000 francs, while the one on the right is only worth 100 louis. But I would ask you to believe me when I say that I only have him out at night. His trot, you see, is exactly like the other ones." Norbert's remark made the Comte think it was good form for a man like him to make a hobby of his horses, and that he must not let them get wet. He went away, and the other gentleman left a minute afterwards, making fun of him all the time. "So," thought Julien, as he heard them laugh on the staircase, "I have the privilege of seeing the exact opposite of my own situation. I have not got 20 louis a year, and I found myself side by side with a man who has 20 louis an hour, and they made fun of him. Seeing a sight like that cures one of envy." End of section 4. Reading by Malone. Section 5 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Of Sensibility and a Great Pious Lady. An idea which has any life in it seems like a crudity. So accustomed are they to colorless expression. Woe to him who introduces new ideas into his conversation. Faublas. This was the stage Julien had reached when, after several months of probation, the steward of the household handed him the 3rd quarter of his wages. Monsieur de la Mole had entrusted him with the administration of his estates in Brittany and Normandy. Julien made frequent journeys there. He had chief control of the correspondence relating to the famous lawsuit with the Abbé de Frilair. Monsieur Pirard had instructed him. On the data of the short notes which the Marquis would scribble on the margin of all the various paper which were addressed to him, Julien would compose answers which were nearly all signed. At the theology school his professors complained of his lack of industry, but they did not fail to regard him as one of their most distinguished pupils. This varied work, tackled as it was with all the ardor of suffering ambition, soon robbed Julien of that fresh complexion which he had brought from the provinces. His pallor constituted one of his merits in the eyes of his comrades, the young seminarists. He found them much less malicious, much less ready to bow down to a silver crown than those of Besançon. They thought he was consumptive. The Marquis had given him a horse. Julien, fearing that he might meet people during his rides on horseback, had given out that this exercise had been prescribed by the doctors. The Abbé Pirard had taken him into several Jansenist societies. Julien was astonished. The idea of religion was indissolubly connected in his mind with the ideas of hypocrisy and covetousness. He admired those austere, pious men who never gave a thought to their income. Several Jansenists became friendly with him and would give him advice. A new world opened before him. At the Jansenists he got to know a Comte Altamira, who was nearly 6 feet high, was a liberal, a believer, and had been condemned to death in his own country. He was struck by the strange contrast of devoutness and love of liberty. Julien's relations with the young Comte had become cool. Norbert had thought that he answered the jokes of his friends with too much sharpness. Julien had committed 1 or 2 breaches of social etiquette, and vowed to himself that he would never speak to Mademoiselle Mathilde. They were always perfectly polite to him in the Hôtel de la Mole, but he felt himself quite lost. His provincial common sense explained this result by the vulgar proverb, tout beau, tout nouveau. He gradually came to have a little more penetration than during his first days, or it may have been that the first glamour of Parisian urbanity had passed off. As soon as he left off working, he fell a prey to a mortal boredom. He was experiencing the withering effects of that admirable politeness so typical of good society, which is so perfectly modulated to every degree of the social hierarchy. No doubt the provinces can be reproached with a commonness and a lack of polish in their tone, but they show a certain amount of passion when they answer you. Julien's self-respect was never wounded at the Hôtel de la Mole, but he often felt at the end of the day as though he would like to cry. The cafe waiter in the provinces will take an interest in you if you happen to have some accident as you enter his cafe. But if this accident has everything about it which is disagreeable to your vanity, he will repeat 10 times in succession the very word which tortures you, as he tells you how sorry he is. At Paris they make a point of laughing in secret, but you always remain a stranger. We passed in silence over a number of little episodes which would have made Julien ridiculous if he had not been to some extent above ridicule. A foolish sensibility resulted in his committing innumerable acts of bad taste. All his pleasures were precautions. He practiced pistol shooting every day. He was one of the promising pupils of the most famous maître d'armes. As soon as he had an instant to himself, instead of employing it in reading, as he did before, he would rush off to the riding school and ask for the most vicious horses. When he went out with the master of the riding school, he was almost invariably thrown. The Marquis found him convenient by reason of his persistent industry, his silence, and his intelligence, and gradually took him into his confidence with regard to all his affairs, which were in any way difficult to unravel. The Marquis was a sagacious businessman on all those occasions when his lofty ambition gave him some respite. Having special information within his reach, he would speculate successfully on the exchange. He would buy mansions and forests, but he would easily lose his temper. He would give away hundreds of louis and would go to law for a few hundred francs. Rich men with a lofty spirit have recourse to business, not so much for results as for distraction. The Marquis needed a chief of staff who would put all his money affairs into clear and lucid order. Madame de la Mole, although of so even a character, sometimes made fun of Julien. Great ladies have a horror of those unexpected incidents which are produced by a sensitive character. They constitute the opposite pole of etiquette. On 2 or 3 occasions the Marquis took his part. If he is ridiculous in your salon, he triumphs in his office. Julien, on his side, thought he had caught the Marquise's secret. She deigned to manifest an interest in everything the minute the Baron de la Jumate was announced. He was a cold individual, with an expressionless physiognomy. He was tall, thin, ugly, very well dressed, passed his life in his chateau, and, generally speaking, said nothing about anything. Such was his outlook on life. Madame de la Mole would have been happy for the first time in her life if she could have made him her daughter's husband. End of section 5. Reading by Malone. Section 6 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Pronunciation. If fatuity is pardonable, it is in one's first youth, for it is then the exaggeration of an amiable thing. It needs an air of love, gaiety, nonchalance. But fatuity coupled with self-importance, fatuity with a solemn and a self-sufficient manner, this extravagance of stupidity was reserved for the 19th century. Such are the persons who want to unchain the hydra of revolutions. The Johannesburg pamphlet. Considering that he was a new arrival who was too disdainful to put any questions, Julien did not fall into unduly great mistakes. One day, when he was forced into a café in the Rue Saint-Honoré by a sudden shower, a big man in a beaver coat, surprised by his gloomy look, looked at him in return just as Mademoiselle Amanda's lover had done before at Besançon. Julien had reproached himself too often for having endured the other insult to put up with this stare. He asked for an explanation. The man in the tailcoat immediately addressed him in the lowest and most insulting language. All the people in the café surrounded them. The passers-by stopped before the door. Julien always carried some little pistols as a matter of precaution. His hand was grasping them nervously in his pocket. Nevertheless, he behaved wisely and confined himself to repeating to his man, "Monsieur, your address. I despise you." The persistency in which he kept repeating these 6 words eventually impressed the crowd. "By Jove, the other who's talking all to himself ought to give him his address," they exclaimed. The man in the tailcoat, hearing this repeated several times, flung 5 or 6 cards in Julien's face. Fortunately, none of them hit him in the face. He had mentally resolved not to use his pistols except in the event of his being hit. The man went away, though not without turning round from time to shake his fist and hurl insults at him. Julien was bathed in sweat. "So," he said angrily to himself, "the meanest of mankind has it in his power to affect me as much as this. How am I to kill so humiliating a sensitiveness?" Where was he to find a second? He did not have a single friend. He had several acquaintances, but they all regularly left him after 6 weeks of social intercourse. "I am an unsociable," he thought, "and I am now cruelly punished for it." Finally, it occurred to him to rout out an old lieutenant of the 96th, named Lieven, a poor devil with whom he often used to fence. Julien was frank with him. "I'm quite willing to be your second," said Lieven, "but on one occasion. If you fail to wound your man, you will fight with me straight away." "Agreed," said Julien, quite delighted, and they went to find Monsieur de Beauvoisis at the address indicated on his card at the end of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. It was only when he was being ushered in that Julien thought it might quite well be the young relation of Madame de Rênal, who had once been employed at Rome or the Naples embassy, and who had given the singer Geronimo a letter of introduction. Julien gave one of the cards which had been flung at him the previous evening with one of his own to a tall valet. He and his second were kept waiting for a good 3/4 of an hour. Eventually they were ushered into an elegantly furnished apartment. They found there a tall young man who was dressed like a doll. His features presented the perfection and the lack of expression of Greek beauty. His head, which was remarkably straight, had the finest blonde hair. It was dressed with great care, and not a single hair was out of place. It was to have his hair done like this. That is why this damned fop has kept us waiting, thought the lieutenant of the 96th. The variegated dressing-gown, the morning trousers, everything down to the embroidered slippers was correct. He was marvellously well-groomed. His blank and aristocratic physiognomy betokened rare and orthodox ideas, the ideal of a Metternichian diplomatist. Napoleon as well did not like to have in his entourage officers who thought. Julien, to whom his lieutenant of the 96th had explained that keeping him waiting was an additional insult, after having thrown his card so rudely in his face, entered brusquely Monsieur de Beauvoisis's room. He intended to be insolent, but at the same time to exhibit good form. Julien was so astonished by the niceness of Monsieur de Beauvoisis's manners, and by the combination of formality, self-importance, and self-satisfaction in his demeanour, by the admirable elegance of everything that surrounded him, that he abandoned immediately all idea of being insolent. It was not his man of the day before. His astonishment was so great at meeting so distinguished a person instead of the rude creature whom he was looking for, that he could not find a single word to say. He presented one of the cards which had been thrown at him. "That's my name," said the young diplomat, not at all impressed by Julien's black suit at 7 o'clock in the morning, "but I do not understand the honor." His manner of pronouncing these last words revived a little of Julien's bad temper. "I've come to fight you, monsieur," and he explained in a few words the whole matter. Monsieur Charles de Beauvoisis, after mature reflection, was fairly satisfied with the cut of Julien's black suit. "It comes from Staub, that's clear," he said to himself, as he heard him speak. "That waistcoat is in good taste. Those boots are all right, but on the other hand, just think of wearing a black suit in the early morning. It must be to have a better chance of not being hit," said the Chevalier de Beauvoisis to himself. After he had given himself this explanation, he became again perfectly polite to Julien, and almost treated him as an equal. The conversation was fairly lengthy, for the matter was a delicate one, but eventually Julien could not refuse to acknowledge the actual facts. The perfectly mannered young man before him did not bear any resemblance to the vulgar fellow who had insulted him the previous day. Julien felt an invincible repugnance towards him. He noted the self-sufficiency of the Chevalier de Beauvoisis, for that was the name by which he had referred to himself, shocked as he was when Julien called him simply Monsieur. He admired his gravity, which, though tinged with a certain modest fatuity, he never abandoned for a single moment. He was astonished at his singular manner of moving his tongue as he pronounced his words, but after all, this did not present the slightest excuse for picking a quarrel. The young diplomatist very graciously offered to fight, but the ex-lieutenant of the 96th, who had been sitting down for an hour, with his legs wide apart, his hands on his thigh, and his elbows stuck out, decided that his friend, Monsieur de Sorel, was not the kind to go and pick a quarrel with a man because someone else had stolen that man's visiting cards. Julien went out in a very bad temper. The Chevalier de Beauvoisis's carriage was waiting for him in the courtyard before the steps. By chance, Julien raised his eyes and recognized in the coachman his man of the day before. Seeing him, catching hold of him by his big jacket, tumbling him down from his seat, and horsewhipping him thoroughly, took scarcely a moment. Two lackeys tried to defend their comrade. Julien received some blows from their fists. At the same moment he cocked one of his little pistols and fired on them. They took to flight. All this took about a minute. The Chevalier de Beauvoisis descended the staircase with the same pleasing gravity, repeating with his lordly pronunciation, "What is this? What is this?" He was manifestly very curious, but his diplomatic importance would not allow him to evince any greater interest. When he knew what it was all about, a certain haughtiness tried to assert itself in that expression of slightly playful nonchalance which should never leave a diplomatist's face. The lieutenant of the 96th began to realize that Monsieur de Beauvoisis was anxious to fight. He was also diplomatic enough to wish to reserve for his friend the advantage of taking the initiative. "This time," he exclaimed, "there is ground for a duel." "I think there's enough," answered the diplomat. "Turn that rascal out," he said to his lackey. "Let someone else get up." The door of the carriage was open. The Chevalier insisted on doing the honors to Julien and his friend. They sent for a friend of Monsieur de Beauvoisis, who chose them a quiet place. The conversation on their way went, as a matter of fact, very well indeed. The only extraordinary feature was the diplomatist in a dressing-gown. "These gentlemen, although very noble, are by no means as boring," thought Julien, "as the people who come and dine at Monsieur de la Mole's, and I can see why," he added in a moment afterwards. "They allow themselves to be indecent." They talked about the dancers that the public had distinguished with its favors at the ballet presented the night before. The two gentlemen alluded to some spicy anecdotes of which Julien and his second, the lieutenant of the 96th, were absolutely ignorant. Julien was not stupid enough to pretend to know them. He confessed his ignorance with a good grace. This frankness pleased the Chevalier's friend. He told him these stories with the greatest detail and extremely well. One thing astonished Julien inordinately. The carriage was pulled up for a moment by an altar which was being built in the middle of the street for the procession of Corpus Christi Day. The two gentlemen indulged in the luxury of several jests. According to them, the curé was the son of an archbishop. Such a joke would never have been heard in the house of Monsieur de la Mole, who was trying to be made a duke. The duel was over in a minute. Julien got a ball in his arm. They bandaged it with a handkerchief, which they wetted with brandy, and the Chevalier de Beauvoisis requested Julien, with great politeness, to allow him to take him home in the same carriage that had brought him. When Julien gave the name of Monsieur de la Mole's hotel, the young diplomat and his friend exchanged looks. Julien's fiacre was here, but they found these gentlemen's conversation more entertaining than that of the good lieutenant of the 96th. By Jove, so a duel is only that, thought Julien. What luck I found that coachman again. How unhappy I should have been if I had had to put up with that insult as well. This amusing conversation had scarcely been interrupted. Julien realized that the affectation of diplomatists is good for something. So ennui, he said to himself, is not a necessary incident of conversation among well-born people. These gentlemen make fun of the Corpus Christi procession, and dare to tell extremely obscene anecdotes, and, what is more, with picturesque details. The only thing they really lack is the ability to discuss politics logically, and that lack is more than compensated by their graceful tone, and the perfect aptness of their expressions. Julien experienced a lively inclination for them. How happy I should be to see them often! They had scarcely taken leave of each other before the Chevalier de Beauvoisis had enquiries made. They were not brilliant. He was very curious to know his man. Could he decently pay a call on him? The little information he had succeeded in obtaining from him was not of an encouraging character. "Oh, this is awful," he said to his second. "I can't possibly own up to having fought a duel with a mere secretary of Monsieur de la Mole, simply because my coachman stole my visiting cards." "There is no doubt that all this may make you look ridiculous." That very evening the Chevalier de Beauvoisis and his friend said everywhere that this Monsieur Sorel, who was, moreover, quite a charming young man, was a natural son of an intimate friend of the Marquis de la Mole. This statement was readily accepted. Once it was established, the young diplomatist and his friend deigned to call several times on Julien during the fortnight. Julien owned to them that he had only been to the opera once in his life. "That is awful," said one. "That is the only place one does go to. Your first visit must be when they are playing the Conte Horry." The Chevalier de Beauvoisis introduced him at the opera to the famous singer Geronimo, who was then enjoying an immense success. Julien almost paid court to the Chevalier. His mixture of self-respect, mysterious self-importance, and the fatuous youthfulness fascinated him. The Chevalier, for example, would stammer a little, simply because he had the honor of seeing frequently a very noble lord who had this defect. Julien had never before found combined in one and the same person the drollery which amuses, and those perfect manners which should be the object of a poor provincial's imitation. He was seen at the opera with the Chevalier de Beauvoisis. This association got him talked about. "Well," said Monsieur de la Mole to him one day, "so here you are, the natural son of a rich gentleman of Franche-Comté, an intimate friend of mine." The Marquis cut Julien short as he started to protest that he had not in any way contributed to obtaining any credence for this rumor. Monsieur de Beauvoisis did not fancy having fought a duel with the son of a carpenter. I know it," said Monsieur de la Mole. "It is my business now to give some consistency to this story, which rather suits me. But I have one favor to ask of you, which will only cost you a bare half-hour of your time. Go and watch every opera day at 11:30 all the people in society coming out in the vestibule. I still see you have certain provincial mannerisms. You must rid yourself of them. Besides, it would do you no harm to know, at any rate by sight, some of the great personages to whom I may one day send you on a commission. Call in at the box office to get identified. Admission has been secured for you." End of section 6. Reading by Malone. Section 7 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. An attack of gout. And I got advancement, not on my merit, but because my master had the gout. Bertolotti. The reader is perhaps surprised by this free and almost friendly tone. We had forgotten to say that the Marquis had been confined to his house for 6 weeks by the gout. Mademoiselle de la Mole and her mother were at Hyères, near the Marquise's mother. The Comte de Norbert only saw his father at stray moments. They got on very well, but had nothing to say to each other. Monsieur de la Mole, reduced to Julien's society, was astonished to find he possessed ideas. He made him read the papers to him. Soon the young secretary was competent to pick out the interesting passages. There was a new paper which the Marquis abhorred. He had sworn never to read it, and spoke about it every day. Julien laughed. In his irritation against the present time, the Marquis made him read Livy aloud. The improvised translation of the Latin text amused him. The Marquis said one day, in that tone of excessive politeness which frequently tried Julien's patience, "Allow me to present you with a blue suit, my dear Sorel. When you find it convenient to wear it and to come and see me, I shall look upon you as the younger brother of the Comte de Chaulnes, that is to say, the son of my friend the old Duke." Julien did not quite gather what it was all about, but he tried a visit in the blue suit that very evening. The Marquis treated him like an equal. Julien had a spirit capable of appreciating true politeness, but he had no idea of nuances. Before this freak of the Marquise's, he would have sworn that it was impossible for him to have been treated with more consideration. "What an admirable talent!" said Julien to himself. When he got up to go, the Marquise apologized for not being able to accompany him by reason of his gout. Julien was preoccupied with this strange idea. "Perhaps he's making fun of me," he thought. He went to ask advice of the Abbé Pirard, who was being less polite than the Marquis, made no other answer except to whistle, and changed the subject. Julien presented himself to the Marquis the next morning in his black suit, with his letter-case and his letters for signature. He was received in the old way, but when he wore the blue suit that evening, the Marquise's tone was quite different, and absolutely as polite as on the previous day. "As you are not exactly bored," said the Marquis to him, by these visits which you are kind enough to pay to a poor old man. You must tell him about all the little incidents of your life, but you must be frank, and think of nothing except narrating them clearly and in an amusing way. For one must amuse oneself, continued the Marquis. That's the only reality in life. I can't have my life saved in a battle every day, or get a present of 1,000,000 francs every day. But if I had Rivarol here by my sofa, he would rid me every day of an hour of suffering and boredom. I saw a lot of him at Hamburg during the emigration. And the Marquis told Julien the stories of Rivarol and the inhabitants of Hamburg, who needed the combined efforts of 4 individuals to understand an epigram. Monsieur de la Mole, being reduced to the society of this little abbé, tried to teach him. He put Julien's pride on its mettle. As he was asked to speak the truth, Julien resolved to tell everything, but to suppress 2 things, his fanatical admiration for the name which irritated the Marquis, and that complete skepticism which was not particularly appropriate to a prospective curé. His little affair with the Chevalier de Beauvoisis came in very handy. The Marquis laughed till the tears came into his eyes at the scene in the café in the Rue Saint-Honoré with the coachman who had loaded him with sordid insults. The occasion was marked by a complete frankness between the Marquis and the protégé. Monsieur de la Mole became interested in this singular character. At the beginning he had encouraged Julien's droll blunders in order to enjoy laughing at them. Soon he found it more interesting to correct very gently this young man's false outlook on life. All other provincials who come to Paris admire everything, thought the Marquis. This one hates everything. They have too much of affectation. He has not affectation enough, and fools take him for a fool. The attack of gout was protracted by the great winter cold and lasted some months. One gets quite attached to a fine spaniel, thought the Marquis. Why should I be so ashamed of being attached to this little abbé? He is original. If I treat him as a son, well, where's the bother? The whim, if it lasts, will cost me a diamond and 500 louis in my will. Once the Marquis had realized his protégé's strength of character, he entrusted him with some new business every day. Julien noticed with alarm that this great lord would often give him inconsistent orders with regard to the same matter. That might compromise him seriously. Julien now made a point, whenever he worked with him, of bringing a register with him in which he wrote his instructions, which the Marquis initialed. Julien had now a clerk who would transcribe the instructions relating to each matter in a separate book. This book also contained a copy of all the letters. This idea seemed at first absolutely boring and ridiculous, but in 2 months the Marquis appreciated its advantages. Julien suggested to him that he should take a clerk out of a banker's, who was to keep proper bookkeeping accounts of all the receipts and of all the expenses of the estates which Julien had been charged to administer. These measures so enlightened the Marquis as to his own affairs that he could indulge the pleasure of undertaking 2 or 3 speculations without the help of his nominee, who always robbed him. "Take 3,000 francs for yourself," he said one day to his young steward. "Monsieur, I should lay myself open to calumny." "What do you want, then?" retorted the Marquis irritably. "Perhaps you will be kind enough to make out a statement of account and enter it in your own hand in the book. That order will give me a sum of 3,000 francs. Besides, it's Monsieur the Abbé Pirard who had the idea of all this exactness in accounts." The Marquis wrote out his instructions in the register with the bored air of the Marquis de Montsade listening to the accounts of his steward, Monsieur Poisson. Business was never talked when Julien appeared in the evening in his blue suit. The kindness of the Marquis was so flattering to the self-respect of our hero, which was always morbidly sensitive, that in spite of himself he soon came to feel a kind of attachment for this nice old man. It is not that Julien was a man of sensibility, as the phrase is understood at Paris, but he was not a monster, and no one since the death of the old major had talked to him with so much kindness. He observed that the Marquis showed a politeness and consideration for his own personal feelings which he had never found in the old surgeon. He now realized that the surgeon was much prouder of his cross than was the Marquis of his blue ribbon. The Marquise's father had been a great lord. One day, at the end of a morning audience for the transaction of business, when the black suit was worn, Julien happened to amuse the Marquis, who kept him for a couple of hours, and insisted on giving him some bank-notes which his nominee had just brought from the house. "I hope, Monsieur le Marquis, that I am not deviating from the profound respect which I owe you, if I beg you to allow me to say a word." "Speak, my friend." "Monsieur le Marquis will deign to allow me to refuse this gift. It is not meant for the man in the black suit, and it would completely spoil those manners which you have kindly put up with in the man in the blue suit." He saluted with much respect, and went out without looking at his employer. This incident amused the Marquis. He told it in the evening to the Abbé Pirard. "I must confess one thing to you, my dear Abbé. I know Julien's birth, and I authorize you not to regard this confidence as a secret." "His conduct this morning is noble," thought the Marquis, "so I will ennoble him myself." Some time afterwards the Marquis was able to go out. "Go and pass a couple of months at London," he said to Julien. "Ordinary and special couriers will bring you the letters I have received, together with my notes. You will write out the answers and send them back to me, putting each letter inside the answer. I have ascertained that the delay will be no more than 5 days." As he took the post down the Calais route, Julien was astonished at the triviality of the alleged business on which he had been sent. We will say nothing about the feeling of hate and almost horror with which he touched English soil. His mad passion for Bonaparte is already known. He saw in every officer a Sir Hudson Lowe, in every great noble a Lord Bathurst, ordering the infamies of St. Helena and being recompensed by 6 years of office. At London he really got to know the meaning of sublime fatuity. He had struck up a friendship with some young Russian nobles who initiated him. "Your future is assured, my dear Sorel," they said to him. "You naturally have that cold demeanor, 1,000 leagues away from the sensation one has at the moment, that we have been making such efforts to acquire." "You have not understood your century," said the Prince Korasoff to him. "Always do the opposite of what is expected of you. On my honor, there you have the sole religion of the period. Don't be foolish or affected, for then follies and affectations will be expected of you, and the maxim will no longer prove true." Julien covered himself with glory one day in the salon of the Duke of Fitzfulk, who had invited him to dinner together with the Prince Korasoff. They waited for an hour. The way in which Julien conducted himself in the middle of 20 people who were waiting is still quoted as a precedent among the young secretaries of the London embassy. His demeanor was unimpeachable. In spite of his friends, the dandies, he made a point of seeing the celebrated Philip Vane, the one philosopher that England has had since Locke. He found him finishing his 7th year in prison. The aristocracy doesn't joke in this country, thought Julien. Moreover, Vane is disgraced, calumniated, etc. Julien found him in cheery spirits. The rage of the aristocracy prevented him from being bored. "There's the only merry man I've seen in England," thought Julien to himself as he left the prison. The idea which tyrants find most useful is the idea of God, Vane had said to him. We suppress the rest of the system as being cynical. "What amusing notion do you bring me from England?" said Monsieur de la Mole to him on his return. He was silent. "What notion do you bring me, amusing or otherwise?" repeated the Marquis sharply. "In the first place," said Julien, "the sanest Englishman is mad 1 hour every day. He is visited by the demon of suicide, who is the local god. In the second place, intellect and the genius lose 25% of their value when they disembark in England. In the third place, nothing in the world is so beautiful, so admirable, so touching as the English landscapes." "Now it is my turn," said the Marquis. "In the first place, why do you go and say at the ball at the Russian ambassador's that there were 300,000 young men of 20 in France who would passionately desire war? Do you think that is nice for the kings?" "One doesn't know what to do when talking to great diplomats," said Julien. "They have a mania for starting serious discussions. If one confines oneself to the commonplaces of the papers, one is taken for a fool. If one indulges in some original truth, they are astonished and at a loss for an answer, and get you informed by the first secretary of the embassy at 7 o'clock next day that your conduct has been unbecoming." "Not bad," said the Marquis, laughing. "Anyway, I will wager Monsieur Deep One that you have not guessed what you went to do in England." "Pardon me," answered Julien. "I went there to dine once a week with the king's ambassador, who is the most polite of men." "You went to fetch this cross you see here," said the Marquis to him. "I do not want to make you leave off your black suit, and I have got accustomed to the more amusing tone I have assumed with the man who wears the blue suit. So understand this until further orders. When I see this cross, you will be my friend, the Duke of Chaulnes' younger son, who has been employed in the diplomatic service the last 6 months without having any idea of it. Observe," added the Marquis very seriously, cutting short all manifestations of thanks, "that I do not want you to forget your place. That is always a mistake, and a misfortune both for patron and for dependent. When my lawsuits bore you, or when you no longer suit me, I will ask a good living like that of our good friend the Abbé Pirard's for you, and nothing more," added the Marquis dryly. This put Julien's pride at its ease. He talked much more. He did not so frequently think himself insulted and aimed at by those phrases which are susceptible of some interpretation, which is scarcely polite, and which anybody may give utterance to in the course of an animated conversation. The cross earned him a singular visit. It was that of the Baron de Valenod, who came to Paris to thank the minister for his barony, and arrive at an understanding with him. He was going to be nominated mayor of Verrières, and to supersede Monsieur de Rênal. Julien did not fail to smile to himself when Monsieur Valenod gave him to understand that they had just found out that Monsieur de Rênal was a Jacobin. The fact was that the new Baron was the ministerial candidate at the election for which they were all getting ready, and that it was Monsieur de Rênal who was the Liberal candidate at the great electoral college of the department, which was in fact very ultra. It was in vain that Julien tried to learn something about Madame de Rênal. The Baron seemed to remember their formal rivalry, and was impenetrable. He concluded by canvassing Julien for his father's vote at the election which was going to take place. Julien promised to write. "You ought, Monsieur le Chevalier, to present me to Monsieur the Marquis de la Mole." "I ought, as a matter of fact," thought Julien, "but a rascal like that?" "As a matter of fact," he answered, "I am too small a personage in the Hôtel de la Mole to take it upon myself to introduce anyone." Julien told the Marquis everything. In the evening he described Valenod's pretensions, as well as his deeds and feats since 1814. "Not only will you present the new Baron to me," replied de la Mole very seriously, "but I will invite him to dinner for the day after tomorrow. He will be one of our new prefects." "If that is the case, I ask for my father the post of director of the workhouse," answered Julien coldly. "With pleasure," answered the Marquis gaily. "It shall be granted. I was expecting a lecture. You are getting on." Monsieur de Valenod informed Julien that the manager of the lottery office at Verrières had just died. Julien thought it humorous to give that place to Monsieur de Cholin, the old dotard whose petition he had once picked up in de la Mole's room. The Marquis laughed heartily at the petition, which Julien recited as he made him sign the letter which requested that appointment of the Minister of Finance. Monsieur de Cholin had scarcely been nominated when Julien learned that the post had been asked by the department for the celebrated geometrician Monsieur Gout. That generous man had an income of only 1,400 francs, and every year had lent 600 to the late manager who had just died, to help him bring up his family. Julien was astonished at what he had done. "That's nothing," he said to himself. "It will be necessary to commit several other injustices if I mean to get on, and also to conceal them beneath pretty, sentimental speeches. Poor Monsieur Gout! It is he who deserves the cross. It is I who have it, and I ought to conform to the spirit of the government which gives it to me." End of section 7. Reading by Malone. Section 8 of The Red and the Black. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. What is the decoration which confers distinction? "Thy water refreshes me not," said the transformed genie. "'Tis nevertheless the freshest well in all Diarbekir." Pellico. One day Julien had just returned from the charming estate of Villequier on the banks of the Seine, which was the especial subject of Monsieur de la Mole's interest, because it was the only one of all his properties which had belonged to the celebrated Boniface de la Mole. He found the Marquise and her daughter, who had just come back from Hyères, in the hotel. Julien was a dandy now, and understood the art of Paris life. He manifested a perfect coldness towards Mademoiselle de la Mole. He seemed to have retained no recollection of the day when she had asked him so gaily for details of his fall from his horse. Mademoiselle La Mole thought that he had grown taller and paler. There was no longer anything of the provincial in his figure or his appearance. It was not so with his conversation. Too much of the serious and too much of the positive element were still noticeable. In spite of these sober qualities, his conversation, thanks to his pride, was destitute of any trace of the subordinate. One simply felt that there were still too many things which he took seriously. But one saw that he was the kind of man to stick to his guns. "He lacks lightness of touch, but not brains," said Mademoiselle de la Mole to her father, as she rallied him on the cross that he had given Julien. "My brother has been asking you for it for 16 months, and he is a La Mole." "Yes, but Julien has surprises, and that's what the de la Mole, whom you are referring to, has never been guilty of." Monsieur le Duc de Retz was announced. Mathilde felt herself seized by an irresistible attack of yawning. She knew so well the old gildings and the old habitués of her father's salon. She conjured up an absolutely boring picture of the life which she was going to take up at Paris, and yet, when at Hyères, she had regretted Paris. "And yet I am 19, she thought. "That's the age of happiness, say all those gilt-edged ninnies." She looked at 8 or 10 new volumes of poetry which had accumulated on the table in the salon during her journey in Provence. She had the misfortune to have more brains than Messieurs de Croisnat, de Caylus, de Luce, and her other friends. She anticipated all that they were going to tell her about the fine sky of Provence, poetry, the South, etc., etc. These fine eyes, which were the home of the deepest ennui, and worse still, of the despair of ever finding pleasure, lingered on Julien. At any rate, he was not exactly like the others. "Monsieur Sorel," she said, in that short, sharp voice, destitute of all femininity, which is so frequent among young women of the upper class. "Monsieur Sorel, are you coming tonight to Monsieur de Retz's ball?" "Mademoiselle, I have not had the honor of being presented to Monsieur the Duke." One would have said that these words and that title seared the mouth of the proud provincial. "He asked my brother to take you there, and if you go, you could tell me some details about the Villequier estate. We are thinking of going there in the spring, and I would like to know if the chateau is habitable, and if the neighboring places are as pretty as they say. There are so many unmerited reputations." Julien did not answer. "Come to the ball with my brother," she added, very dryly. Julien bowed respectfully. "So I owe my due to the members of the family, even in the middle of a ball. Am I not paid to be their business man?" His bad temper added, "God knows, moreover, if what I tell the daughter will not put out the plans of the father, brother, and mother. It is just like the court of a sovereign prince. You have to be absolutely negative, and yet give no one any right to complain." "How that big girl displeases me," he thought, as he watched the walk of Mademoiselle de la Mole, whom her mother had called to present to several women friends of hers. She exaggerates all the fashions. Her dress almost falls down to her shoulders. She is even paler than before she went away. How nondescript her hair has grown as a result of being blonde. You would say that the light passed through it. What a haughty way of bowing and of looking at you. What queenly gestures. Mademoiselle de la Mole had just called her brother at the moment when he was leaving the salon. The Comte de Norbert approached Julien. "My dear Sorel," he said to him, "where would you like me to pick you up tonight for Monsieur's ball? He expressly asked me to bring you." "I know well whom I have to thank for so much kindness," answered Julien, bowing to the ground. His bad temper, being unable to find anything to lay hold of in the polite and almost sympathetic tone in which Norbert had spoken to him, set itself to work on the answer he had made to that courteous invitation. He detected in it a trace of subservience. When he arrived at the ball in the evening, he was struck with the magnificence of the Hôtel de Retz. The courtyard at the entrance was covered with an immense tent of crimson with golden stars. Nothing could have been more elegant. Beyond the tent, the court had been transformed into a wood of orange trees and of pink laurels in full flower. As they had been careful to bury the vases sufficiently deep, the laurel trees and the orange trees appeared to come straight out of the ground. The road which the carriages traversed was sanded. All this seemed extraordinary to our provincial. He had never had any idea of such magnificence. In a single instant his thrilled imagination had left his bad temper 1,000 leagues behind. In the carriage on their way to the ball, Norbert had been happy, while he saw everything in black colors. They had scarcely entered the courtyard before the roles changed. Norbert was only struck by a few details which, in the midst of all that magnificence, had not been able to be attended to. He calculated the expense of each item, and Julien remarked that the nearer he got to a sum total, the more jealous and bad-tempered he appeared. As for himself, he was fascinated and full of admiration when he reached the first of the salons where they were dancing. His emotion was so great that it almost made him nervous. There was a crush at the door of the second salon, and the crowd was so great that he found it impossible to advance. The decorations of the second salon presented the Alhambra of Granada. "That's the queen of the ball, one must admit," said a young man with a moustache, whose shoulders stuck into Julien's chest. Mademoiselle Formand, who has been the prettiest of all the winter, realizes that she will have to go down to the second place. See how strange she looks. In truth, she is straining every nerve to please. Just look at that gracious smile now that she is doing the figure in that quadrille all alone. On my honor, it is unique. Mademoiselle de la Mole looks as if she controlled the pleasure which she deserves from her triumph, of which she is perfectly conscious. One might say that she fears to please anyone who talks to her. Very good. That is the art of alluring. Julien vainly endeavored to catch sight of the alluring woman. 7 or 8 men who were taller than he prevented him from seeing her. "There is quite a lot of coquetry in that noble reserve," said the young man with the moustache. and in those big blue eyes, which are lowered so slowly when one would think they were on the point of betraying themselves, answered his neighbor. On my faith, nothing could be cleverer. See the pretty Fermont looking quite common next to her, said the first. That air of reserve means how much sweetness would I spend on you if you were the man who was worthy of me. And who could be worthy of the sublime Mathilde, said the first man. Some sovereign prince, handsome, witty, well-made, a hero in war, and 20 years old at the most. The natural son of the Emperor of Russia, who would be made a sovereign in honor of his marriage, or quite simply the Comte de Thaler, who looks like a dressed-up peasant. The door was free, and Julien could go in. Since these puppets consider her so remarkable, it is worthwhile for me to study her, he thought. I shall then understand what these people regard as perfection. As his eyes were trying to find her, Mathilde looked at him. My duty calls me, said Julien to himself, but it was only his expression which was bad-humored. His curiosity made him advance with a pleasure which the extremely low-cut dress on Mathilde's shoulders very quickly accentuated, in a manner which was scarcely flattering for his own self-respect. Her beauty has youth, he thought. 5 or 6 people, whom Julien recognized as those who had been speaking at the door, were between her and him. Now, monsieur, you have been here all the winter, she said to him. Is it not true that this is the finest ball of the season? He did not answer. This quadrille of Coulon strikes me as admirable, and those ladies dance it perfectly. The young men turned round to see who was the happy man, an answer from whom was positively insisted on. The answer was not encouraging. I shall not be able to be a good judge, mademoiselle. I pass my life in writing. This is the first ball of this magnificence which I have ever seen. The young men with moustache were scandalized. You are a wise man, Monsieur Sorel, came the answer, with a more marked interest. You look upon all these balls, all these festivities, like a philosopher, like J.J. Rousseau. All these follies astonish without alluring you. Julien's imagination had just hit upon an epigram which banished all illusions from his mind. His mouth assumed the expression of a perhaps slightly exaggerated disdain. J.J. Rousseau, he answered, is, in my view, only a fool when he takes it upon himself to criticize society. He did not understand it, and he went into it with the spirit of a lackey who has risen above his station. He wrote the Contrat Social, answered Mathilde reverently. While he preaches the Republic and the overthrow of monarchical dignities, the parvenu was intoxicated with happiness if a duke would go out of his way after dinner to one of his friends. Oh, yes, the Duke of Luxembourg at Montmorency used to accompany a Coindet from the neighborhood of Paris, went on Mademoiselle de la Mole, with all the pleasure and enthusiasm of her first flush of pedantry. She was intoxicated with her knowledge, almost like the academician who discovered the existence of King Feretrius. Julien's look was still penetrating and severe. Mathilde had had a moment's enthusiasm. Her partner's coldness disconcerted her profoundly. She was all the more astonished as it was she who was accustomed to produce that particular effect on others. At this moment the Marquis de Croisenois was advancing eagerly towards Mademoiselle de la Mole. He was for a moment 3 yards away from her. He was unable to get closer because of the crowd. He smiled at the obstacle. The young Marquise de Rouvray was near her. She was a cousin of Mathilde. She was giving her arm to her husband, who had only married her a fortnight ago. The Marquis de Rouvray, who was also very young, had all the love which seizes a man who, having contracted a marriage of convenience, exclusively arranged by the notaries, finds a person who is ideally pretty. Monsieur de Rouvray would be a duke on the death of a very old uncle. While the Marquis de Croisenois was struggling to get through the crowd and smiling at Mathilde, she fixed her big, divinely blue eyes on him and his neighbors. "Could anything be flatter?" she said to herself. "There is Croisenois, who wants to marry me. He is gentle and polite. He has perfect manners, like Monsieur de Rouvray. If they did not bore, those gentlemen would be quite charming. He, too, would accompany me to the ball with that smug, limited expression. 1 year after the marriage, I shall have my carriage, my horses, my dresses, my chateau 20 leagues from Paris. All this would be as nice as possible, and enough to make a Countess de Roiville, for example, die of envy, and afterwards—" Mathilde bored herself in anticipation. The Marquis de Croisenois managed to approach her and spoke to her, but she was dreaming and did not listen to him. The noise of his words began to get mixed with the buzz of the ball. Her eye mechanically followed Julien, who had gone away, with an air which, though respectful, was yet proud and discontented. She noticed in a corner far from the moving crowd the Comte Altamira, who had been condemned to death in his own country, and whom the reader knows already. One of his relatives had married a Prince de Conti in the reign of Louis XIV. This historical fact was some protection against the police of the congregation. "I think being condemned to death is the only real distinction," said Mathilde. "It is the only thing which cannot be bought." "Why, that's an epigram. I just said, what a pity it did not come at a moment when I could have reaped all the credit for it." Mathilde had too much taste to work into the conversation a prepared epigram, but at the same time she was too vain not to be extremely pleased with herself. A happy expression succeeded the palpable boredom on her face. The Marquis de Croisenois, who had never left off talking, saw a chance of success and waxed twice as eloquent. "What objection could a caviller find with my epigram?" said Mathilde to herself. "I would answer my critic in this way. The title of Baron or Viscount is to be bought. A cross, why, it is a gift. My brother has just got one. What has he done? A promotion. Why, that can be obtained by being 10 years in a garrison, or have the ministers of war for a relative, and you will be a chief of a squadron like Norbert. A great fortune. That's rather more difficult, and consequently more meritorious. It is really quite funny. It's the opposite of what books say. Well, to win a fortune, why, you marry Monsieur Rothschild's daughter. Really, my epigram is quite deep. Being condemned to death is still the one privilege which one has never thought of canvassing. "Do you know the Count Altamira?" she said to Monsieur de Croisenois. Her thoughts seemed to have been so far away, and this question had so little connection with all that the poor Marquis had been saying for the last 5 minutes, that his good temper was ruffled. He was nevertheless a man of wit, and celebrated for being so. "Mathilde is eccentric," he thought. "That's a nuisance, but she will give her husband such a fine social position. I don't know how the Marquis de la Mole manages. He's connected with all that is best in all parties. He is a man who is bound to come out on top. And besides, this eccentricity of Mathilde's may pass for genius. Genius, when allied with good birth, or a large fortune, so far from being ridiculous, is highly distinguished. She has wit, moreover, when she wants to. That mixture, in fact, of brains, character, and ready wit which constitute perfection. As it is difficult to do two things at the same time, the Marquis answered Mathilde with a vacant expression, as though he were reciting a lesson. "Who does not know that poor Altamira?" And he told her the history of his conspiracy, abortive, ridiculous, and absurd. "Very absurd," said Mathilde, as if she were talking to herself. "But he has done something. I want to see a man. Bring him to me," she said to the scandalized Marquis. Comte Altamira was one of the most avowed admirers of Mademoiselle de la Mole's haughty and impertinent manner. In his opinion, she was one of the most beautiful persons in Paris. "How fine she would be on a throne," he said to Monsieur de Croisenois, and made no demur at being taken up to Mathilde. There are a good number of people in society who would like to establish the fact that nothing is in such bad form as a conspiracy. In the 19th century, it smacks of Jacobinism, and what could be more sordid than unsuccessful Jacobinism? Mathilde's expression made fun a little of Altamira and Monsieur de Croisenois, but she listened to him with pleasure. A conspirator at a ball. What a pretty contrast, she thought. She thought that this man with his black moustache looked like a lion at rest, but she soon perceived that his mind had only one point of view: utility, admiration for utility. The young Comte thought nothing worthy his attention except what tended to give his country two-chamber government. He left Mathilde, who was the prettiest person at the ball, with alacrity, because he saw a Peruvian general come in. Despairing of Europe such as Monsieur de Metternich had arranged it, poor Altamira had been reduced to thinking that when the states of South America had become strong and powerful, they could restore to Europe the liberty which Mirabeau has given it. A crowd of mustachized young men had approached Mathilde. She realized that Altamira had not felt allured, and was piqued by his departure. She saw his black eye gleam as he talked to the Peruvian general. Mademoiselle de la Mole looked at the young Frenchman with that profound seriousness which none of her rivals could imitate. Which of them, she thought, could get himself condemned to death, even supposing he had a favorable opportunity? This singular look flattered those who were not very intelligent, but disconcerted the others. They feared the discharge of some stinging epigram that would be difficult to answer. Good birth vouchsafes 100 qualities whose absence would offend me. I see as much in the case of Julien, thought Mathilde. but it withers up those qualities of soul which make a man get condemned to death. At that moment someone was saying near to her, Count Altamira is the second son of the Prince of San Nazaro Pimentel. It was a Pimentel who tried to save Conradin, was beheaded in 1268. It is one of the noblest families in Naples. So, said Mathilde to herself, what a pretty proof this is of my maxim that good birth deprives a man of that force of character in default of which a man does not get condemned to death. I seem doomed to reason falsely tonight. Since I am only a woman, like any other, well, I must dance. She yielded to the solicitations of Monsieur de Croisenois, who had been asking for a gallop for the last hour. To distract herself from her failure in philosophy, Mathilde made a point of being perfectly fascinating. Monsieur de Croisenois was enchanted, but neither the dance, nor her wish to please one of the handsomest men at court, nor anything at all, succeeded in distracting Mathilde. She could not possibly have been more of a success. She was the queen of the ball. She coldly appreciated the fact. What a blank life I shall pass with a person like Croisenois, she said to herself, as he took her back to her place an hour afterwards. What pleasure do I get, she added sadly, if after an absence of 6 months I find myself at a ball which all the women of Paris were mad with jealousy to go to. And what is more, I am surrounded by the homage of an ideally constituted circle of society. The only bourgeois are some peers, and perhaps 1 or 2 Juliens. And yet, she added with increasing sadness, what advantages has not fate bestowed upon me? Distinction, fortune, youth, everything except happiness. My most dubious advantages are the very ones they have been speaking to me about all the evening. Wit, I believe I have it, because I obviously frighten everyone. If they venture to tackle a serious subject, they will arrive after 5 minutes of conversation, and as though they had made a great discovery at a conclusion which we have been repeating to them for half an hour. I am beautiful. I have that advantage for which Madame de Staël would have sacrificed everything. And yet I'm dying of boredom. Shall I have reason to be less bored when I have changed my name for that of the Marquis de Croisenois? My God, though, she added, while she almost felt as if she would like to cry, isn't he really quite perfect? He's a paragon of the education of the age. You can't look at him without his finding something charming and even witty to say to you. He is brave. But that Sorel is strange, she said to herself, and the expression of her eyes changed from melancholy to anger. I told him that I had something to say to him, and he hasn't deigned to reappear. End of section 8. Reading by Malone. Section 9 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. The Ball. The luxurious dresses, the glitter of the candles, all those pretty arms and fine shoulders, the bouquets, the intoxicating strains of Rossini, the paintings of Ciceri. I am beside myself. Journeys of Usseri. "You are in a bad temper," said the Marquise de la Mole to her. "Let me caution you, it is ungracious at a ball." "I have only a headache," answered Mathilde disdainfully. "It is too hot here." At this moment the old Baron Tolly became ill and fell down, as though to justify Mademoiselle de la Mole's remark. They were obliged to carry him away. They talked about apoplexy. It was a disagreeable incident. Mathilde did not bother much about it. She made a point of never looking at old men, or anyone who had the reputation of being bad company. She danced in order to escape the conversation about the apoplexy, which was not apoplexy, inasmuch as the Baron put in an appearance the following day. "But Sorel does not come," she said to herself after she had danced. She was almost looking around for him when she found him in another salon. Astonishing, but he seemed to have lost that impassive coldness that was so natural to him. He no longer looked English. "He's talking to Count Altamira, who was sentenced to death," said Mathilde to herself. "His eye is full of a sombre fire. He looks like a prince in disguise. His haughtiness has become twice as pronounced." Julien came back to where she was, still talking to Altamira. She looked at Altamira fixedly, studying his features in order to trace lofty qualities which can earn a man the honour of being condemned to death. "Yes," he was saying to Comte Altamira as he passed by her, "Danton was a real man." "Heavens, can he be a Danton?" said Mathilde to herself. "But he has so noble a face, and that Danton was so horribly ugly, a butcher, I believe." Julien was still fairly near her. She did not hesitate to call him. She had the consciousness and the pride of putting a question that was unusual for a young girl. "Was not Danton a butcher?" she said to him. "Yes, in the eyes of certain persons," Julien answered her with the most thinly disguised expression of contempt. His eyes were still ardent from his conversation with Altamira, but unfortunately for the people of good birth he was an advocate at Mairie-sur-Seine. "That is to say, mademoiselle," he added maliciously, "he began like many peers whom I see here." It was true that Danton laboured under a great disadvantage in the eyes of beauty. He was ugly. These last few words were spoken rapidly, in an extraordinary and indeed very discourteous manner. Julien waited for a moment, leaning slightly forward and with an air of proud humility. He seemed to be saying, "I am paid to answer you, and I live on my pay." He did not deign to look up at Mathilde. She looked like his slave, with her fine eyes open abnormally wide and fixed on him. Finally, as the silence continued, he looked at her, like a valet looking at his master to receive orders. Although his eyes met the full gaze of Mathilde, which were fixed on him all the time with a strange expression, he went away with a marked eagerness. "To think of a man who is as handsome as he is," said Mathilde to herself as she emerged from her reverie, "praising ugliness in such a way. He is not like Caylus or Croisenois. This Sorel has something like my father's look when he goes to a fancy-dress ball as Napoleon." She had completely forgotten Danton. "Yes, I am decidedly bored tonight." She took her brother's arm, and to his great disgust made him take her round the ballroom. The idea occurred to her of following the conversation between Julien and the man who had been condemned to death. The crowd was enormous. She managed to find them, however, at the moment when, 2 yards in front of her, Altamira was going near a dumb-waiter to take an ice. He was talking to Julien with his body half turned round. He saw an arm in an embroidered coat, which was taking an ice close by. The embroidery seemed to attract his attention. He turned round to look at the person to whom the arm belonged. His noble and yet simple eyes immediately assumed a slightly disdainful expression. "You see that man," he said to Julien in a low voice. "That is the Prince of Araceli, ambassador of—" "He asked Monsieur de Nerval, your minister for foreign affairs, for my extradition this morning. See, there he is over there playing whist. Monsieur de Nerval is willing enough to give me up, for we gave up 2 or 3 conspirators to you in 1816. If I am given up to my king, I shall be hanged in 24 hours. It will be one of those handsome mustachioed gentlemen who will arrest me." "The wretches!" exclaimed Julien half aloud. Mathilde did not lose a syllable of their conversation. Her ennui had vanished. "They are not scoundrels," replied Count Altamira. "I talk to you about myself in order to give you a vivid impression. Look at the Prince of Araceli. He casts his eyes on his golden fleece every 5 minutes. He cannot get over the pleasure of seeing that decoration on his breast. In reality, the poor man is really an anachronism. The fleece was a signal honor 100 years ago, but he would have been nowhere near it in those days. But nowadays, so far as people of birth are concerned, you have to be an Araceli to be delighted with it. He had a whole town hanged in order to get it." "Is that the price he had to pay?" said Julien anxiously. "Not exactly," answered Altamira coldly. "He probably had about 30 rich landed proprietors in his district who had the reputation of being liberals thrown into the river." "What a monster!" pursued Julien. Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was leaning her head forward with keenest interest, was so near him that her beautiful hair almost touched his shoulder. "You are very young," answered Altamira. "I was telling you that I had a good married sister in Provence. She is still pretty, good, and gentle. She is an excellent mother, performs all her duties faithfully, is pious, but not a bigot." "What is he driving at?" thought Mademoiselle de la Mole. "She is happy," continued the Comte Altamira. "She was so in 1815. I was then in hiding at her house on her estate near Dontibos. Well, the moment she learnt of Marshal Ney's execution, she began to dance." "Is it possible?" said Julien, thunderstruck. "It's party spirit," replied Altamira. "There are no longer any real passions in the 19th century. That's why one is so bored in France. People commit acts of the greatest cruelty, but without any feeling of cruelty." "So much the worse," said Julien. "When one does commit a crime, one ought at least to take pleasure in committing it. That's the only good thing they have about them, and that's the only way in which they have the slightest justification." Mademoiselle de la Mole had entirely forgotten what she owed to herself, and placed herself completely between Altamira and Julien. Her brother, who was giving her his arm, and was accustomed to obey her, was looking up at another part of the room, and in order to keep himself in countenance was pretending to be stopped by the crowd. "You are right," Altamira went on. "One takes pleasure in nothing one does, and one does not remember it. This applies even to crimes. I can show you perhaps 10 men in this ballroom who have been convicted of murder. They have forgotten all about it, and everybody else as well. Many are moved to the point of tears if their dog breaks a paw. When you throw flowers on their grave at Père Lachaise, as you say so humorously in Paris, we learn they united all the virtues of the knights of chivalry, and we speak about the noble feats of their great-grandfathers who lived in the reign of Henri IV. If, in spite of the good offices of the Prince of Araceli, I escape hanging, and I ever manage to enjoy the use of my money in Paris, I will get you to dine with 8 or 10 of these respected and callous murderers. At that dinner you and I will be the only ones whose blood is pure, but I shall be despised and almost hated as a monster, while you will be simply despised as a man of the people who has pushed his way into good society." "Nothing could be truer," said Mademoiselle de la Mole. Altamira looked at her in astonishment, but Julien did not deign to look at her. "Observe that the revolution, at whose head I found myself," continued the Comte Altamira, "only failed for the one reason that I would not cut off 3 heads and distribute among our partisans 7 or 8 millions which happened to be in a box of which I happened to have the key. My king, who is burning to have me hanged today, and who called me by my Christian name before the rebellion, would have given me the great ribbon of his order if I had had those 3 heads cut off and had had the money in those boxes distributed, for I should have had at least a semi-success, and my country would have had a charter like. So wags the world. It's a game of chess." "At that time," answered Julien with a fiery eye, "you did not know the game. Now—" "You mean I would have the heads cut off, and I would not be a Girondin, as you said I was the other day." "I will give you your answer," said Altamira sadly. "When you have killed a man in a duel, a far less ugly matter than having him put to death by an executioner." "Upon my word," said Julien, "the end justifies the means. If, instead of being an insignificant man, I had some power, I would have 3 men hanged in order to save 4 men's lives." His eyes expressed the fire of his own conscience. They met the eyes of Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was close by him, and their contempt, so far from changing into politeness, seemed to redouble. She was deeply shocked, but she found herself unable to forget Julien. She dragged her brother away and went off in a temper. "I must take some punch and dance a lot," she said to herself. "I will pick out the best partner and cut some figure at any price. Good, there is that celebrated cynic, the Comte de Fervaques." She accepted his invitation. They danced. "The question is," she thought, "which of us 2 will be the more impertinent, but in order to make absolute fun of him, I must get him to talk." Soon all the other members of the quadrille were dancing as a matter of formality. They did not want to lose any of Mathilde's cutting repartee. Monsieur de Fervaques felt uneasy, and as he could only find elegant expressions instead of ideas, began to scowl. Mathilde, who was in a bad temper, was cruel, and made an enemy of him. She danced till daylight, and then went home terribly tired. But when she was in the carriage, the little vitality she had left was still employed in making her sad and unhappy. She had been despised by Julien, and could not despise him. Julien was at the zenith of his happiness. He was enchanted without his knowing it by the music, the flowers, the pretty women, the general elegance, and above all by his own imagination, which dreamt of distinction for himself and of liberty for all. "What a fine ball!" he said to the Comte. "Nothing is lacking." "Thought is lacking," answered Altamira, and his face betrayed that contempt which is only more deadly from the very fact that a manifest effort is being made to hide it as a matter of politeness. "You are right, Monsieur le Comte. There isn't any thought at all, let alone enough to make a conspiracy. I am here because of my name, but thought is hated in your salon. Thought must not soar above the level of the point of a vaudeville couplet. It is then rewarded. But as for your man who thinks, if he shows energy and originality, we call him a cynic. Was not that name given by one of your judges to Courier? You put him in prison as well as Béranger. The priestly congregation hands over to the police everyone who is worth anything amongst you, individually, and good society applauds. The fact is, your effete society prizes conventionalism above everything else. You will never get beyond military bravery. You will have Murat, never Washingtons. I can see nothing in France except vanity. A man who goes on speaking on the spur of the moment may easily come to make an imprudent witticism, and the master of the house thinks himself insulted. As he was saying this, the carriage in which the Comte was seeing Julien home stopped before the Hôtel de la Mole. Julien was in love with his conspirator. Altamira had paid him this great compliment, which was evidently the expression of a sound conviction. You have not got the French flippancy, and you understand the principle of utility. It happened that Julien had seen the day before Marino Faliero, a tragedy by Casimir de la Vigne. Has not Israel Bertuccio got more character than all those noble Venetians? Said our rebellious plebeian to himself. And yet those are the people whose nobility goes back to the year 700, a century before Charlemagne, while the cream of the nobility at Monsieur de Ritz's ball tonight only goes back, and that rather lamely, to the 13th century. Well, in spite of all the noble Venetians whose birth makes so great, it is Israel Bertuccio whom one remembers. A conspiracy annihilates all titles confirmed by social caprice. There a man takes for his crest the rank that is given him by the way in which he faces death. The intellect itself loses some of its power. What would Danton have been today in this age of the Valneau and the Raynal? Not even a deputy for the public prosecutor. What am I saying? He would have sold himself to the priests. He would have been a minister, for after all the great Danton did steal. Mirabeau also sold himself. Napoleon stole millions in Italy. Otherwise he would have been stopped short in his career by poverty, like Pichegru. Only Lafayette refrained from stealing. Ought one to steal? Ought one to sell oneself? Thought Julien. This question pulled him up short. He passed the rest of the night in reading the history of the Revolution. When he wrote his letters in the library the following day, his mind was still concentrated on his conversations with Count Altamira. As a matter of fact, he said to himself after a long reverie, if the Spanish liberals had not injured their nation by crimes, they would not have been cleared out as easily as they were. They were haughty, talkative children, just like I am, he suddenly exclaimed, as though waking up with a start. What difficulty have I surmounted that entitles me to judge such devils who, once alive, dared to begin to act? I'm like a man who exclaims at the close of a meal, I won't dine tomorrow, but that won't prevent me from feeling as strong and merry like I do today. Who knows what one feels when one is halfway through a great action? These lofty thoughts were disturbed by the unexpected arrival in the library of Mademoiselle de la Mole. He was so animated by his admiration for the great qualities of such invincibles as Danton, Mirabeau, and Carnot, that, though he fixed his eyes on Mademoiselle de la Mole, he neither gave her a thought nor bowed to her, and scarcely even saw her. When finally his big open eyes realized her presence, their expression vanished. Mademoiselle de la Mole noticed it with bitterness. It was in vain that she asked him for Véry's History of France, which was on the highest shelf, and thus necessitated Julien going to fetch the longer of the two ladders. Julien had brought the ladder and had fetched the volume and given it to her, but had not yet been able to give her a single thought. As he was taking the ladder back, he hit in his hurry one of the glass panes in the library with his elbow. The noise of the glass falling on the floor finally brought him to himself. He hastened to apologize to Mademoiselle de la Mole. He tried to be polite, and was certainly nothing more. Mathilde saw clearly that she had disturbed him, and that he would have preferred to have gone on thinking about what he had been engrossed in before her arrival, to speaking to her. After looking at him for some time, she went slowly away. Julien watched her walk. He enjoyed the contrast of her present dress with the elegant magnificence of the previous night. The difference between the two expressions was equally striking. The young girl who had been so haughty at the Duc de Retz's ball had, at the present moment, an almost plaintive expression. As a matter of fact, said Julien to himself, that black dress makes the beauty of her figure all the more striking. She has a queenly carriage, but why is she in mourning? If I ask someone the reason for this mourning, they will think I am putting my foot in it again. Julien had now quite emerged from the depth of his enthusiasm. I must read over again all the letters I have written this morning. God knows how many missed-out words and blunders I shall find. As he was forcing himself to concentrate his mind on the first of these letters, he heard the rustle of a silk dress near him. He suddenly turned round. Mademoiselle de la Mole was 2 yards from his table. She was smiling. This second interruption put Julien into a bad temper. Mathilde had just fully realized that she meant nothing to this young man. Her smile was intended to hide her embarrassment. She succeeded in doing so. "You are evidently thinking of something very interesting, Monsieur Sorel. Is it not some curious anecdote about that conspiracy which is responsible for Comte Altamira being in Paris? Tell me what it is about. I'm burning to know. I will be discreet, I swear it." She was astonished at hearing herself utter these words. What? Was she asking a favour of an inferior? Her embarrassment increased, and she added with a little touch of flippancy, "What has managed to turn such a usually cold person as yourself into an inspired being, a kind of Michelangelo prophet?" This sharp and indiscreet question wounded Julien deeply, and rendered him madder than ever. "Was Danton right in stealing?" he said to her brusquely, in a manner that grew more and more surly. "Ought the revolutionaries of Piedmont and of Spain to have injured the people by crimes, to have given all the places in the army and all the orders to undeserving persons? Would not the persons who wore these orders have feared the return of the king? Ought they to have allowed the treasure of Turin to be looted? In a word, mademoiselle," he said, coming near her with a terrifying expression, "ought the man who wishes to chase ignorance and crime from the world to pass like the whirlwind and do evil indiscriminately?" Mathilde felt frightened, was unable to stand his look, and retreated a couple of paces. She looked at him a moment, and then, ashamed of her own fear, left the library with a light step. End of section 9. Reading by Malone.
Section 10 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 40. Queen Marguerite. Love, in what madness do you not manage to make us find pleasure? Letters of a Portuguese Nun. Julien reread his letters. "How ridiculous I must have appeared in the eyes of that Parisian doll," he said to himself when the dinner bell rang. "How foolish to have really told her what I was thinking. Perhaps it was not so foolish. Telling the truth on that occasion was worthy of me. Why did she come to question me on personal matters? That question was indiscreet on her part. She broke the convention. My thoughts about Danton are not part of the sacrifice which her father pays me to make." When he came into the dining room, Julien's thoughts were distracted from his bad temper by mademoiselle de la Mole's mourning, which was all the more striking because none of the other members of the family were in black. After dinner he felt completely rid of the feeling which had obsessed him all day. Fortunately, the academician who knew Latin was at dinner. "That's the man who will make the least fun of me," said Julien to himself, "if, as I surmise, my question about mademoiselle de la Mole's mourning is in bad taste." Mathilde was looking at him with a singular expression. "So this is the coquetry of the women of this part of the country, just as madame de Renal described it to me," said Julien to himself. "I was not nice to her this morning. I did not humour her caprice of talking to me. I got up in value in her eyes. The devil doubtless is no loser by it. Later on her haughty disdain will manage to revenge herself. I defy her to do her worst. What a contrast with what I have lost! What charming naturalness! What naivety! I used to know her thoughts before she did herself. I used to see them come into existence. The only rival she had in her heart was the fear of her children's death. It was a reasonable, natural feeling to me, and even though I suffered from it, I found it charming. I have been a fool. The ideas I had in my head about Paris prevented me from appreciating the sublime woman. Great God, what a contrast! And what do I find here? Arid, haughty vanity, all the fine shades of wounded egotism, and nothing more." They got up from table. "I must not let my academician get snapped up," said Julien to himself. He went up to him as they were passing into the garden, assumed an air of soft submissiveness, and shared in his fury against the success of Hernani. "If only we were still in the days of lettres de cachet," he said. "Then he would not have dared," exclaimed the academician with a gesture worthy of Talma. Julien quoted some words from Virgil's Georgics in reference to a flower, and expressed the opinion that nothing was equal to the abbe Delille's verses. In a word, he flattered the academician in every possible way. He then said to him with the utmost indifference, "I suppose mademoiselle de la Mole has inherited something from some uncle for whom she is in mourning." "What, you belong to the house?" said the academician, stopping short, "and you do not know her folly? As a matter of fact, it is strange her mother should allow her to do such things, but between ourselves, they do not shine in this household exactly by their force of character. Mademoiselle's share has to do for all of them, and governs them. To-day is the 30th of April," and the academician stopped and looked meaningly at Julien. Julien smiled with the most knowing expression he could master. What connection can there be between ruling a household, wearing a black dress, and the 30th of April? He said to himself. I must be even sillier than I thought. I must confess, he said to the academician, while he continued to question him with his look. Let us take a turn around the garden, said the academician, delighted at seeing an opportunity of telling a long and well-turned story. What, is it really possible you do not know what happened on the 30th of April, 1574? And where? Said Julien in astonishment. At the Place de Grève. Julien was extremely astonished that these words did not supply him with a key. His curiosity and his expectation of a tragic interest, which would be in such harmony with his own character, gave his eyes that brilliance which the teller of a story likes to see so much in the person who is listening to him. The academician was delighted at finding a virgin ear, and narrated at length to Julien how Boniface de la Mole, the handsomest young man of this century, together with Annibal de Coconasso, his friend, a gentleman of Piedmont, had been beheaded on the 30th of April, 1574. La Mole was the adored lover of Queen Marguerite of Navarre, and, observe, continued the academician, that mademoiselle de la Mole's full name is Mathilde Marguerite. La Mole was at the same time a favourite of the Duc d'Alençon, and the intimate friend of his mistress's husband, the King of Navarre, subsequently Henri IV. On Shrove Tuesday of that year 1574, the court happened to be at Saint Germain with the poor King Charles IX, who was dying. La Mole wished to rescue his friends the princes, whom Queen Catherine de Medici was keeping prisoner in her court. He advanced 200 cavalry under the walls of Saint Germain. The Duc d'Alençon was frightened, and La Mole was thrown to the executioner. But the thing which affects Mademoiselle Mathilde, and which she has admitted to me herself 7 or 8 years ago, when she was 12, is a head, and the academician lifted up his eyes to the heavens. What struck her in this political catastrophe was the hiding of Queen Marguerite de Navarre in a house in the Place de Grève, and her then asking for her lover's head. At midnight on the following day she took that head in her carriage and went and buried it herself in a chapel at the foot of the hill of Montmartre. Impossible, cried Julien, really moved. Mademoiselle Mathilde despises her brother because, as you see, he does not bother one whit about this ancient history, and never wears mourning on the 30th of April. It is since the time of this celebrated execution, and in order to recall the intimate friendship of La Mole for the said Coconasso, who, Italian that he was, bore the name of Annibal, that all the men of that family bear that name, and, added the academician, lowering his voice, this Coconasso was, according to Charles IX himself, one of the cruellest assassins of the 24th of August, 1572. But how is it possible, my dear Sorel, that you should be ignorant of these things, you who take your meals with the family? So that is why Mademoiselle de la Mole twice called her brother Annibal at dinner. I thought I had heard wrong. It was a reproach. It is strange that the marquise should allow such follies. The husband of that great girl will have a fine time of it. This remark was followed by 5 or 6 satiric phrases. Julien was shocked by the joy which shone in the academician's eyes. We are just a couple of servants, he thought, engaged in talking scandal about our masters. But I ought not to be astonished at anything this academy man does. Julien had surprised him on his knees one day before the Marquise de la Mole. He was asking her for a tobacco receivership for a nephew in the provinces. In the evening a little chambermaid of Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was paying court to Julien, just as Elise used to do, gave him to understand that her mistress's mourning was very far from being worn simply to attract attention. This eccentricity was rooted in her character. She really loved that La Mole, the beloved lover of the most witty queen of the century, who had died through trying to set his friends at liberty. And what friends? The first prince of the blood, and Henri IV. Accustomed as he had been to the perfect naturalness which shone throughout Madame de Renal's whole demeanour, Julien could not help finding all the women of Paris affected, and, though by no means of a morose disposition, found nothing to say to them. Mademoiselle de la Mole was an exception. He now began to cease taking for coldness of heart that kind of beauty which attaches importance to a noble bearing. He had long conversations with Mademoiselle de la Mole, who would sometimes walk with him in the garden after dinner. She told him one day that she was reading the history of D'Aubigne and also Brantôme. Strange books to read, thought Julien, and the Marquis does not allow her to read Walter Scott's novels. She told him one day, with that pleased brilliancy in her eyes which is the real test of genuine admiration, about a characteristic act of a young woman of the reign of Henry III, which he had just read in the Memoirs of L'Etoile. Finding her husband unfaithful, she stabbed him. Julien's vanity was flattered. A person who was surrounded by so much homage, and who governed the whole house, according to the academician, deigned to talk to him on a footing almost resembling friendship. " I made a mistake," thought Julien soon afterwards. " This is not familiarity. I am simply the confidant of a tragedy. She needs to speak to someone. I pass in this family for a man of learning. I will go and read Brantome, D'Aubigne, L'Etoile. I shall then be able to challenge some of the anecdotes which madame de la Mole speaks to me about. I want to leave off this role of the passive confidant." His conversations with this young girl, whose demeanour was so impressive and yet so easy, gradually became more interesting. He forgot his grim role of the rebel plebeian. He found her well informed and even logical. Her opinions in the gardens were very different to those which she owned to in the salon. Sometimes she exhibited an enthusiasm and a frankness which were an absolute contrast to her usual cold haughtiness. The wars of the League were the heroic days of France, she said to him one day, with eyes shining with enthusiasm. Then everyone fought to gain something which he desired, for the sake of his party's triumph, and not just in order to win a cross as in the days of your emperor. Admit that there was less and less egotism and less pettiness. I love that century. And Boniface de la Mole was the hero of it, he said to her. At least he was loved in a way that it was perhaps sweet to be loved. What woman alive now would not be horrified at touching the head of her decapitated lover? Madame de la Mole called her daughter. To be effective, hypocrisy ought to hide itself, yet Julien had half confided his admiration for Napoleon to mademoiselle de la Mole. Julien remained alone in the garden. That is the immense advantage they have over us, he said to himself. Their ancestors lift them above vulgar sentiments, and they have not got always to be thinking about their subsistence. What misery, he added bitterly. I am not worthy to discuss these great matters. My life is nothing more than a series of hypocrisies, because I have not got 1,000 francs a year with which to buy my bread and butter. Mathilde came running back. What are you dreaming about, monsieur? She said to him. Julien was tired of despising himself. Through sheer pride he frankly told her his thoughts. He blushed a great deal while talking to such a person about his own poverty. He tried to make it as plain as he could that he was not asking for anything. Mathilde never thought him so handsome. She detected in him an expression of frankness and sensitiveness which he often lacked. Within a month of this episode Julien was pensively walking in the garden of the hotel, but his face had no longer the hardness and philosophic superciliousness which the chronic consciousness of his inferior position had caused to write upon it. He had just escorted mademoiselle de la Mole to the door of the salon. She said she had hurt her foot while running with her brother. She leaned on my arm in a very singular way, said Julien to himself. Am I a coxcomb, or is it true that she has taken a fancy to me? She listens to me so gently, even when I confess to her all the sufferings of my pride. She too, who is so haughty to everyone. They would be very astonished in the salon if they saw that expression of hers. It is quite certain that she does not show anyone else such sweetness and goodness. Julien endeavoured not to exaggerate this singular friendship. He himself compared it to an armed truce. When they met again each day, they almost seemed, before they took up the most intimate tone of the previous day, to ask themselves, are we going to be friends or enemies today? Julien had realized that to allow himself to be insulted with impunity even once by this haughty girl would mean the loss of everything. If I have got to quarrel, would it not be better that it should be straight away in defending the rights of my own pride, rather than in parrying the expressions of contempt which would follow the slightest abandonment of my duty to my own self-respect. On many occasions, on days when she was in a bad temper, Mathilde tried to play the great lady with him. These attempts were extremely subtle, but Julien rebuffed them roughly. One day he brusquely interrupted her. " Has mademoiselle de la Mole any orders to give her father's secretary ?" he said to her. " If so, he must listen to her orders and execute them, but apart from that, he has not got a single word to say to her. He is not paid to tell her his thoughts." This kind of life, together with the singular surmises which it occasioned, dissipated the boredom which he had been accustomed to experience in that magnificent salon, where every one was afraid, and where any kind of jest was in bad form. " It would be humorous if she loved me, but whether she loves me or not," went on Julien, " I have for my confidential friend a girl of spirit, before whom I see the whole household quake, while the Marquis de Croisenois does so more than any one else. Yes, to be sure, that same young man who is so polite, so gentle and so brave, and who has combined all those advantages of birth and fortune, a single one of which will put my heart at rest. He is madly in love with her. He ought to marry her. How many letters has M. de la Mole made me write to those two notaries in order to arrange the contract, and I, though I am an absolute inferior when I have my pen in my hand, why, I triumph over that young man 2 hours afterwards in this very garden, for, after all, her preference is striking and direct. Perhaps she hates him because she sees in him a future husband. She is haughty enough for that. As for her kindness to me, I receive it in my capacity of confidential servant. But no, I am either mad or she is making advances to me. The colder and more respectful I show myself to her, the more she runs after me. It may be a deliberate piece of affectation, but I see her eyes become animated when I appear unexpectedly. Can the women of Paris manage to act to such an extent? What does it matter to me? I have appearances in my favour. Let us enjoy appearances. Heavens, how beautiful she is! How I like her great blue eyes when I see them at close quarters, and they look at me in the way they often do. What a difference between this spring and that of last year, when I lived an unhappy life among 300 dirty, malicious hypocrites, and only kept myself afloat through sheer force of character. I was almost as malicious as they were. That young girl is making fun of me, Julien would think in his suspicious days. She is acting in concert with her brother to make a fool of me. But she seems to have an absolute contempt for her brother's lack of energy. He is brave, and that is all. He has not a thought which dares to deviate from the conventional. It is always I who have to take up the cudgels in his defence. A young girl of 19. Can one at that age act up faithfully every second of the day to the part which one has determined to play? On the other hand, whenever mademoiselle de la Mole fixes her eyes on me with a singular expression, Comte Norbert always goes away. I think that suspicious. Ought he not to be indignant at his sister singling out a servant of her household? For that is how I heard the Duc de Chaulnes speak about me. This recollection caused anger to supersede every other emotion. It is simply a fashion for old-fashioned phraseology on the part of the eccentric duke. " Well, she is pretty," continued Julien with a tigerish expression. " I will have her. I will then go away, and woe to him who disturbs me in my flight." This idea became Julien's sole preoccupation. He could not think of anything else. His days passed like hours. Every moment when he tried to concentrate on some important matter his mind became a blank, and he would wake up a quarter of an hour afterwards with a beating heart and an anxious mind, brooding over the idea, does she love me? Chapter 40.
Section 11 of the Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Of a Young Girl's Dominion. I admire her beauty, but I fear her intellect. Mérimée. If Julien had employed the time which he spent in exaggerating Mathilde's beauty, or in working himself up into a rage against that family haughtiness which she was forgetting for his sake, in examining what was going on in the salon, he would have understood the secret of her dominion over all that surrounded her. When anyone displeased Mademoiselle de la Mole, she managed to punish the offender by a jest which was so guarded, so well chosen, so polite, and so neatly timed, that the more the victim thought about it, the sorer grew the wound. She gradually became positively terrible to wounded vanity. As she attached no value to many things which the rest of her family very seriously wanted, she always struck them as self-possessed. The salons of the aristocracy were nice enough to brag about when you leave them, but that is all. The mere politeness alone only counts for something in its own right during the first few days. Julien experienced this after the first fascination, and the first astonishment had passed off. Politeness, he said to himself, is nothing but the absence of that bad temper which would be occasioned by bad manners. Mathilde was frequently bored. Perhaps she would have been bored anywhere. She then found a real distraction and real pleasure in sharpening an epigram. It was perhaps in order to have more amusing victims than her great relations, the academician and the 5 or 6 other men of inferior class who paid her court, that she had given encouragement to the Marquis de Croisenois, the Comte de Caylus, and 2 or 3 other young men of their highest rank. They simply represented new subjects for epigrams. We will admit with reluctance, for we are fond of Mathilde, that she had received many letters from several of them, and had sometimes answered them. We hasten to add that this person constitutes an exception to the manners of the century. Lack of prudence is not generally the fault with which the pupils of the noble convent of the Sacred Heart can be reproached. One day the Marquis de Croisenois returned to Mathilde a fairly compromising letter which she had written the previous night. He thought that he was thereby advancing his cause a great deal by taking this highly prudent step. But the very imprudence of her correspondence was the very element in it Mathilde liked. Her pleasure was to stake her fate. She did not speak to him again for 6 weeks. She amused herself with the letters of these young men, but in her view they were all like each other. It was invariably a case of the most profound, the most melancholy passion. They all represent the same perfect man, ready to leave for Palestine, she exclaimed to her cousin. Can you conceive of anything more insipid? So these are the letters I am going to receive all my life? There can only be a change every 20 years according to that kind of vogue which happens to be fashionable. They must have had more color in them in the days of the Empire. In those days all these young society men had seen or accomplished feats which really had an element of greatness. The Duke of N., my uncle, was at Wagram. What brains do you need to deal a saber blow? And when they have had the luck to do that, they talk of it so often, said Mademoiselle de Saint-Hérédité, Mathilde's cousin. Well, those tales give me pleasure. Being in a real battle, a battle of Napoleon where 6,000 soldiers were killed, why, that's proof of courage. Exposing oneself to danger elevates the soul and saves it from the boredom in which my poor admirers seem to be sunk. And that boredom is contagious. Which of them ever thought of doing anything extraordinary? They are trying to win my hand. A pretty business, to be sure. I'm rich, and my father will procure advancement for his son-in-law. Well, I hope you'll manage to find someone who is a little bit amusing. Mathilde's keen, sharp, and picturesque view of life spoilt her language, as one sees. An expression of hers would often constitute a blemish in the eyes of her polished friends. If she had been less fashionable, they would almost have owned that her manner of speaking was, from the standpoint of feminine delicacy, to some extent unduly colored. She, on her side, was very unjust towards the handsome cavalier who filled the Bois de Boulogne. She envisaged the future not with terror, that would have been a vivid emotion, but with a disgust which was very rare at her age. What could she desire? Fortune, good birth, wit, beauty, according to what the world said, and according to what she believed. All these things had been lavished upon her by the hands of chance. So this was the state of mind of the most envied heiress of the Faubourg Saint-Germain when she began to find pleasure in walking with Julien. She was astonished at his pride. She admired the ability of the little bourgeois. He will manage to get made a bishop like the Abbé Mouret, she said to herself. Soon the sincere and unaffected opposition with which our hero received several of her ideas filled her mind. She continued to think about it. She told her friend the slightest details of the conversation, but thought that she would never succeed in fully rendering all their meaning. The idea suddenly flashed across her. "I have the happiness of loving," she said to herself one day with an incredible ecstasy of joy. "I am in love. I am in love, it is clear. Where can a young, witty, and beautiful girl of my own age find sensations if not in love? It's no good. I shall never feel any love for Croisenois, Caylus, and tutti quanti. They are unimpeachable, perhaps too unimpeachable. Anyway, they bore me." She rehearsed in her mind all the descriptions of passion which she had read in Manon Lescaut, the Nouvelle Héloïse, the letters of a Portuguese nun, etc., etc. It was only a question, of course, of the ground passion. Light love was unworthy of a girl of her age and birth. She vouchsafed the name of love to that heroic sentiment which was met with in France in the time of Henri III and Bassompierre. That love did not basely yield to obstacles, but, far from it, inspired great deeds. How unfortunate for me that there is not a real court like that of Catherine de Medici or of Louis XIII. I feel equal to the boldest and greatest actions. What would I not make of a king who was a man of spirit like Louis XIII? If he were sighing at my feet, I would take him to the Vendée, as the Baron de Tolly is so fond of saying, and from that base he would reconquer his kingdom. Then no more about a charter, and Julien would help me. What does he lack? Name and fortune. He will make a name. He will win a fortune. Croisenois lacks nothing, and he will never be anything else all his life but a duke who is half ultra and half liberal, an undecided being who never goes to extremes and consequently always plays second fiddle. What great action is not an extreme at the moment when it is undertaken? It is only after accomplishment that it seems possible to commonplace individuals. Yet it is love with all its miracles which is going to reign over my heart. I feel as much from the fire which is thrilling me. Heaven owed me this boon. It will not then have lavished in vain all its bounties on one single person. My happiness will be worthy of me. Each day will no longer be the cold replica of the day before. There is grandeur and audacity in the very fact of daring to love a man placed so far beneath me by his social position. Let us see what happens. Will he continue to deserve me? I will abandon him at first sign of weakness which I detect. A girl of my birth and of that medieval temperament which they are good enough to ascribe to me, she was quoting from her father, must not behave like a fool. But should I not be behaving like a fool if I were to love the Marquis de Croisenois? I should simply have a new edition over again of that happiness enjoyed by my girl cousins, which I so utterly despise. I already know everything the poor Marquis would say to me, and every answer I should make. What's the good of a love which makes one yawn? One might as well be in a nunnery. I shall have a celebration of the signing of a contract just like my younger cousin, when the grandparents all break down, provided, of course, that they are not annoyed by some condition introduced into the contract at the 11th hour by the notary on the other side. End of section 11. Reading by Malone. Section 12 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Is he a Danton? The need of anxiety. These words summed up the character of my aunt, the beautiful Marguerite de Valois, who was soon to marry the King of Navarre, whom we see reigning at present in France under the name of Henri IV. The need of staking something was the key to the character of this charming princess. Hence her quarrels and reconciliations with her brothers from the time when she was 16. Now, what can a young girl stake? The most precious thing she has, her reputation, the esteem of a lifetime. Memoir of the Duc d'Angoulême, the natural son of Charles IX. There is no contract to sign for Julien and me. There is no notary. Everything is on the heroic plane. Everything is the child of chance. Apart from the noble birth which he lacks, it is the love of Marguerite de Valois for the young La Mole, the most distinguished man of the time, over again. Is it my fault that the young men of the court are such great advocates of the conventional, and turn pale at the mere idea of the slightest adventure which is a little out of the ordinary? A little journey in Greece or Africa represents the highest pitch of their audacity, and moreover, they can only march in troops. As soon as they find themselves alone, they are frightened, not of the Bedouin's lance, but of ridicule, and that fear makes them mad. My little Julien, on the other hand, only likes to act alone. This unique person never thinks for a minute of seeking help or support in others. He despises others, and that is why I do not despise him. If Julien were noble as well as poor, my love would simply be a vulgar piece of stupidity, a sheer mésalliance. I would have nothing to do with it. It would be absolutely devoid of the characteristic traits of a grand passion, the immensity of the difficulty to be overcome, and the black uncertainty of the result. Mademoiselle de la Mole was so engrossed in these pretty arguments that, without realizing what she was doing, she praised Julien to the Marquis de Croisenois and her brother on the following day. Her eloquence went so far that it provoked them. "You be careful of this young man who has so much energy," exclaimed her brother. "If we have another revolution, he will have us all guillotined." She was careful not to answer, but hastened to rally her brother and the Marquis de Croisenois on the apprehension which energy caused them. It is at bottom simply the fear of meeting the unexpected, the fear of being nonplussed in the presence of the unexpected. Always, always, gentlemen, the fear of ridicule, a monster which had the misfortune to die in 1816. Ridicule has ceased to exist in a country where there are two parties, Monsieur de la Mole was fond of saying. His daughter had understood the idea. "So, gentlemen," she would say to Julien's enemies, "you will be frightened all your life, and you will be told afterwards, 'Ce n'était pas un loup, ce n'en était que l'ombre.'" Mathilde soon left them. Her brother's words horrified her. They occasioned her much anxiety, but the day afterwards she regarded them as tantamount to the highest praise. His energy frightens them in this age where all energy is dead. I will tell him my brother's phrase. I want to see what answer he will make. But I will choose one of the moments when his eyes are shining. Then he will not be able to lie to me. He must be a Danton, she added after a long and vague reverie. Well, suppose the revolution begins again. What figures will Croisenois and my brother cut then? It's settled in advance. Sublime resignation. They will be heroic sheep who will allow their throats to be cut without saying a word. Their one fear when they die will still be the fear of being bad form. If a Jacobin came to arrest my little Julien, he would blow his brains out, however small the chance he had of escaping. He is not frightened of doing anything in bad form. These last words made her pensive. They recalled painful memories, and deprived her of all her boldness. These words reminded her of the jests of Messieurs de Caylus, Croisenois, de Luz, and her brother. These gentlemen joined in censuring Julien for his priestly demeanour, which they said was humble and hypocritical. But, she went on suddenly, with her eyes gleaming with joy, the very bitterness and the very frequency of their jests prove, in spite of themselves, that he is the most distinguished man whom we have seen this winter. What matter his defects and the things which they make fun of? He has the element of greatness, and they are shocked by it. Yes, the very men who are so good and so charitable in other matters. It is a fact that he is poor, and that he has studied in order to be a priest. They are the heads of a squadron, and never had any need of studying. They found it less trouble. In spite of all the handicap of his everlasting black suit and of that priestly expression, which he must wear, poor boy, if he isn't to die of hunger, his merit frightens them. Nothing could be clearer. And as for that priest-like expression, why, he no longer has it after we have been alone for some moments, and after those gentlemen have evolved what they imagine to be a subtle and impromptu epigram. Is not their first look towards Julien? I have often noticed it. and yet they know well that he never speaks to them unless he is questioned. I am the only one whom he speaks to. He thinks I have a lofty soul. He only answers the points they raise sufficiently to be polite. He immediately reverts into respectfulness. But with me he will discuss things for whole hours. He is not certain of his ideas so long as I find the slightest objection to them. There has not been a single rifle shot fired all this winter. Words have been the only means of attracting attention. Well, my father, who is a superior man, and will carry the fortunes of our house very far, respects Julien. Everyone else hates him. No one despises him except my mother's devout friends. The Comte de Caylus had, or pretended to have, a great passion for horses. He passed his life in his stables and often breakfasted there. This great passion, together with his habit of never laughing, won for him much respect among his friends. He was the eagle of the little circle. As soon as they had reassembled the following day behind Madame de la Mole's armchair, Monsieur de Caylus, supported by Croisenois and by Norbert, began, in Julien's absence, to attack sharply the high opinion which Mathilde entertained for Julien. He did this without any provocation, and almost the very minute that he caught sight of Mademoiselle de la Mole. She tumbled to the subtlety immediately, and was delighted with it. So, there they are, all leagued together, she said to herself, against a man of genius who has not 10 louis a year to bless himself with, and who cannot answer them except in so far as he is questioned. They are frightened of him, black coat and all. But how would things stand if he had epaulettes? She had never been more brilliant. Hardly had Caylus and his allies opened their attack than she riddled them with sarcastic jests. When the fire of these brilliant officers was at length extinguished, she said to Monsieur de Caylus, "Suppose that some gentleman in the Franche-Comté mountains finds out tomorrow that Julien is his natural son, and gives him a name and some thousands of francs. Why, in 6 months he will be an officer of the hussars, like you, gentlemen. In 6 weeks he will have moustache like you, gentlemen, and then his greatness of character will no longer be an object of ridicule. I shall then see you reduced, Monsieur the future Duke, to this stale and bad argument, the superiority of the court nobility over the provincial nobility. But where will you be if I choose to push you to extremities, and am mischievous enough to make Julien's father a Spanish duke, who was a prisoner of war at Besançon in the time of Napoleon, and who, out of conscientious scruples, acknowledges him on his deathbed?" Messieurs de Caylus and de Croisenois found all these assumptions of illegitimacy in rather bad taste. That was all they saw in Mathilde's reasoning. His sister's words were so clear that Norbert, in spite of his submissiveness, assumed a solemn air, which one must admit did not harmonize very well with his amiable, smiling face. He ventured to say a few words. "Are you ill, my dear?" answered Mathilde with a little air of seriousness. "You must be very bad to answer jests by moralizing." "Moralizing from you? Are you soliciting a job as prefect?" Mathilde soon forgot the irritation of the Comte de Caylus, the bad temper of Norbert, and the taciturn despair of Monsieur de Croisenois. She had to decide, one way or the other, a fatal question which had just seized upon her soul. "Julien is sincere enough with me," she said to herself. "A man at his age, in an inferior position, and rendered unhappy as he is by an extraordinary ambition, must have need of a woman friend. I am perhaps that friend, but I see no sign of love in him. Taking into account the audacity of his character, he would surely have spoken to me about his love. The uncertainty and this discussion with herself, which henceforth monopolized Mathilde's time, and in connection with which she found new arguments each time that Julien spoke to her, completely routed those fits of boredom to which she had been so liable. Daughter as she was of a man of intellect, who might become a minister, Mademoiselle de la Mole had been, when in the convent of the Sacred Heart, the object of the most excessive flattery. This misfortune can never be compensated for. She had been persuaded that by reason of all her advantages of birth, fortune, etc., she ought to be happier than anyone else. This is the cause of the boredom of princes and of all their follies. Mathilde had not escaped the deadly influence of this idea. However intelligent one may be, one cannot, at the age of 10, be on one's guard against the flatteries of a whole convent, which are apparently so well founded. From the moment that she had decided that she loved Julien, she was no longer bored. She congratulated herself every day on having deliberately decided to indulge in a grand passion. This amusement is very dangerous, she thought. All the better, 1,000 times. Without a grand passion, I should be languishing in boredom during the finest time of my life, the years from 16 to 20. I have already wasted my finest years. All my pleasure consisted in being obliged to listen to the silly arguments of my mother's friends, who, when at Coblence in 1792, were not quite so strict, so they say, as their words of today. It was while Mathilde was a prey to these great fits of uncertainty that Julien was baffled by those long looks of hers which lingered upon him. He noticed, no doubt, an increased frigidity in the manner of Count Norbert, and a fresh touch of haughtiness in the manner of Messieurs de Caylus, de Luz, and de Croisenois. He was accustomed to that. He would sometimes be their victim in this way at the end of an evening when, in view of the position he occupied, he had been unduly brilliant. Had it not been for the especial welcome with which Mathilde would greet him, and the curiosity with which all this society inspired him, he would have avoided following these brilliant mustachioed young men into the garden, when they accompanied Mademoiselle de la Mole there in the hour after dinner. Yes, Julien would say to himself, it is impossible for me to deceive myself. Mademoiselle de la Mole looks at me in a very singular way. But even when her fine blue open eyes are fixed on me, wide open with the most abandon, I always detect behind them an element of scrutiny, self-possession, and malice. Is it possible that this may be love? But how different to Madame de Rênal's looks! One evening, after dinner, Julien, who had followed Monsieur de la Mole into his study, was rapidly walking back to the garden. He approached Mathilde's circle without any warning, and caught some words pronounced in a very loud voice. She was teasing her brother. Julien heard his name distinctly pronounced twice. He appeared. There was immediately a profound silence, and abortive efforts were made to dissipate it. Mademoiselle de la Mole and her brother were too animated to find another topic of conversation. Messieurs de Caylus, de Croisenois, de Luz, and one of their friends manifested an icy coldness to Julien. He went away. End of section 12. Reading by Malone. Section 13 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal. Translated by Horace S. Samuel. A plot. Disconnected remarks, casual meetings, become transformed in the eyes of an imaginative man into the most convincing proofs, if he has any fire in his temperament. Schiller. The following day he again caught Norbert and his sister talking about him. A funereal silence was established on his arrival, as on the previous day. His suspicions were now unbounded. Can these charming young people have started to make fun of me? I must own this is a much more probable, much more natural than any suggested passion on the part of Mademoiselle de la Mole for a poor devil of a secretary. In the first place, have those people got any passions at all? Mystification is their strong point. They are jealous of my poor little superiority in speaking. Being jealous, again, is one of their weaknesses. On that basis, everything is explicable. Mademoiselle de la Mole simply wants to persuade me that she is marking me out for special favor in order to show me off to her betrothed. This cruel suspicion completely changed Julien's psychological condition. The idea found in his heart a budding love which it had no difficulty in destroying. This love was only founded on Mathilde's rare beauty, or rather on her queenly manners and her admirable dresses. Julien was still a parvenu in this respect. We are assured that there is nothing equal to a pretty society woman for dazzling a peasant who is at the same time a man of intellect, when he is admitted to first-class society. It had not been Mathilde's character which had given Julien food for dreams in the days that had just passed. He had sufficient sense to realize that he knew nothing about her character. All he saw of it might be merely superficial. For instance, Mathilde would not have missed Mass on Sunday for anything. She accompanied her mother there nearly every time. If, when in the salon of the Hôtel de la Mole, some indiscreet man forgot where he was, and indulged in that remotest allusion to any jest against the real or supposed interests of church or state, Mathilde immediately assumed an icy seriousness. Her previously arch expression reassumed all the impassive haughtiness of an old family portrait. But Julien had assured himself that she always had one or two of Voltaire's most philosophic volumes in her room. He himself would often steal some tomes of that fine edition which was so magnificently bound. By moving each volume a little distance from the one next to it, he managed to hide the absence of the one he took away, but he soon noticed that someone else was reading Voltaire. He had recourse to a trick worthy of the seminary and placed some pieces of hair on those volumes which he thought were likely to interest Mademoiselle de la Mole. They disappeared for whole weeks. Monsieur de la Mole had lost patience with his bookseller, who always sent him all the spurious memoirs, and had instructed Julien to buy all the new books which were at all stimulating. But in order to prevent the poison spreading over the household, the secretary was ordered to place the books in a little bookcase that stood in the Marquis's own room. He was soon quite certain that although the new books were hostile to the interests of both state and church, they very quickly disappeared. It was certainly not Norbert who read them. Julien attached undue importance to this discovery, and attributed to Mademoiselle de la Mole a Machiavellian role. This seeming depravity constituted a charm in his eyes, the one moral charm, in fact, which she possessed. He was led into this extravagance by his boredom with hypocrisy and moral platitudes. It was more a case of his exciting his own imagination than of his being swept away by his love. It was only after he had abandoned himself to reveries about the elegance of Mademoiselle de la Mole's figure, the excellent taste of her dress, the whiteness of her hand, the beauty of her arm, the disinvoltura of all her movements, that he began to find himself in love. Then, in order to complete the charm, he thought her a Catherine de Médicis. Nothing was too deep or too criminal for the character which he attributed to her. She was the ideal of the Maslon, the Frilair, and the Castaned, whom he had admired so much in his youth. To put it shortly, she represented, in his eyes, the Paris ideal. Could anything possibly be more humorous than believing in the depth or in the depravity of the Parisian character? It is impossible that this trio is making fun of me, thought Julien. The reader knows little of his character if he has not begun already to imagine his cold and gloomy expression when he answered Mathilde's looks. A bitter irony rebuffed those assurances of friendship which the astonished Mademoiselle de la Mole ventured to hazard on 2 or 3 occasions. Piqued by this sudden eccentricity, the heart of this young girl, though naturally cold, bored, and intellectual, became as impassioned as it was naturally capable of being. But there was also a large element of pride in Mathilde's character, and the birth of a sentiment which made all her happiness dependent on another was accompanied by a gloomy melancholy. Julien had derived sufficient advantage from his stay in Paris to appreciate that this was not the frigid melancholy of ennui. Instead of being keen, as she had been, on at-homes, theatres, and all kinds of distractions, she now shunned them. Music sung by Frenchmen bored Mathilde to death, yet Julien, who always made a point of being present when the audience came out of the opera, noticed that she made a point of getting taken there as often as she could. He thought he noticed that she had lost a little of that brilliant neatness of touch which used to be manifest in everything she did. She would sometimes answer her friends with jests rendered positively outrageous through the sheer force of their stinging energy. He thought that she made a special butt of the Marquis de Croisenois. That young man must be desperately in love with money not to give the go-by to that girl, however rich she may be, thought Julien. And as for himself, indignant at these outrages on masculine self-respect, he redoubled his frigidity towards her. Sometimes he went so far as to answer her with scant courtesy. In spite of his resolution not to become the dupe of Mathilde's signs of interest, these manifestations were so palpable on certain days, and Julien, whose eyes were beginning to be opened, began to find her so pretty that he was sometimes embarrassed. These young people of society will score in the long run by their skill and their coolness over my inexperience, he said to himself. I must leave and put an end to all this. The Marquis had just entrusted him with the administration of a number of small estates and houses which he possessed in Lower Languedoc. A journey was necessary. Monsieur de la Mole reluctantly consented. Julien had become his other self, except in those matters which concerned his political career. "So, when we come to balance the account," said Julien to himself, as he prepared his departure, "they have not caught me. Whether the jests that Mademoiselle de la Mole made to those gentlemen are real, or whether they were only intended to inspire me with confidence, they have simply amused me. If there is no conspiracy against the carpenter's son, Mademoiselle de la Mole is an enigma, but at any rate she is quite as much an enigma for the Marquis de Croisenois as she is to me. Yesterday, for instance, her bad temper was very real, and I had the pleasure of seeing her snub, thanks to her favor for me, a young man who is as noble and as rich as I am a poor scoundrel of a plebeian. That is my finest triumph. It will divert me in my post-chaise as I traverse the Languedoc plains." He had kept his departure a secret, but Mathilde knew, even better than he did himself, that he was going to leave Paris the following day for a long time. She developed a maddening headache, which was rendered worse by the stuffy salon. She walked a great deal in the garden, and persecuted Norbert, the Marquis de Croisenois, Caylus de Luz, and some other young men who had dined at the Hôtel de la Mole, to such an extent by her mordant witticisms that she drove them to take their leave. She kept looking at Julien in a strange way. Perhaps that look is a pose, thought Julien. But how about that hurried breathing and all that agitation? Bah, he said to himself, who am I to judge of such things? We are dealing with cream of Parisian sublimity and subtlety. As for that hurried breathing which was on the point of affecting me, she no doubt studied it with Leontine Fay, whom she liked so much. They were left alone. The conversation was obviously languishing. "No, Julien has no feeling for me," said Mathilde to herself, in such a state of real unhappiness. As he was taking leave of her, she took his arm violently. "You will receive a letter from me this evening," she said, to him in a voice that was so charged that its tone was scarcely recognizable. This circumstance affected Julien immediately. "My father," she continued, "has a proper regard for the services you render him. You must not leave tomorrow. Find an excuse." And she ran away. Her figure was charming. It was impossible to have a prettier foot. She ran with a grace which fascinated Julien. But will the reader guess what he began to think about after she had finally left him? He felt wounded by the imperious tone with which she had said the words, "You must." Louis XV, too, when he was on his deathbed, had been keenly irritated by the words, "You must," which had been tactlessly pronounced by his first physician, and yet Louis XV was not a parvenu. An hour afterwards, a footman gave Julien a letter. It was quite simply a declaration of love. "The style is too affected," said Julien to himself, as he endeavored to control, by his literary criticism, the joy which was spreading over his cheeks and forcing him to smile in spite of himself. At last his passionate exultation was too strong to be controlled. "So I," he suddenly exclaimed, "I, the poor peasant, get a declaration of love from a great lady. As for myself, I haven't done so badly," he added, restraining his joy as much as he could. I've managed to preserve my self-respect. I did not say that I loved her." He began to study the formation of the letters. Mademoiselle de la Mole had a pretty little English handwriting. He needed some concrete occupation to distract him from a joy which verged on delirium. "Your departure forces me to speak. I could not bear not to see you again." A thought had just struck Julien like a new discovery. It interrupted his examination of Mathilde's letter and redoubled his joy. "So I score over the Marquis de Croisenois," he exclaimed. "Yes, I, who could only talk seriously, and he is so handsome. He has a moustache and a charming uniform. He always manages to say something witty and clever just at the psychological moment." Julien experienced a delightful minute. He was wandering at random in the garden, mad with happiness. Afterwards he went up to his desk and had himself ushered in to the Marquis de la Mole, who was fortunately still in. He showed him several stamped papers which had come from Normandy, and had no difficulty in convincing him that he was obliged to put off his departure for Languedoc in order to look after the Normandy lawsuits. "I'm very glad that you are not going," said the Marquis to him, when they had finished talking business. "I like seeing you." Julien went out. The words irritated him. "And I am going to seduce his daughter, and perhaps render impossible that marriage with the Marquis de Croisenois to which the Marquis looks forward with such delight. If he does not get made a duke, at any rate his daughter will have a coronet." Julien thought of leaving for Languedoc in spite of Mathilde's letter, and in spite of the explanation he had just given to the Marquis. This flash of virtue quickly disappeared. "How kind it is of me," he said to himself. "Me, a plebeian, takes pity on a family of this rank. Yes, me, whom the Duke of Chaulnes calls a servant. How does the Marquis manage to increase his immense fortune? By selling stock when he picks up information at the castle that there will be a panic or a coup d'etat on the following day. And shall I, who have been flung down into the lowest class by a cruel providence, I, whom Providence has given a noble heart, but not an income of 1,000 francs, that is to say, not enough to buy bread with, literally not enough to buy bread with, shall I refuse a pleasure that presents itself, a limpid fountain which will quench my thirst in this scorching desert of mediocrity which I am traversing with such difficulty? Upon my word, I am not such a fool. Each man for himself in that desert of egoism which is called life." As he remembered certain disdainful looks which Madame de la Mole, and especially her lady friends, had favoured him with, the pleasure of scoring over the Marquis de Croisenois completed the rout of this echo of virtue. "How I should like to make him angry," said Julien. "With what confidence would I give him a sword thrust now?" And he went through the second thrust. "Up till now I have been a mere usher, who exploited basely the little courage he had. After this letter I am his equal. Yes," he slowly said to himself with an infinite pleasure, "the merits of the Marquis and myself have been weighed in the balance, and it is the poor carpenter from the Jura who turns the scale. Good," he exclaimed. "This is how I shall sign my answer. Don't imagine, Mademoiselle de la Mole, that I am forgetting my place. I will make you realize and fully appreciate that it is for a carpenter's son that you are betraying a descendant of the famous Guy de Croisenois, who followed Saint Louis to the Crusade." Julien was unable to control his joy. He was obliged to go down into the garden. He had locked himself in his room, but he found it too narrow to breathe in. "To think of it being me! The poor peasant from the Jura, he kept on repeating to himself. To think of it being me who am eternally condemned to wear this gloomy black suit. Alas, 20 years ago I would have worn a uniform like they do. In those days, a man like me either got killed or became a general at 36. The letter which he held clenched in his hand gave him a heroic pose and stature. Nowadays, it is true, if one sticks to this black suit, one gets at 40 an income of 100,000 francs, and the blue ribbon like my Lord Bishop of Beauvais. Well, he said to himself with a Mephistophelian smile, I have more brains than they. I'm shrewd enough to choose the uniform of my century. And he felt a quickening of his ambition and of his attachment to his ecclesiastical dress. What cardinals of even lower birth than mine have not succeeded in governing? My compatriot Granvelle, for instance. Julien's agitation became gradually calm. Prudence emerged to the top. He said to himself, like his master Tartuffe, whose part he knew by heart, Je puis croire ces mots, un artifice honnête. Je ne me fierai point des propos si doux, comme peu de ces faveurs après quoi je soupire ne viennent m'assurer tout ce qu'ils m'ont pu dire. Tartuffe, acte 4, scène 5. Tartuffe, too, was ruined by a woman, and he was as good as most men. My answer may be shown, and the way out of that is this, he added, pronouncing his words slowly with an intonation of deliberate and restrained ferocity. We will begin by quoting the most vivid passages from the letter of the sublime Mathilde. Quite so, but Monsieur de Croisenois' lackeys will hurl themselves upon me and snatch the original away. No, they won't, for I am well armed, and as we know, I am accustomed to firing on lackeys. Well, suppose one of them has courage and hurls himself upon me. He has been promised 100 Napoleons. If I kill him or wound him, good, that's what they want. I shall be thrown into prison legally. I shall be had up in the police court, and the judges will send me with all justice and all equity to keep Messieurs Fontaine and Malone company in Poissy. There I shall be landed in the middle of 400 scoundrels. And am I to have the slightest pity on these people? He exclaimed, getting up impetuously. Do they show any to persons of the third estate when they have them in their power? With these words, his gratitude to Monsieur de la Mole, which had been, in spite of himself, torturing his conscience up to this time, breathed its last. Softly, gentlemen, I follow this little Machiavellian trick. The Abbé Maslon or Monsieur de Castanede of the seminary could not have done better. You will take the provocative letter away from me, and I shall exemplify the second volume of Colonel Garon et Colmar. One moment, gentlemen. I will send the fatal letter in a well-sealed packet to Monsieur the Abbé Pirard to take care of. He's an honest man, a Jansenist, and consequently incorruptible. Yes, but he will open the letter. Fouquet is the man to whom I must send it. We must admit that Julien's expression was awful, his countenance ghastly. It breathed unmitigated criminality. It represented the unhappy man at war with all society. To arms! Exclaimed Julien, and he bounded up the flight of steps of the hotel with one stride. He entered the stall of the street scrivener. He frightened him. Copy this, he said, giving him Mademoiselle de la Mole's letter. While the scrivener was working, he himself wrote to Fouquet. He asked him to take care of a valuable deposit. But, he said to himself, breaking in upon his train of thought, The Secret Service of the Post Office will open my letter and will give you, gentlemen, the one you are looking for. Not quite, gentlemen. He went and bought an enormous Bible from a Protestant bookseller, skillfully hid Mathilde's letter in the cover, and packed it all up. His parcel left by the diligence, addressed to one of Fouquet's workmen, whose name was known to nobody at Paris. This done, he returned to the Hôtel de la Mole, joyous and buoyant. "Now it's our turn," he exclaimed as he locked himself into the room and threw off his coat. "What, mademoiselle?" he wrote to Mathilde. "Is it Mademoiselle de la Mole who gets Arsène, her father's lackey, to hand an only too flattering letter to a poor carpenter from the Jura, in order, no doubt, to make fun of his simplicity?" And he copied out the most explicit phrases in the letter which he had just received. His own letter would have done honour to the diplomatic prudence of Monsieur the Chevalier de Beauvoisis. It was still only 10 o'clock when Julien entered the Italian opera, intoxicated with happiness and that feeling of his own power which was so novel for a poor devil like him. He heard his friend Geronimo sing. Music had never exalted him to such a pitch. End of section 13. Reading by Malone. Section 14 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. A Young Girl's Thoughts. What perplexity! What sleepless nights! Great God! Am I going to make myself contemptible? He will despise me himself. But he is leaving. He's going away. Alfred de Musset. Mathilde had not written without a struggle. Whatever might have been the beginning of her interest in Julien, it soon dominated that pride which had reigned unchallenged in her heart since she had begun to know herself. This cold and haughty soul was swept away for the first time by a sentiment of passion. But if this passion dominated her pride, it still kept faithfully to the habits of that pride. 2 months of struggles and new sensations had transformed, so to speak, her whole moral life. Mathilde thought she was in sight of happiness. This vista, irresistible as it is for those who combine a superior intellect with a courageous soul, had to struggle for a long time against her self-respect and all her vulgar duties. One day she went into her mother's room at 7 o'clock in the morning and asked permission to take refuge in Villequier. The marquise did not even deign to answer her and advised her to go back to bed. This was the last effort of vulgar prudence and respect for tradition. The fear of doing wrong, and of offending those ideas which the Caylus, the Deluses, the Croisenois held for sacred, had little power over her soul. She considered such creatures incapable of understanding her. She would have consulted them if it had been a matter of buying a carriage or an estate. Her real fear was that Julien was displeased with her. Perhaps he too has only the appearance of a superior man. She abhorred lack of character. That was her one objection to the handsome young men who surrounded her. The more they made elegant fun of everything which deviated from the prevailing mode, or which conformed to it but indifferently, the lower they fell in her eyes. They were brave, and that was all. And after all, in what way were they brave, she said to herself? In duels. But the duel is nothing more than a formality. The whole thing is mapped out beforehand, even the correct thing to say when you fall. Stretched on the turf and with your hand on your heart, you must vouchsafe a generous forgiveness to the adversary, and a few words for a fair lady who is often imaginary, or, if she does exist, will go to a ball on the day of your death for fear of arousing suspicion. One braves danger at the head of a squadron brilliant with steel. But how about that dagger which is solitary, strange, unforeseen, and really ugly? Alas, said Mathilde to herself, it was at the court of Henri III that men who were great both by character and by birth were to be found. Yes, if Julien had served at Jarnac or Moncontour, I should no longer doubt. In those days of strength and vigour, Frenchmen were not dolls. The day of the battle was almost the one which presented the fewest problems. Their life was not imprisoned, like an Egyptian mummy, in a covering which was common to all, and always the same. Yes, she added, there was more real courage in going home alone at 11 o'clock in the evening, when one came out of the Hôtel de Soissons, where Catherine de Médicis lived, than there is nowadays in running over to Algiers. A man's life was then a series of hazards. Nowadays, civilization has banished hazard. There are no more surprises. If anything new appears in any idea, there are not sufficient epigrams to immortalize it. But if anything new appears in actual life, our panic reaches the lowest depth of cowardice. Whatever folly panic makes us commit, excused. What a degenerate and boring age! What would Boniface de la Mole have said if, lifting his cut-off head out of the tomb, he had seen 17 of his descendants allow themselves to be caught like sheep in 1793, in order to be guillotined 2 days afterwards? Death was certain, but it would have been bad form to have defended themselves and to have killed at least 1 or 2 Jacobins. Yes, in the heroic days of France, in the age of Boniface de la Mole, Julien would have been the chief of a squadron, while my brother would have been the young priest with decorous manners, with wisdom in his eyes and reason on his lips. Some months previously, Mathilde had given up all hope of meeting any being who was a little different from the common pattern. She had found some happiness in allowing herself to write to some young society men. This rash procedure, which was so unbecoming and so imprudent in a young girl, might have disgraced her in the eyes of Monsieur de Croisenois, the Duc de Chaulnes, his father, and the whole Hôtel de Chaulnes, who, on seeing the projected marriage broken off, would have wanted to know the reason. At that time Mathilde had been unable to sleep on those days when she had written one of her letters, but those letters were only answers. But now she ventured to declare her own love. She wrote first, what a terrible word, to a man of the lowest social grade. This circumstance rendered her eternal disgrace quite inevitable in the event of detection. Who of the women who visited her mother would have dared to take her part? What official excuse could be evolved which would successfully cope with the awful contempt of society? Besides, speaking was awful enough, but writing! There are some things which are not written. Napoleon had exclaimed on learning of the capitulation of Balin, and it was Julien who had told her that epigram, as though giving her a lesson that was to come in useful subsequently. But all this was comparatively unimportant. Mathilde's anguish had other causes. Forgetting the terrible effect it would produce on society, and the ineffable blot on her scutcheon that would follow such an outrage on her caste. Mathilde was going to write to a person of a very different character to the Croisenois, the Deleuze, the Caylus. She would have been frightened at the depth and mystery in Julien's character if she had merely entered into a conventional acquaintance with him, and she was going to make him her lover, perhaps her master. What will his pretensions not be if he is ever in a position to do everything with me? Well, I shall say, like Medea, au milieu de tant de périls, il me reste moi. She believed that Julien had no respect for nobility of blood. What was more, he probably did not love her. In these last moments of awful doubt, her feminine pride suggested to her certain ideas. "Everything is bound to be extraordinary in the life of a girl like me," exclaimed Mathilde impatiently. The pride which had been drilled into her since her cradle began to struggle with her virtue. It was at this moment that Julien's departure precipitated everything. Such characters are luckily very rare. Very late in the evening, Julien was malicious enough to have a very heavy trunk taken down to the porter's lodge. He called the valet, who was courting Mademoiselle de la Mole's chambermaid, to move it. "This manoeuvre cannot result in anything," he said to himself, "but if it does succeed, she will think that I have gone." Very tickled by this humorous thought, he fell asleep. Mathilde did not sleep a wink. Julien left the hotel very early the next morning without being seen, but he came back before 8 o'clock. He had scarcely entered the library before M. de la Mole appeared on the threshold. He handed her his answer. He thought that it was his duty to speak to her. It was certainly perfectly feasible, but Mademoiselle de la Mole would not listen to him and disappeared. Julien was delighted. He did not know what to say. "If all this is not a put-up job with Comte Norbert, it is clear that it is my cold looks which have kindled the strange love which this aristocratic girl chooses to entertain for me. I should be really too much of a fool if I ever allowed myself to take a fancy to that big blonde doll." This train of reasoning left him colder and more calculating than he had ever been. "In the battle for which we are preparing," he added, "pride of birth will be like a high hill which constitutes a military position between her and me. That must be the field of manoeuvres. I made a great mistake in staying in Paris. This postponing of my departure cheapens and exposes me. If all this is simply a trick, what danger was there in leaving? If they were making fun of me, I was making fun of them. If her interest for me was in any way real, I was making that interest 100 times more intense." Mademoiselle de la Mole's letter had given Julien's vanity so keen a pleasure that, wreathed as he was in smiles at his good fortune, he had forgotten to think seriously about the propriety of leaving. It was one of the fatal elements of his character to be extremely sensitive to his own weaknesses. He was extremely upset by this one, and had almost forgotten the incredible victory which had preceded this slight check, when about 9 o'clock Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared on the threshold of the library, flung him a letter, and ran away. "So this is going to be the romance by letters," he said as he picked it up. "The enemy makes a false move. I will reply by coldness and virtue." He was asked, with a poignancy which merely increased his inner gaiety, to give a definite answer. He indulged in the pleasure of mystifying those persons who he thought wanted to make fun of him for 2 pages, and it was out of humour again that he announced towards the end of his answer his definite departure on the following morning. The garden will be a useful place to hand her the letter, he thought, after he had finished it, and he went there. He looked at the window of Mademoiselle de la Mole's room. It was on the first story, next to her mother's apartment, but there was a large ground floor. This latter was so high that as Julien walked under the avenue of pines with his letter in his hands, he could not be seen from Mademoiselle de la Mole's window. The dome, formed by the well-clipped pines, intercepted the view. "What?" said Julien to himself angrily. "Another indiscretion. If they have really begun making fun of me, showing myself with a letter is playing into my enemy's hands." Norbert's room was exactly above his sister's, and if Julien came out from under the dome formed by the clipped branches of the pine, the Comte and his friend could follow all his movements. Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared behind her window. He half showed his letter. She lowered her head. Then Julien ran up to his own room and met accidentally on the main staircase the fair Mathilde, who seized the letter with complete self-possession and smiling eyes. What passion there was in the eyes of that poor Madame de Rênal, said Julien to himself, when she ventured to receive a letter from me, even after 6 months of intimate relationship. I don't think she ever looked at me with smiling eyes in her whole life. He did not formulate so precisely the rest of his answer. Was he perhaps ashamed of the triviality of the motive which were actuating him? But how different, too, he went on to think, are her elegant morning dress and her distinguished appearance. A man of taste, on seeing Mademoiselle de la Mole 30 yards off, would infer the position which she occupies in society. That is what can be called a specific merit. In spite of all this humorousness, Julien was not quite honest with himself. Madame de Rênal had no Marquis de Croisenois to sacrifice to him. His only rival was that grotesque sub-prefect, M. Charroux, who assumed the name of Maugiron, because there were no Maugirons left in France. At 5 o'clock, Julien received a third letter. It was thrown to him from the library door. Mademoiselle de la Mole ran away again. What a mania for writing, he said to himself with a laugh, when one can talk so easily. The enemy wants my letters, that is clear, and many of them. He did not hurry to open this one. More elegant phrases, he thought, but he paled as he read it. There were only 8 lines. I need to speak to you. I must speak to you this evening. Be in the garden at the moment when 1 o'clock is striking. Take the big gardener's ladder near the well. Place it against my window and climb up to my room. It is moonlight. Never mind. End of section 14. Reading by Malone.
Section 15 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Madcappe. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Is it a plot? Chapter 45. Oh, how cruel is the interval between conception and the execution of a great project! What vain fears, what fits of irresolution! It's a matter of life and death. Even more is at stake honor. Schiller. This is getting serious, thought Julien, and a little too clear, he added, thinking a little. Why, to be sure, this fine young lady can talk to me in the library with a freedom which, thank heaven, is absolutely complete. The Marquis, frightened as he is that I show him accounts, never sets foot in it. Why, Monsieur de la Mole and the Comte Norbert, the only persons who ever come here, are absent nearly the whole day, and the sublime Mathilde, for whom a sovereign prince would not be too noble a suitor, wants me to commit an abominable indiscretion. It's clear they want to ruin me, or at least make fun of me. First they wanted to ruin me by my own letters. They happen to be discreet. Well, they want some act which is clearer than daylight. These handsome little gentlemen think I am too silly or too conceited. The devil! To think of climbing like this up a ladder to a story 25 feet high in the finest moonlight. They would have time to see me, even from the neighbouring houses. I shall cut a pretty figure, to be sure, on my ladder. Julien went up to his room again and began to pack his trunk, whistling. He had decided to leave and not even to answer. But this wise resolution did not give him peace of mind. If by chance, he said suddenly to himself after he had closed his trunk, Mathilde is in good faith, why then I cut the figure of an arrant coward in her eyes. I have no birth myself, so I need great qualities, attested straightway by speaking actions, money down, no charitable credit. He spent a quarter of an hour in reflecting. What is the good of denying it, he said at last. She will think me a coward. I shall lose not only the most brilliant person in high society, as they all said at Monsieur the Duc de Retz's ball, but also the heavenly pleasure of seeing the Marquis de Croisenois, the son of a duke, who will be one day a duke himself, sacrificed to me. A charming young man who has all the qualities I lack, a happy wit, birth, fortune. This regret will haunt me all my life, not on her account, there are so many mistresses, but there is only one honour, says old Don Diego, and here I am clearly and palpably shrinking from the first danger that presents itself. For the duel with Monsieur Beauvoisis was simply a joke. This is quite different. A servant may fire at me point blank, but that is the least danger. I may be disgraced. This is getting serious, my boy, he added with a Gascon gaiety and accent. Honour is at stake. A poor devil flung by chance into as low a grade as I am will never find such an opportunity again. I shall have my conquests, but they will be inferior ones. He reflected for a long time, and walked up and down hurriedly, and then from time to time would suddenly stop. A magnificent marble bust of Cardinal de Richelieu had been placed in his room. It attracted his gaze in spite of himself. This bust seemed to look at him severely, as though reproaching him with the lack of that audacity which ought to be so natural to the French character. Would I have hesitated in your age, great man? At the worst, said Julien to himself, suppose all this is a trap. It is pretty black and pretty compromising for a young girl. They know that I am not the man to hold my tongue. They will therefore have to kill me. That was right enough in 1574, in the days of Boniface de la Mole, but nobody today would ever have the pluck. They are not the same men. Mademoiselle de la Mole is the object of so much jealousy. 400 salons would ring with her disgrace tomorrow, and how pleased they would all be. The servants gossip among themselves about mark the favours of which I am the recipient. I know it, I have heard them. On the other hand, there are her letters. They may think that I have them on me. They may surprise me in her room and take them from me. I shall have to do with 2, 3, or 4 men. How can I tell? But where are they going to find these men? Where are they to find discreet subordinates in Paris? Justice frightens them, by God. It may be the Caylus, the Croisenois, the Deleuze themselves. The idea of the ludicrous figure I should cut in the middle of them at the particular minute may have attracted them. Look out for the fate of Abaya, monsieur the secretary. Well, by heaven, I'll mark you. I'll strike at your faces like Caesar's soldiers at Pharsalia. As for the letters, I can put them in a safe place. Julien copied out the 2 last, hid them in a fine volume of Voltaire in the library, and himself took the originals to the post. What folly am I going to rush into, he said to himself, with surprise and terror when he returned. He had been a quarter of an hour without contemplating what he was to do on this coming night. But if I refuse, I am bound to despise myself afterwards. This matter will always occasion me great doubt during my whole life, and to a man like me such doubts are the most poignant unhappiness. Did I not feel like that for Amanda's lover? I think I would find it easier to forgive myself for a perfectly clear crime. Once admitted, I could leave off thinking of it. Why, I shall have been the rival of a man who bears one of the finest names in France, and then, out of pure lightheartedness, declare myself his inferior. After all, it is cowardly not to go. These words clinch everything, exclaimed Julien as he got up. Besides, she's quite pretty. If this is not a piece of treachery, what a folly is she not committing for my sake? If it's a piece of mystification, by heaven, gentlemen, it only depends on me to turn the jest into earnest, and that I will do. But supposing they tie my hands together at the moment I enter the room? They may have placed some ingenious machine there. It's like a duel, he said to himself with a laugh. Everyone makes a full parade, says my maître d'armes, but the good God, who wishes the thing to end, makes one of them forget to parry. Besides, here's something to answer them with. He drew his pistols out of his pocket, and although the priming was shining, he renewed it. There were still several hours to wait. Julien wrote to Fouquet in order to have something to do. My friend, do not open the enclosed letter except in the event of an accident, if you hear that something strange has happened to me. In that case, blot out the proper names in the manuscript which I am sending you, make 8 copies of it, and send it to the papers of Marseille, Bordeaux, Lyon, Brussels, etc. 10 days later, have the manuscript printed, send the first copy to Monsieur the Marquis de la Mole, and a fortnight after that, throw the other copies at night into the streets of Verrières. Julien made this little memoir in defence of his position as little compromising as possible for Mademoiselle de la Mole. Fouquet was only to open it in the event of an accident. It was put in the form of a story, but in fact it exactly described his situation. Julien had just fastened his packet when the dinner bell rang. It made his heart beat. His imagination was distracted by the story which he had just composed, and fell a prey to tragic presentiments. He saw himself seized by servants, trussed, and taken into a cellar with a gag in his mouth. A servant was stationed there who never let him out of sight, and if the family honour required that the adventure should have a tragic end, it was easy to finish everything with those poisons which leave no trace. They could even say that he had died of an illness and would carry his dead body back into his room. Thrilled like a dramatic author by his own story, Julien was really afraid when he entered the dining-room. He looked at all those liveried servants. He studied their faces. Which ones are chosen for tonight's expedition? He said to himself. The memories of the court of Henri III are so vivid in this family, and so often recalled, that if they think they have been insulted, they will show more resolution than other persons of the same rank. He looked at Mademoiselle de la Mole in order to read the family plans in her eyes. She was pale and looked quite middle-aged. He thought she had never looked so great. She was really handsome and imposing. He almost fell in love with her. Pallida morte futura, he said to himself. Her pallor indicates her great plans. It was in vain that after dinner he made a point of walking for a long time in the garden. Mademoiselle did not appear. Speaking to her at that moment would have lifted a great weight off his heart. Why not admit it? He was afraid. As he had resolved to act, he was not ashamed to abandon himself to this emotion. So long as I show the necessary courage at the actual moment, he said to himself, what does it matter what I feel at this particular moment? He went to reconnoitre the situation and find out the weight of the ladder. This is an instrument, he said to himself with a smile, which I am fated to use both here and at Verrières. What a difference! In those days, he added, with a sigh, I was not obliged to distrust the person for whom I exposed myself to danger. What a difference also in the danger! There would have been no dishonour for me if I had been killed in M. de Renal's gardens. It would have been easy to have made my death into a mystery. But here all kinds of abominable scandal will be talked in the salons of the Hôtel de Chaulnes, the Hôtel de Caylus, de Retz, etc. Everywhere, in fact. I shall go down to posterity as a monster. For 2 or 3 years he went on with a laugh, making fun of himself, but the idea paralysed him. And how am I going to manage to get justified? Suppose that Fouquet does print my posthumous pamphlet, it will only be taken for an additional infamy. Why, I get received into a house, and I reward the hospitality with which I have received, the kindness with which I have been loaded, by printing a pamphlet about what has happened and attacking the honour of women. Nay, I had 1,000 times rather be duped. The evening was awful. End of chapter 45. Recording by Madcap, London. Section 16 of the Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Madcap. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 46. 1 o'clock in the morning. This garden was very big. It had been planned a few years ago in perfect taste, but the trees were more than a century old. It had a certain rustic atmosphere. Massinger. He was going to write a countermanding letter to Fouquet when 11 o'clock struck. He noisily turned the lock of the door of his room as though he had locked himself in. He went with a sleuth-like step to observe what was happening over the house, especially on the 4th story, where the servants slept. One of Madame de la Mole's chambermaids was giving an entertainment. The servants were taking punch with much gaiety. Those who laugh like that, thought Julien, cannot be participating in the nocturnal expedition. If they were, they would be more serious. Eventually he stationed himself in an obscure corner of the garden. If their plan is to hide themselves from the servants of the house, they will dispatch the persons whom they have told off to surprise me over the garden wall. If M. de Croisenois shows any sense of proportion in this matter, he is bound to find it less compromising for the young person whom he wishes to make his wife, if he has me surprised before I enter her room. He made a military and extremely detailed reconnaissance. My honour is at stake, he thought. If I tumble into some pitfall, it will not be an excuse in my own eyes to say, I never thought of it. The weather was desperately serene. About 11 o'clock the moon rose. At 12:30 it completely illuminated the facade of the hotel looking out upon the garden. She's mad, Julien said to himself. As 1 o'clock struck, there was still a light in the Comte Norbert windows. Julien had never been so frightened in his life. He only saw the dangers of the enterprise and had no enthusiasm at all. He went and took the immense ladder, waited 5 minutes to give her time to tell him not to go, and 5 minutes after one placed the ladder against Mathilde's window. He mounted softly, pistol in hand, astonished at not being attacked. As he approached the window, it opened noiselessly. So there you are, monsieur, said Mathilde to him with considerable emotion. I have been following your movements for the last hour. Julien was very much embarrassed. He did not know how to conduct himself. He did not feel at all in love. He thought in his embarrassment that he ought to be venturesome. He tried to kiss Mathilde. For shame, she said to him, pushing him away. Extremely glad at being rebuffed, he hastened to look round him. The moon was so brilliant that the shadows which it made in Mademoiselle de la Mole's room were black. It's quite possible for men to be concealed without my seeing them, he thought. What have you got in your pocket at the side of your coat? Mathilde said to him, delighted at finding something to talk about. She was suffering strangely. All those sentiments of reserve and timidity, which were so natural to a girl of good birth, had reasserted their dominion and were torturing her. I have all kinds of arms and pistols, answered Julien, equally glad at having something to say. You must take the ladder away, said Mathilde. It is very big and may break the windows of the salon down below, or the room on the ground floor. You must not break windows, replied Mathilde, making a vain effort to assume an ordinary conversational tone. It seems to me you can lower the ladder by tying a cord to the first rung. I have always a supply of cords at hand. So this is a woman in love, thought Julien. She actually dares to say that she is in love. So much self-possession and such shrewdness in taking precautions are sufficient indications that I am not triumphing over M. de Croisenois, as I foolishly believed, but that I am simply succeeding him. As a matter of fact, what does it matter to me? Do I love her? I am triumphing over the Marquis in so far as he would be very angry at having a successor, and angrier still at that successor being myself. How haughtily he looked at me this evening in the Café Tortoni, when he pretended not to recognize me, and how maliciously he bowed to me afterwards when he could not get out of it. Julien had tied the cord to the last rung of the ladder. He lowered it softly and leant far out of the balcony in order to avoid its touching the window pane. A fine opportunity to kill me, he thought, if anyone is hidden in Mathilde's room. But a profound silence continued to reign everywhere. The ladder touched the ground. Julien succeeded in laying it on the border of the exotic flowers alongside the wall. What will my mother say, said Mathilde, when she sees her beautiful plants all crushed? You must throw down the cord, she added with great self-possession. If it were noticed going up to the balcony, it would be a difficult circumstance to explain. And how am I to get away? Said Julien in a jesting tone affecting the Creole accent. One of the chambermaids of the household had been born in Saint Domingo. You? Why, you will leave by the door, said Mathilde, delighted at the idea. Ah, how worthy this man is of all my love, she thought. Julien had just let the cord fall into the garden. Mathilde grasped his arm. He thought he had been seized by an enemy and turned round, sharply, drawing a dagger. She had thought that she had heard a window opening. They remained motionless and scarcely breathed. The moonlight lit up everything. The noise was not renewed, and there was no more cause for anxiety. Then their embarrassment began again. It was great on both sides. Julien assured himself that the door was completely locked. He thought of looking under the bed, but did not dare. They might have stationed some lackeys there. Finally he feared that he might reproach himself in the future for this lack of prudence, and did look. Mathilde had fallen into all the anguish of the most extreme timidity. She was horrified at her position. "What have you done with my letters?" she said at last. What a good opportunity to upset these gentlemen if they are eavesdropping and thus avoiding the battle, thought Julien. The first is hid in a big Protestant Bible which last night's diligence is taking far away from here. He spoke very distinctly as he went into these details, so as to be heard by any persons who might be concealed in two large mahogany cupboards which had not dared to inspect. The other two are in the post and are bound for the same destination as the first. Heavens, why all these precautions? Said Mathilde in alarm. What's the good of my lying? Thought Julien, and he confessed all his suspicions. So that's the cause for the coldness of your letters, dear? Exclaimed Mathilde in a tone of madness rather than of tenderness. Julien did not notice that nuance. The endearment made him lose his head, or at any rate his suspicions vanished. He dared to clasp in his arms that beautiful girl who inspired him with such respect. He was only partially rebuffed. He fell back on his memory as he had once at Besançon with Armanda Binet, and recited by heart several of the finest phrases of the Nouvelle Heloise. "You have the heart of a man," was the answer she made without listening too attentively to his phrases. "I wanted to test your courage, I confess it. Your first suspicions and your resolutions show you even more intrepid, dear, than I had believed." Mathilde had made an effort to call him dear, and was evidently paying more attention to this strange method of speech than to the substance of what she was saying. Being called dear without any tenderness in the tone afforded no pleasure to Julien. He was astonished at not being happy, and eventually fell back on his reasoning in order to be so. He saw that he was respected by this proud young girl who never gave undeserved praise. By means of this reasoning he managed to enjoy the happiness of satisfied vanity. It was not, it was true, that soulful pleasure which he had sometimes found with Madame de Renal. There was no element of tenderness in the feelings of these first few minutes. It was the keen happiness of a gratified ambition, and Julien was, above all, ambitious. He talked again of the people whom he had suspected and of the precautions which he had devised. As he spoke, he thought of the best means of exploiting his victory. Mathilde was still very embarrassed and seemed paralyzed by the steps which she had taken. She appeared delighted to find a topic of conversation. They talked of how they were to see each other again. Julien extracted a delicious joy from the consciousness of the intelligence and the courage of which he again proved himself possessed during this discussion. They had to reckon with extremely sharp people. The little Tombeau was certainly a spy, but Mathilde and himself as well had their share of cleverness. What was easier than to meet in the library and there make all arrangements? " I can appear in all parts of the hotel," added Julien, without rousing suspicion, almost, in fact, in Madame de la Mole's own room. It was absolutely necessary to go through it in order to reach her daughter's room. If Mathilde thought it preferable for him to always come by a ladder, then he would expose himself to that paltry danger with a heart intoxicated with joy. As she was listening to him speaking, Mathilde was shocked by this air of triumph. " So he is my master," she said to herself. She was already prey to remorse. Her reason was horrified at the signal folly which she had just committed. If she had had the power, she would have annihilated both herself and Julien. When for a few moments she managed by sheer willpower to silence her pangs of remorse, she was rendered very unhappy by her timidity and wounded shame. She had quite failed to foresee the awful plight in which she now found herself. " I must speak to him, however," she said at last. " That is the proper thing to do. One does talk to one's lover." And then, with a view of accomplishing a duty, and with a tenderness which was manifested rather in the words which she employed than in the inflection of her voice, she recounted various resolutions which she had made concerning him during the last few days. She had decided that if he should dare to come to her room by the help of her gardener's ladder, according to his instructions, she would be entirely his. But never were such tender passages spoken in a more polite and frigid tone. Up to the present this assignation had been icy. It was enough to make one hate the name of love. What a lesson in morality for a young and imprudent girl. Is it worth while to ruin one's future for moments such as this? After long fits of hesitation which a superficial observer might have mistaken for the result of the most emphatic hate, so great is the difficulty which a woman's self-respect finds in yielding to even so firm a will as hers, Mathilde became eventually a charming mistress. In point of fact, these ecstasies were a little artificial. Passionate love was still more the model which they imitated than a real actuality. Mademoiselle de la Mole thought she was fulfilling a duty towards herself and towards her lover. The poor boy, she said to herself, has shown a consummate bravery. He deserves to be happy, or it is really I who will be showing a lack of character. But she would have been glad to have redeemed the cruel necessity in which she found herself, even at the price of an eternity of unhappiness. In spite of the awful violence she was doing to herself, she was completely mistress of her words. No regret and no reproach spoiled that night which Julien found extraordinary rather than happy. Great heavens! What a difference to his last 24 hours' stay in Verrieres! These fine Paris manners managed to spoil everything, even love, he said to himself, quite unjustly. He abandoned himself to these reflections as he stood upright in one of the great mahogany cupboards into which he had been put at the sign of the first sounds of movement in the neighbouring apartment, which was Madame de la Mole's. Mathilde followed her mother to mass, the servants soon left the apartment, and Julien easily escaped before they came back to finish their work. He mounted a horse and tried to find the most solitary spots in one of the forests near Paris. He was more astonished than happy. The happiness which filled his soul from time to time resembled that of a young sub-lieutenant who, as the result of some surprising feat, has just been made a full-fledged colonel by the commander-in-chief. He felt himself lifted to an immense height. Everything which was above him the day before was now on a level with him, or even below him. Little by little, Julien's happiness increased in proportion as he got further away from Paris. If there was no tenderness in his soul, the reason was that, however strange it may appear to say so, Mathilde had in everything she had done simply accomplished a duty. The only thing she had not foreseen in all the events of that night was the shame and unhappiness which she had experienced, instead of that absolute felicity which is found in novels. "Can I have made a mistake and not be in love with him?" she said to herself. End of chapter 46. Recording by Madcappe, London. Section 17 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Madcappe. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 47. An Old Sword. I now mean to be serious. It is time, since laughter nowadays is deemed too serious. A jest at vice by virtues called a crime. Don Juan, Chapter 13. She did not appear at dinner. She came for a minute into the salon in the evening, but did not look at Julien. He considered this behaviour strange. But, he thought, I do not know their usages. She will give me some good reason for all this. Nonetheless, he was a prey to the most extreme curiosity. He studied the expression of Mathilde's features. He was bound to own to himself that she looked cold and malicious. It was evidently not the same woman who on the preceding night had had, or pretended to have, transports of happiness which were too extravagant to be genuine. The day after and the subsequent day she showed the same coldness. She did not look at him, she did not notice his existence. Julien was devoured by the keenest anxiety, and was 1,000 leagues removed from that feeling of triumph which had been his only emotion on the first day. Can it be by chance, he said to himself, a return to virtue? But this was a very bourgeois word to apply to the haughty Mathilde. Placed in an ordinary position in life, she would disbelieve in religion, thought Julien. She only likes it in so far as it is very useful to the interests of her class. But perhaps she may, as a mere matter of delicacy, be keenly reproaching herself for the mistake which she has committed. Julien believed that he was her first lover. But, he said to himself at other moments, I must admit that there is no trace of naivety, simplicity, or tenderness in her own demeanour. I have never seen her more haughty. Can she despise me? It would be worthy of her to reproach herself simply because of my low birth for what she has done for me." While Julien, full of those preconceived ideas which he had found in books and in his memories of Verrières, was chasing the phantom of a tender mistress who, from the minute when she has made her lover happy, no longer thinks of her own existence, Mathilde's vanity was infuriated against him. As for the last 2 months, she had no longer been bored. She was not frightened of boredom. Consequently, without being able to have the slightest suspicion of it, Julien had lost his greatest advantage. " I have given myself a master," said mademoiselle de la Mole to herself, a prey to the blackest sorrow. " Luckily he is honour itself, but if I offend his vanity, he will revenge himself by making known the nature of our relations." Mathilde had never had a lover, and though passing through a stage of life which affords some tender illusions even to the coldest souls, she fell a prey to the most bitter reflections. "He has an immense dominion over me, since his reign is one of terror, and he is capable, if I provoke him, of punishing me with an awful penalty." This idea alone was enough to induce mademoiselle de la Mole to insult him. Courage was the primary quality in her character. The only thing which could give her any thrill and cure her from a fundamental and chronically recurring ennui was the idea that she was staking her entire existence on a single throw. As mademoiselle de la Mole obstinately refused to look at him, Julien, on the 3rd day, in spite of her evident objection, followed her into the billiard room after dinner. " Well, sir, you think you have acquired some very strong rights over me," she said to him with scarcely controlled anger, " since you venture to speak to me in spite of my very clearly manifested wish. Do you know that no one in the world has had such effrontery?" The dialogue of these two lovers was incomparably humorous. Without suspecting it, they were animated by mutual sentiments of the most vivid hate. As neither the one nor the other had a meekly patient character, while they were both disciples of good form, they soon came to informing each other quite clearly that they would break for ever. " I swear eternal secrecy to you," said Julien. " I should like to add that I would never address a single word to you, were it not that a marked change might perhaps jeopardize your reputation." He saluted respectfully and left. He accomplished easily enough what he believed to be a duty. He was very far from thinking himself much in love with mademoiselle de la Mole. He had certainly not loved her 3 days before, when he had been hidden in the big mahogany cupboard. But the moment that he found himself estranged from her for ever, his mood underwent a complete and rapid change. His memory tortured him by going over the last details in that night, which had, as a matter of fact, left him so cold. In the very night that followed this announcement of a final rupture, Julien almost went mad at being obliged to own to himself that he loved mademoiselle de la Mole. The discovery was followed by awful struggles. All his emotions were overwhelmed. 2 days later, instead of being haughty towards M. de Croisenois, he could have almost burst into tears and embraced him. His habituation to unhappiness gave him a gleam of common sense. He decided to leave for Languedoc, packed his trunk and went to the post. He felt he would faint when, on arriving at the office of the mails, he was told that by a singular chance there was a place in the Toulouse mail. He booked it and returned to the Hotel de la Mole to announce his departure to the Marquis. M. de la Mole had gone out. More dead than alive, Julien went into the library to wait for him. What was his emotion when he found mademoiselle de la Mole there. As she saw him come, she assumed a malicious expression which it was impossible to mistake. In his unhappiness and surprise, Julien lost his head and was weak enough to say to her in a tone of the most heartfelt tenderness, " So you love me no more." " I am horrified at having given myself to the first man who came along," said Mathilde, crying with rage against herself. " The first man who came along," cried Julien, and he made for an old medieval sword which was kept in the library as a curiosity. His grief, which he thought was at its maximum at the moment when he had spoken to Mademoiselle de la Mole, had been rendered 100 times more intense by the tears of shame which he saw her shedding. He would have been the happiest of men if he had been able to kill her. When he was on the point of drawing the sword with some difficulty from its ancient scabbard, Mathilde, rendered happy by so novel a sensation, advanced proudly toward him. Her tears were dry. The thought of his benefactor, the Marquis de la Mole, presented itself vividly to Julien. "Shall I kill his daughter?" he said to himself. "How horrible!" He made a movement to throw down the sword. She will certainly, he thought, burst out laughing at the sight of such a melodramatic pose. That idea was responsible for his regaining all his self-possession. He looked curiously at the blade of the old sword, as though he had been looking for some spot of rust, then put it back in the scabbard and replaced it with the utmost tranquillity on the gilt bronze nail from which it hung. The whole manoeuvre, which toward the end was very slow, lasted quite a minute. Mademoiselle de la Mole looked at him in astonishment. "So I have been on the verge of being killed by my lover," she said to herself. The idea transported her into the palmiest days of the age of Charles IX and Henri III. She stood motionless before Julien, who had just replaced the sword. She looked at him with eyes whose hatred had disappeared. It must be owned that she was very fascinating at this moment. Certainly no woman looked less like a Parisian doll. This expression symbolized Julien's great objection to the women of this city. "I shall relapse into some weakness for him," thought Mathilde. "It is quite likely that he will think himself my lord and master after a relapse like that at the very moment that I have been talking to him so firmly." She ran away. "By heaven, she's pretty," said Julien as he watched her run. "And that's the creature who threw herself into my arms with so much passion scarcely a week ago. And to think that those moments will never come back, and that it's my fault to think of being lacking in appreciation at the very moment when I was doing something so extraordinarily interesting. I must own that I was born with a very dull and unfortunate character." The Marquis appeared. Julien hastened to announce his departure. "Where to?" said M. de la Mole. "For Languedoc." "No, if you please, you are reserved for higher destinies. If you leave, it will be for the north. In military phraseology, I actually confine you in the hotel. You will compel me to be never more than 2 or 3 hours away. I may have need for you at any moment." Julien bowed and retired without a word, leaving the Marquis in a state of great astonishment. He was incapable of speaking. He shut himself up in his room. He was there free to exaggerate to himself all the awfulness of his fate. "So," he thought, "I cannot even get away. God knows how many days the Marquis will keep me in Paris. Great God, what will become of me, and not a friend whom I can consult? The Abbe Pirard will never let me finish my first sentence, while the Comte Altamira will propose enlisting me in some conspiracy. And yet I am mad. I feel it, I am mad. Who will be able to guide me? What will become of me?" End of chapter 47. Recording by Madcap, London. Section 18 of the Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Madcap. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 48. Cruel Moments. And she confesses it to me. She goes into even the smallest details, her beautiful eyes fixed on mine, and describes the love which she felt for another. Schiller. The delighted Mademoiselle de la Mole thought of nothing but the happiness of having been nearly killed. She went so far as to say to herself, "He is worthy of being my master, since he was on the point of killing me." How many handsome young society men would have to be melted together before they were capable of so passionate a transport? I must admit that he was very handsome at the time when he climbed up on the chair to replace the sword in the same picturesque position in which the decorator hung it. After all, it was not so foolish of me to love him. If at that moment some honourable means of reconciliation had presented itself, she would have embraced it with pleasure. Julien, locked in his room, was a prey to the most violent despair. He thought in his madness of throwing himself at her feet. If instead of hiding himself in an out-of-the-way place, he had wandered about the garden of the hotel, so as to keep within reach of any opportunity, he would perhaps have changed in a single moment his awful unhappiness into the keenest happiness. But the tact for whose lack we are now reproaching him would have been incompatible with that sublime seizure of the sword, which at the present time rendered him so handsome in the eyes of mademoiselle de la Mole. This whim in Julien's favour lasted the whole day. Mathilde conjured up a charming image of the short moments during which she had loved him. She regretted them. As a matter of fact, she said to herself, my passion for this poor boy can, from his point of view, only have lasted from 1 hour after midnight, when I saw him arrive by his ladder, with all the pistols in his coat pocket, till 8 o'clock in the morning. It was a quarter of an hour after that, as I listened to mass at Saint Valere, that I began to think that he might very well try to terrify me into obedience. After dinner, mademoiselle de la Mole, so far from avoiding Julien, spoke to him and made him promise to follow her into the garden. He obeyed. It was a new experience. Without suspecting it, Mathilde was yielding to the love which she was now feeling for him again. She found an extreme pleasure in walking by his side, and she looked curiously at those hands which had seized the sword to kill her that very morning. After such an action, after all that had taken place, some of the former conversation was out of the question. Mathilde gradually began to talk confidentially to him about the state of her heart. She found a singular pleasure in this kind of conversation. She even went so far as to describe to him the fleeting moments of enthusiasm which she had experienced for M. de Croisenois, for M. de Caylus. " What, M. de Caylus is well? " exclaimed Julien, and all the jealousy of a discarded lover burst out in those words. Mathilde thought as much, but did not feel at all insulted. She continued torturing Julien by describing her former sentiments with the most picturesque detail and the accent of the most intimate truth. He saw that she was portraying what she had in her mind's eye. He had the pain of noticing that as she spoke she made new discoveries in her own heart. The unhappiness of jealousy could not be carried further. It is cruel enough to suspect that a rival is loved, but there is no doubt that to hear the woman one adores confess in detail the love which rivals inspire is the utmost limit of anguish. Oh, how great a punishment was there now for those impulses of pride which had induced Julien to place himself as superior to the Caylus and the Croisenois. How deeply did he feel his own unhappiness as he exaggerated to himself their most petty advantages. With what hearty good faith he despised himself. Mathilde struck him as adorable. All words are weak to express his excessive admiration. As he walked beside her, he looked surreptitiously at her hands, her arms, her queenly bearing. He was so completely overcome by love and unhappiness as to be on the point of falling at her feet and crying pity. Yes, and that person who is so beautiful, who is so superior to everything, and who loved me once, will doubtless soon love M. de Caylus. Julien could have no doubts of mademoiselle de la Mole's sincerity. The accent of truth was only too palpable in everything she said. In order that nothing might be wanting to complete his unhappiness, there were moments when, As a result of thinking about the sentiments which she had once experienced for M. de Caylus, Mathilde came to talk of him as though she loved him at the present time. She certainly put an inflection of love into her voice. Julien distinguished it clearly. He would have suffered less if his bosom had been filled inside with molten lead. Plunged as he was in this abyss of unhappiness, how could the poor boy have guessed that it was simply because she was talking to him that mademoiselle de la Mole found so much pleasure in recalling those weaknesses of love which she had formerly experienced for M. de Caylus or M. de Luz. Words failed to express Julien's anguish. He listened to these detailed confidences of love she had experienced for others in that very avenue of pines where he had waited so few days ago for 1 o'clock to strike, that he might invade her room. No human being can undergo a greater degree of unhappiness. This kind of familiar cruelty lasted for 8 long days. Mathilde sometimes seemed to seek opportunities of speaking to him, and sometimes not to avoid them. And the one topic of conversation to which they both seemed to revert with a kind of cruel pleasure was the description of the sentiments she had felt for others. She told him about the letters which she had written. She remembered their words. She recited whole sentences by heart. She seemed during these last days to be envisaging Julien with a kind of malicious joy. She found a keen enjoyment in his pangs. One sees that Julien had no experience of life. He had not even read any novels. If he had been a little less awkward, and he had coolly said to the young girl whom he adored so much, and who had been giving him such strained confidences, "Admit that though I am not worth as much as all these gentlemen, I am none the less the man whom you loved," she would perhaps have been happy at being thus guessed. At any rate, success would have entirely depended on the grace with which Julien had expressed the idea, and on the moment which he had chosen to do so. In any case, he would have extricated himself well and advantageously from a situation which Mathilde was beginning to find monotonous. "And you love me no longer, me who adore you," said Julien to her one day, overcome by love and unhappiness. This piece of folly was perhaps the greatest which he could have committed. These words immediately destroyed all the pleasure which mademoiselle de la Mole found in talking to him about the state of her heart. She was beginning to be surprised that he did not, after what had happened, take offence at what she told him. She had even gone so far as to imagine at the very moment when he made that foolish remark that perhaps he did not love her any more. "His pride has doubtless extinguished his love," she was saying to herself. "He is not the man to sit still and see people like Caylus, de Luz, Croisenois, whom he admits are so superior, preferred to him. No, I shall never see him at my feet again." Julien had often, in the naivety of his unhappiness during the previous days, praised sincerely the brilliant qualities of these gentlemen. He would even go so far as to exaggerate them. This nuance had not escaped mademoiselle de la Mole. She was astonished by it, but did not guess its reason. Julien's frenzied soul, in praising a rival whom he thought was loved, was sympathizing with his happiness. These frank but stupid words changed everything in a single moment. Confident that she was loved, Mathilde despised him utterly. She was walking with him when he made his ill-timed remark. She left him, and her parting look expressed the most awful contempt. She returned to the salon and did not look at him again during the whole evening. This contempt monopolized her mind the following day. The impulse which, during the last week, had made her find so much pleasure in treating Julien as her most intimate friend was out of the question. The very sight of him was disagreeable. The sensation Mathilde felt reached the point of disgust. Nothing can express the extreme contempt which she experienced when her eyes fell upon him. Julien had understood nothing of the history of Mathilde's heart during the last week, but he distinguished the contempt. He had the good sense only to appear before her on the rarest possible occasions and never look at her. But it was not without a mortal anguish that he, as it were, deprived himself of her presence. He thought he felt his unhappiness increasing still further. The courage of a man's heart cannot be carried further, he said to himself. He passed his life seated at a little window at the top of the hotel. The blind was carefully closed, and from here at any rate he could see mademoiselle de la Mole when she appeared in the garden. What were his emotions when he saw her walking after dinner with M. de Caylus, M. de Luz, or some other for whom she had confessed to him some former amorous weakness. Julien had no idea that unhappiness could be so intense. He was on the point of shouting out. This firm soul was at last completely overwhelmed. Thinking about anything else except mademoiselle de la Mole had become odious to him. He became incapable of writing the simplest letters. " You're mad," the marquis said to him. Julien was frightened that his secret might be guessed, talked about illness, and succeeded in being believed. Fortunately for him, the marquis rallied him at dinner about his next journey. Mathilde understood that it might be a very long one. It was now several days that Julien had avoided her, and the brilliant young man who had all that this pale sombre being she had once loved was lacking, had no longer the power of drawing her out of her reverie. An ordinary girl, she said to herself, would have sought out the man she preferred among those young people who are the cynosure of a salon. But one of the characteristics of genius is not to drive its thoughts over the rut traced by the vulgar. Why, if I were the companion of a man like Julien, who only lacks the fortune that I possess, I should be continually exciting attention. I should not pass through life unnoticed. Far from incessantly fearing a revolution like my cousins, who are so frightened of the people that they have not the pluck to scold a postillion who drives them badly, I should be certain of playing a role, and a great role, for the man whom I have chosen has a character and a boundless ambition. What does he lack? Friends? Money? I will give them him. But she treated Julien in her thought as an inferior being whose love one could win whenever one wanted. End of chapter 48. Recording by Madcap in London. Section 19 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Madcap. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 49. The Opera Bouffe. How the spring of love resembleth the uncertain glory of an April day, which now shows all the beauty of the sun, and by a cloud takes all away. Shakespeare. Engrossed by thoughts of her future and the singular role which she hoped to play, Mathilde soon came to miss the dry metaphysical conversations which she had often had with Julien. Fatigued by these lofty thoughts, she would sometimes also miss those moments of happiness which she had found by his side. These lost memories were not unattended by remorse, which at certain times even overwhelmed her. But one may have a weakness, she said to herself. A girl like I am should only forget herself for a man of real merit. They will not say that it is his pretty moustache or his skill in horsemanship which have fascinated me, but rather his deep discussions on the future of France, and his ideas on the analogy between the events which are going to burst upon us and the English Revolution of 1688. I have been seduced, she answered in her remorse. I am a weak woman. but at least I have not been led astray like a doll by exterior advantages. If there is a revolution, why should not Julien Sorel play the role of Roland, and I the role of Madame Roland? I prefer that part to Madame de Staël's. The immorality of my conduct will constitute an obstacle in this age of ours. I will certainly not let them reproach me with an act of weakness. I should die of shame. Mathilde's reveries were not all grave, one must admit, as the thoughts which we have just transcribed. She would look at Julien and find a charming grace in his slightest action. I have doubtless, she would say, succeeded in destroying in him the very faintest idea he had of anyone else's rights. The air of unhappiness and deep passion with which the poor boy declared his love to me 8 days ago proves it. I must own it was very extraordinary of me to manifest anger at words in which there was shone so much respect and so much of passion. Am I not his real wife? Those words of his were quite natural, and I must admit, were really very nice. Julien still continued to love me, even after those eternal conversations in which I had only spoken to him, cruelly enough, I admit, about those weaknesses of love which the boredom of the life I lead had inspired me for those young society men of whom he is so jealous. Ah, if he only knew what little danger I have to fear from them! How withered and stereotyped they seem to me in comparison with him! While indulging in these reflections, Mathilde made a random pencil sketch of a profile on a page of her album. One of the profiles she had just finished surprised and delighted her. It had a striking resemblance to Julien. "It is the voice of heaven. That's one of the miracles of love," she cried ecstatically. "Without suspecting it, I have drawn his portrait." She fled to her room, shut herself up in it, and with much application made strenuous endeavours to draw Julien's portrait, but she was unable to succeed. The profile she had traced at random still remained the most like him. Mathilde was delighted with it. She saw in it a palpable proof of the grand passion. She only left her album very late, when the marquise had called her to go to the Italian opera. Her one idea was to catch sight of Julien, so that she might get her mother to request him to keep them company. He did not appear, and the ladies had only ordinary vulgar creatures in their box. During the first act of the opera, Mathilde dreamt of the man she loved with all the ecstasies of the most vivid passion. But a love maxim in the second act, sung, it must be owned, to a melody worthy of Cimarosa, pierced her heart. The heroine of the opera said, "You must punish me for the excessive adoration which I feel for him. I love him too much." From the moment that Mathilde heard this sublime song, everything in the world ceased to exist. She was spoken to, she did not answer. Her mother reprimanded her, she could scarcely bring herself to look at her. Her ecstasy reached a state of exaltation and passion analogous to the most violent transports which Julien had felt for her for some days. The divinely graceful melody, to which the maxim, which seemed to have such a striking application to her own position, was sung, engrossed all the minutes when she was not actually thinking of Julien. Thanks to her love for music, she was, on this particular evening, like Madame de Renal always was when she thought of Julien. Love of the head has doubtless more intelligence than true love, but it only has moments of enthusiasm. It knows itself too well, it sits in judgment on itself incessantly. Far from distracting thought, it is made by sheer force of thought. On returning home, Mathilde, in spite of Madame de la Mole's remonstrances, pretended to have a fever, and spent a part of the night in going over this melody on her piano. She sang the words of the celebrated air which had so fascinated her. devo punirmi, se troppo amai, etc. As the result of this night of madness, she imagined that she had succeeded in triumphing over her love. This page will be prejudicial in more than one way to the unfortunate author. Frigid souls will accuse him of indecency, but the young ladies who shine in the Paris salons have no right to feel insulted at the supposition that one of their number might be liable to those transports of madness which have been degrading the character of Mathilde. That character is purely imaginary, and is even drawn quite differently from that social code which will guarantee so distinguished a place in the world's history to 19th century civilization. The young girls who have adorned this winter's balls are certainly not lacking in prudence. I do not think either that they can be accused of being unduly scornful of a brilliant fortune, horses, fine estates, and all the guarantees of a pleasant position in society. Far from finding these advantages simply equivalent to boredom, they usually concentrate on them their most constant desires and devote to them such passion as their hearts possess. Nor again is it love which is the dominant principle in the career of young men who, like Julien, are gifted with some talent. They attach themselves with an irresistible grip to some coterie, and when the coterie succeeds, all the good things of society are rained upon them. Woe to the studious man who belongs to no coterie! Even his smallest and most doubtful successes will constitute a grievance, and lofty virtue will rob him in triumph. Yes, monsieur, a novel is a mirror which goes out on a highway. Sometimes it reflects the azure of the heavens, sometimes the mire of the pools of mud on the way, and the man who carries this mirror in his knapsack is forsooth to be accused by you of being immoral. His mirror shows the mire, and you accuse the mirror. Rather accuse the main road where the mud is, or rather the inspector of roads who allows the water to accumulate and the mud to form. Now that it is quite understood that Mathilde's character is impossible in our own age, which is as discreet as it is virtuous, I am less frightened of offence by continuing the history of the follies of this charming girl. During the whole of the following day she looked out for opportunities of convincing herself of her triumph over her mad passion. Her great aim was to displease Julien in everything. But not one of his movements escaped her. Julien was too unhappy, and above all too agitated to appreciate so complicated a stratagem of passion. Still less was he capable of seeing how favourable it really was to him. He was duped by it. His unhappiness had perhaps never been so extreme. His actions were so little controlled by his intellect that if some mournful philosopher had said to him, "Think how to exploit as quickly as you can those symptoms which promise to be favourable to you. In this kind of head love which is seen at Paris, the same mood cannot last more than 2 days," he would not have understood him. But however ecstatic he might feel, Julien was a man of honour. Discretion was his first duty. He appreciated it. Asking advice, describing his agony to the first man who came along, would have constituted a happiness analogous to that of the unhappy man who, when traversing a burning desert, receives from heaven a drop of icy water. He realized the danger, was frightened of answering an indiscreet question by a torrent of tears, and shut himself up in his own room. He saw Mathilde walking in the garden for a long time. When she at last left it, he went down there and approached the rose bush from which she had taken a flower. The night was dark, and he could abandon himself to his unhappiness without fear of being seen. It was obvious to him that Mademoiselle de la Mole loved one of those young officers with whom she had chatted so gaily. She had loved him, but she had realized his little merit. And as a matter of fact, I had very little, Julien said to himself with full conviction. Taking me all round, I am a very dull, vulgar person, very boring to others, and quite unbearable to myself. He was mortally disgusted with all his good qualities, and with all the things which he had once loved so enthusiastically. And it was when his imagination was in this distorted condition that he undertook to judge life by means of its aid. This mistake is typical of a superior man. The idea of suicide presented itself to him several times. The idea was full of charm, and like a delicious rest, because it was the glass of iced water offered to the wretch dying of thirst and heat in the desert. "My death will increase the contempt she has for me," he exclaimed. "What a memory I should leave her!" Courage is the only resource of a human being who has fallen into this last abyss of unhappiness. Julien did not have sufficient genius to say to himself, "I must dare." But as he looked at the window of Mathilde's room, he saw through the blinds that she was putting out her light. He conjured up that charming room which he had seen, alas, once in his whole life. His imagination did not go any further. 1 o'clock struck. Hearing the stroke of the clock and saying to himself, "I will climb up the ladder," scarcely took a moment. It was the flash of genius. Good reasons crowded on his mind. "May I be more fortunate than before," he said to himself. He ran to the ladder. The gardener had chained it up. With the help of the cock of one of his little pistols which he broke, Julien, who for the time being was animated by a superhuman force, twisted one of the links of the chain which held the ladder. He was master of it in a few minutes, and placed it against Mathilde's window. She will be angry and riddle me with scornful words. What does it matter? I will give her a kiss, one last kiss. I will go up to my room and kill myself. My lips will touch her cheek before I die. He flew up the ladder and knocked at the blind. Mathilde heard him after some minutes and tried to open the blind, but the ladder was in the way. Julien hung to the iron hook, intending to keep the blind open, and at the imminent risk of falling down, gave the ladder a violent shake which moved it a little. Mathilde was able to open the blind. He threw himself into the window more dead than alive. "So it is you, dear," she said as she rushed into his arms. The excess of Julien's happiness was indescribable. Mathilde's almost equalled his own. She talked against herself to him and denounced herself. "Punish me for my awful pride," she said, clasping him in her arms so tightly as to almost choke him. "You are my master, dear, and I am your slave. I must ask your pardon on my knees for having tried to rebel." She left his arms to fall at his feet. "Yes," she said to him, still intoxicated with happiness and love, "you are my master. Reign over me for ever. When your slave tries to revolt, punish her severely." In another moment she tore herself from his arms and lit a candle, and it was only by a supreme effort that Julien could prevent her cutting off a whole tress of her hair. "I want to remind myself," she said to him, "that I am your handmaid. If I am ever led astray again by my abominable pride, show me this hair and say, 'It is not a question of the emotion which your soul may be feeling at present. You have sworn to obey. Obey on your honour.'" But it is wiser to suppress the description of so intense a transport of delirious happiness. Julien's unselfishness was equal to his happiness. "I must go down the ladder," he said to Mathilde when he saw the dawn of the day appear from the quarter of the east over the distant chimneys beyond the garden. "The sacrifice that I impose on myself is worthy of you. I deprive myself of some hours of the most astonishing happiness that a human soul can savour, but it is a sacrifice I make for the sake of your reputation. If you know my heart, you will appreciate how violent is the strain to which I am putting myself. Will you always be to me what you are now? But honour speaks, it suffices. Let me tell you that since our last interview, thieves have not been the only object of suspicion. Monsieur de la Mole has set a guard in the garden. Monsieur Croisenois is surrounded by spies. They know what he does every night. Mathilde burst out laughing at this idea. Her mother and a chambermaid were woken up. They suddenly began to speak at her through the door. Julien looked at her. She grew pale as she scolded the chambermaid, and she did not deign to speak to her mother. But suppose they think of opening the window, they will see the ladder, Julien said to her. He clasped her again in his arms, rushed to the ladder, and slid rather than climbed down. He was on the ground in a moment. 3 seconds after, the ladder was in the avenue of pines, and Mathilde's honour was saved. Julien returned to his room and found that he was bleeding and almost naked. He had wounded himself in sliding down in that daredevil way. Extreme happiness had made him regain all the energy of his character. If 20 men had presented themselves, it would have provoked at this moment only an additional pleasure to have attacked them unaided. Happily his military prowess was not put to the proof. He laid the ladder in its usual place and replaced the chain which held it. He did not forget to efface the mark which the ladder had left on the bed of exotic flowers under Mathilde's window. As he was moving his hand over the soft ground in the darkness, and satisfying himself that the mark had entirely disappeared, he felt something fall down on his hands. It was a whole tress of Mathilde's hair which she had cut off and thrown down to him. She was at the window. " That's what your servant sends you," she said to him in a fairly loud voice. " It is a sign of eternal gratitude. I renounce the exercise of my reason. Be my master." Julien was quite overcome and was on the point of going to fetch the ladder again and climbing back into her room. Finally reason prevailed. Getting back into the hotel from the garden was not easy. He succeeded in forcing the door of a cellar. Once in the house, he was obliged to break through the door of his room as silently as possible. In his agitation he had left in the little room which he had just abandoned so rapidly the key which was in the pocket of his coat. " I only hope she thinks of hiding that fatal trophy," he thought. Finally, fatigue prevailed over happiness, and as the sun was rising he fell into a deep sleep. The breakfast bell only just managed to wake him up. He appeared in the dining room. Shortly afterwards Mathilde came in. Julien's pride felt deliciously flattered as he saw the love which shone in the eyes of this beautiful creature who was surrounded by so much homage. But soon his discretion had occasion to be alarmed. Making an excuse of the little time that she had to do her hair, Mathilde had arranged it in such a way that Julien could see at the first glance the full extent of the sacrifice that she had made for his sake by cutting off her hair on the previous night. If it had been possible to spoil a beautiful face by anything whatsoever, Mathilde would have succeeded in doing it. A whole tress of her beautiful blonde hair was cut off to within an inch of the scalp. Mathilde's whole manner during breakfast was in keeping with this initial imprudence. One might have said that she had made a specific point of trying to inform the whole world of her mad passion for Julien. Happily, on this particular day, M. de la Mole and the Marquis were very much concerned about an approaching bestowal of blue ribbons, which was going to take place, and in which M. de Chaulnes was not comprised. Towards the end of the meal, Mathilde, who was talking to Julien, happened to call him my master. He blushed up to the whites of his eyes. Mathilde was not left alone for an instant that day, whether by chance or the deliberate policy of Madame de la Mole. In the evening, when she passed from the dining room into the salon, however, she managed to say to Julien, "You may be thinking that I am making an excuse, but Mamma has just decided that one of her women is to spend the night in my room." This day passed with lightning rapidity. Julien was at the zenith of happiness. At 7 o'clock in the morning of the following day he installed himself in the library. He hoped the Mademoiselle de la Mole would deign to appear there. He had written her an interminable letter. He only saw her several hours afterwards at breakfast. Her hair was done to-day with the very greatest care. A marvellous art had managed to hide the place where the hair had been cut. She looked at Julien once or twice, but her eyes were polite and calm, and there was no question of calling him my master. Julien's astonishment prevented him from breathing. Mathilde was reproaching herself for all she had done for him. After mature reflection she had come to the conclusion that he was a person who, though not absolutely commonplace, was yet not sufficiently different from the common ruck to deserve all the strange follies that she had ventured for his sake. To sum up, she did not give love a single thought. On this particular day she was tired of loving. As for Julien, his emotions were those of a child of 16. He was a successive prey to awful doubt, astonishment, and despair during this breakfast which he thought would never end. As soon as he could decently get up from the table, he flew rather than ran to the stable, saddled his horse himself, and galloped off. "I must kill my heart through sheer force of physical fatigue," he said to himself as he galloped through the Meudon woods. "What have I done, what have I said to deserve a disgrace like this? I must do nothing and say nothing to-day," he thought as he re-entered the hotel. "I must be as dead physically as I am morally." Julien saw nothing any more, and it was only his corpse which kept moving. End of chapter 49. Recording by Madcap, London.